Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off your first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
Guys, get those likes up. Get them up. Get the likes up. Salute to everybody that is in the chat. Positivity is definitely coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours. Guys, it is August 8th, 2023. It's a beautiful day outside today. I went out, I took a walk today. I didn't run. I enjoyed nature, took care of some errands today, guys. And I just looked up at the heavens. I looked up at the star, or we call it our sun. I looked up at the sun. I looked up at the clouds. And I am so grateful and thankful to be alive in this great time period right now. We could have been born we could have been born in the Stone Ages. We could have been born in the agricultural age. But there's nothing better than where we are now. And I love every moment of it. Guys, get out there, go for a walk, go for a run, exercise if you can. Guys, just enjoy the remaining month and a half of summer. Let me know in the chat what you are going to be doing this weekend. Are you going to be jogging? Are you going to be walking, going to a park, fishing? Let the chat know. Salute to you all. I'm sending out positivity at the speed of light to you all. Guys, I told you guys that I'm getting back into my reading, and I'm not gonna go over all the books I've been reading, but guys, one book in particular, Stephen Hawking, theoretical physicist. He's passed away, but great book. It's called A Brief History of Time. It covers wormholes, black holes, supersymmetry, time travel, or the space-time continuum. It's a great damn book, guys. I implore you all to get a copy of it and start reading it. It is only it's 100 and how many pages? I'm nowhere near done, but it's 195 195 pages, 197 pages. And I didn't include the glossary, but this is a great damn book. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Chill, Will. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Valerie, Brismac, Top Shops, Enter the Black Dragon, Savage. Salute to you, man. Michio Kaku, thank you so much. I'm very familiar with Michio Kaku, and I love the way that Michio Kaku explains the Kardashev scale into the Black Dragon. And for people who are not familiar with the Kardashev scale, but it's the scale, it's a theoretical scale of civilization. So currently on this scale, we are in civilization 0. But according to the Kardashev scale, for us to get to civilization 1, we're going to have to harness the entire energy output of our star, which is very possible if we start building Dyson type technology, Dyson sphere, or if we have satellites that can take the energy in almost like a proxy solar tech. There are science, or they're not scientists, but there are individuals who are engineers that are working on this type of technology right now. Let me see here. Who else have I not spoken to? Seven Still. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Trigger Mike, salute to you, man. Positivity is definitely coming your way, Trigger Mike. I hope all is well with you and yours. Guys, I'm so glad to be here, man. Guys, hit the like button, share the video. The Lapeef Network is one of, if not the greatest network on YouTube. And I believe it. Get the likes up. Share the video, guys. What's up, Gway? Positivity is definitely coming your way, Gway. I hope all is well with you and yours. Guys, the link is dropped early. If you want priority in your super chat, in your chat, hit the super chat. Guys, I wanted to talk about something trending today, and I found it. Montgomery, Alabama. Montgomery. I've been to Montgomery before. I've been to Birmingham, Montgomery. I've been to a lot of places in Alabama, man. It's the deep South. A lot of history down in the South or down in Alabama. Alabama is a very, very rich and culturally rich state. It is a very industrious state. A lot of good people have come from Alabama. But yesterday was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? I think it was the day before yesterday. Utter and complete chaos. I can't show the video because YouTube does not like content creators showing videos, even though they have the videos on YouTube, but videos where there are violence. But what I saw 2 days ago was absolutely funny. It was absolutely funny. That's the wrong one. It was absolutely funny. And a lot of people don't look at it that way, but I thought it was very funny. A lot of people out of shape. They don't know how to fight. Probably drunk. It was a complete brouhaha. It was a complete brouhaha. Did you see that one black kid? He swam across to fight as well. It was absolutely funny, man. In my opinion, and I'm not going to give it now, but I'm going to give it after. Damn, my lips are super dry. I'm going to give you my opinion about it after I get done reading it. But hopefully you guys saw it so that I don't have to play it. Let me see. Top Shot says, Alabama racist, though. Don't quote me, though. I got my chair ready. I don't know. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, the link. Let me drop the link one more time. Let's get prepared. I'm going to give you my opinion. I'm going to give you my chaotic truth on it. And you guys might be actually surprised at what I am going to say. But who am I, though? I'm just a regular dude on YouTube. Just a regular content creator on YouTube. Don't take my word as the gospel. You don't have to echo chamber me. And I know a lot of people might be mad, but hey, it's just my opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to your perspective on life. But let me see real quick. Let me see. Ghost positivity is definitely coming your way. Ghost says, make sure you watch the whole thing. I did. Smoky Eyes says, they do stuff like this all the time in Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. That one was just on camera. Let me read it real quick, and I'm going to give you my interpretation of it real quick. Hit that like button on your way in, guys. Positivity is definitely coming your way, guys. I can't play the video, but I will go over the article. I'm going to use Fox News. Fox News is always a reputable source. It says brawl, brouhaha. That's what they should have named it. Brawl at Montgomery, Alabama river dock caught on video. Fights break out over apparent docking of pontoon boat at Riverfront Park. Never been there before. A massive brawl broke out on a riverfront dock in Montgomery, Alabama on Saturday evening over what appeared to be the docking of a pontoon boat, and the city's mayor says several reckless individuals were detained. Interesting. Give me a second, guys. The article goes on to say the fight between a group of individuals and a man who appeared to be a dock worker, he looked more like a security guard, was captured on video around 7 p.m. when onlookers aboard a nearby boat at Riverfront Park. The woman recording the video can be heard saying that a worker was moving a black pontoon boat that had docked after the apparent owners were told they cannot leave the boat in that area. As the worker begins to move the boat on his own, a group of individuals approach and begin to argue with the man, the video showed. The verbal altercation then turns physical when one individual suddenly punches the worker in the head. Guys, did you see that monster? Did you see that thug? Did you see that white boy attack that innocent poor dock worker? He was white, so I got to call it like I said. I ain't trying to say the entire race is like that. All I know is I saw that white boy, he sucker punched the black dock worker. Now, I'm not saying that it was a racial event. I'm going to give you my opinion when I'm over. But if you go back and watch it, that black guy, he wasn't being the aggressor. That dock worker wasn't the aggressor. Let's keep on reading. Let's keep on reading it. The verbal altercation then turns physical when one individual suddenly punches the worker in the head. This is the guy right here. Look at this thug. Look at this criminal. Look at this guy in the white hat. He happens to be white. Sucker punches this poor old dock worker. Ain't that a bitch? Man's just trying to do his job. Poor guy's probably making $15 an hour. Not to insult anybody making that amount. Poor guy probably has a family, kids. And look at this. He's being assaulted at work. He didn't deserve that. I got to call it like I see it. He didn't deserve it. But let's keep on reading it. But that's the guy. Look at this thug. Look at this criminal. Look at this baboon. Look at this monkey. Look at this ape. Look at this wild beast attacking this poor old dock worker. Because I'm going to get to that in a minute. Because the dock worker is telling them, hey, guys, you can't have your boat here in this restricted area. This area is restricted now. It's for the other boat now to come in. But let's keep on reading it, though. What's up, Rise Girl? Salute to you, Rise Girl. I want you to call in, too, Rise Girl. Savage says, is that George Floyd in the video? Let's get you up out of here, Savage. Not today, buddy. Not today, man. Not today. We all saw the video. We all saw it. What's up, Bob? Salute to you, Bob. The article goes on to say that other individuals in the group rushed the worker and began punching and kicking him while he was on the ground. Onlookers intervened and began pulling the individuals off the worker, who then is seen standing up on his own and walking down the dock. Now, I will admit, the dock worker was holding his own. Now, these monsters, these gorillas, got to tagging him. Boom, boom. And he was, I will admit, I mean, maybe his size has something to do with the fact that he was working with them. You know, it wasn't an easy win on that group's part. And they attacked him. They attacked him. This is a felonious assault. This is an assault that should get you jail time, if you ask me. Attack a man on his job, all because he's asking you to follow a policy or procedure. He's asking you, hey guys, you got to move your boat. Let me keep on reading it though. Let me get to the nitty gritty of it. What's up, Cliff? Positivity is definitely coming your way, man. I'm so glad that you're in the building, bro. The fight escalated after a verbal altercation over the apparent docking of a pontoon boat along the river. Look at these monsters. Look at them. Look at them. You got to call them like I said. Even the woman, she's a little thug, little criminal. Look at her. Look at these animals attacking this poor dock worker. Look at him. Monkey see, monkey do. Monkey see, monkey do. They probably were all in a, they probably all know each other. They probably drank about 20 beers. Hey, pass me another beer, buddy. Drinking Bud, Coors Light. So they're drunk. They're intoxicated. They probably have done a little bump or something. You know, a little coke here and there. And they probably fight amongst each other. They probably fight every weekend. So this was nothing to them. This was absolutely nothing to this group right here. They're animals, as you can see in the video. I do admit, Seven, it was an epic brawl. Mayor Stephen L. Reed responded to the incident Sunday with a post on social media. Last night, the Montgomery Police Department acted swiftly to detain several reckless individuals for attacking a man who was doing his job. Oh, I like this mayor. You don't attack a man while he's working. You don't. Let you attack a mailman, see what happens to you. You might get 5 years in the penitentiary. We got to stop picking and choosing. Well, not me. I don't attack people. Respect that man. Respect his job. He has duties to fulfill. Warrants have been signed and justice will be served. Good on the mayor's part. Reed went on to say that the unfortunate incident never should have happened. As our police department investigates these intolerable actions, we should not become desensitized to violence of any kind in our community, the mayor wrote. Those who choose violence will be held accountable by our criminal justice system. Montgomery said the incident happened at the 200 block of Coosa Street and that several people were detained. 4 active warrants were issued with the possibility of more after investigators review additional video of the incident, police said. Let me tell you something, guys. I can't show the video, but what I can say is this. People are going to say, the only reason why the black people helped is because it was a black being attacked. Okay, so what? So what? This time, well, this particular situation, the people that helped this dock worker, whether they were black, whether they were purple, whether they were a Klingon from Star Trek, they were in the right. They were in the right, believe it or not. And let me tell you about the group that attacked this poor dock worker. Let me tell you about this guy. I've seen this throughout my life. And I'm not saying that all white people are like this, but I've noticed this particularly with large numbers of white men. And I'm talking about older white men, like these types of white. I was at Walmart. We call it Wally World. This was about 12 years ago. I'm in line, and there's this old, and I mean old white woman. She was working behind the counter. She was by herself. White guy, like the white guy that attacked this poor dock worker, he was standing there, and this was the electronics department. So he's standing there. He's already pissed off. He has a pot belly. He has one of these stupid hats this white guy is wearing. So the lady is trying to help somebody answer the phone and help him. The phone rings again. This guy says, "Hey, you don't answer that phone. You come to me the next time," telling her what to do. I have thousands of stories, not thousands, but I have hundreds of stories like this where entitled white men act like this. I don't believe that this was a racist incident. I don't believe that they originally were attacking him because of his race. What I believe is the guy who sucker punched the black employee, he's an entitled white guy. He probably grew up in a good family. He probably wasn't as successful as his daddy who built whatever company. He comes to this area all the time. Hey, I park my boat right here, buddy. I park my boat right here. He's entitled. Rashu says the first black guy to the rescue of the dock worker tried to break it up until he was attacked. Yes, because the other group was in a mob mentality, even though the blacks were in a mob mentality too. But this had everything to do with narcissism. This had everything to do with arrogance. This had everything to do even possibly with social status, just social class. Hey, that boat could wait for my boat, buddy. And I believe that's what the conversation really was about. And the dock worker said, hey, man, this passenger boat, this passenger ferry coming in has 50 people on it. You got to move your boat, bro. I don't have to move my boat. Who the fuck do you think you are? And I think that's what happened. And I've seen this again with a lot of white men, this entitlement. And it has nothing to do with race. I've seen them act like this in general. Hey, I paid my spot, man. What's going on here? And I've seen them act like that. Amongst other whites, amongst blacks, I've seen them act like that. This entitlement. There was a video on a golf course one time. And the one group was, I guess they were teeing off slower than the second group. The second group happened to be a white group like this. Hey, man, they need to hurry up, man. We paid ours. We won. No, man. And I'm telling you, that's how a lot of whites are too. That's how a lot of whites are. And I'll admit it. I'm conservative. I don't have a problem with whites. I don't have a problem with people. But I'm not only just the Negro whisperer, but I observe culture and behavior. And generally, the people who have this entitlement, typically, the racial makeup is typically white or white men. I park my car here all the time. Hey, I come into this bar and I sit here. I was at a bar one time. Oh, I couldn't believe it. And I'm not going to name the guy's title, but the guy was a very powerful guy. The bartender was telling people, hey, you can't sit right here. Such and such comes in at 4. He always sits here. And the people were like, who? I knew who the guy was, but the guy was a very powerful guy. He was a county executive. I ain't gonna lie to you. And that's what happened, man. I come in here all the time. I'm gonna sit right here. What's this guy doing in my seat? That's how a lot of white men act. To be completely honest with you. Yeah.
Hey, how we doing today, man? You doing all right?
Pretty good. Are you from the South? Are you from Alabama?
Louisiana, man.
Are you white? Are you Creole? What are you?
I'm black.
You're black, but are you Creole? Are you a quadroon, an octoroon? You know, Louisiana has that. Keep it real.
Yeah, man. Get a little coon ass in me, that's all.
Okay,
got a little Creole.
Okay,
but yeah,
so
you hit a lot of points on the head, though, man.
Keep it real.
Those folks just have an entitled attitude, and basically try to take it out on anybody who they think they got an advantage of. Yeah. But I'm gonna tell you something that made me laugh last night.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're cursing, but let's try to keep let's not try to curse. But go ahead.
You know what made me laugh last night? I actually ended up on somebody else's live stream, and you actually got black people trying to defend
not this
their
time.
actions.
No.
Trust me, last night they shocked me with that.
Yeah.
They tried to put their spin on it that basically it was most of the black people fault of that incident. And I'm looking at them like, no. That was a bunch of entitled fools who decided they're gonna stir up a mess, and that dude was having a bad day. Yeah, everybody's entitled to have a bad day. I tried to explain to them. You know how black folks is. If you've been raised in the South and been dealing with that foolishness, that underlying foolishness that's been constantly going on, you're gonna always have that one day where ain't gonna be no reasoning with you.
Yeah.
When it's up there, and it's time to get it on.
Like I said, I don't believe in white supremacy. I don't believe that racism exists at the scale that it's being sold to us. But as a person who's grown up in America, I do and have noticed that when it comes to entitlement on like certain things, like a parking space, a space at a bar, even places like this, you will see mostly white older men acting like 7-year-olds. Hey, that's my spot. What's going on here? It's like, go ahead.
And then they don't understand.
Keep it real.
Privilege, that so-called white privilege, is a scam.
What do you mean?
The only ones who truly have privilege in this country are the rich.
Right. Okay. So, you hit it on the nail. Go ahead. Keep it real, because I want to piggyback.
You know what I'm saying? They don't feel they don't understand. Only the rich, furthermore, the wealthy have privilege.
Yeah.
This so-called privilege they think they got is a form of control.
Yeah.
If I get you thinking that you're better than the next man, anytime I come to you and want something from you, you're gonna give it to me, because all I gotta do is just tell you. Yeah. It's gonna make you better than that next man. It's a form of control, and they don't understand this.
The thing is that I can't really blame these particular types of people when you see that the elites are mostly white. You look at your skin tone and you say, "Hey, my dad, he built this $1 million business." Now you're comparing your $1 million inheritance or family's worth to a billionaire, so you're looking at skin color. So you're thinking, "Hey, I'm entitled to whatever." But the thing of the matter is that you're not Bill Gates. You're not Sam Cook. I think not Sam Cook. You're not CEO of Apple right now. You're not these people, even though you happen to be the same complexion. But you want the same type of treatment, and people aren't going to treat you like that. You're just a regular white dude. And I think that's what happened at this riverfront dock. This guy, supposedly his dad owns some restaurant. He's thinking, "Okay, I'm entitled. I can park my boat wherever. Who are you to tell me?"
I think that's at a convenience store or something like that. They showed a picture of it on one clip. I just don't remember what it is.
Yeah, Tim Cook. Thank you so much. I don't know why I said Sam Cook. Tim Cook. Yeah, Tim Cook. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was a convenience store or something. I just couldn't remember what it was that guy owned.
Whether a convenience store or not, what I've noticed, particularly with a lot of older white men, and again, it's not all white men people and not all white men at all, but particularly with a white man who has something, like that guy, his family owns some business. They're probably locally known. So he's thinking he's important. Hey, do you know who I am? I saw a video a few years ago. Guy was speeding his car. He must have been going 80 in a 55. The cop pull him over, white boy. Pull over. This white dude gets out the car. The guy was like 65. Two whites. The cop was white and the older guy was white. You know what the guy said? The guy out the car? "Check the plate, buddy. Go back to your cruiser and check the plate. You know who I am?" The guy happened to be a county judge.
I seen that video.
You seen that video? I'm telling you, I've seen white men act like this. It's insanity to me. And it's because you see that top 1% is white and you're thinking you're like them. And in actuality, you're not. You're just regular like even a judge. You're regular like everybody else, buddy. You're not Bill Gates. You're not Tim Cook. You're not no billionaire. You're not even worth. You're not this. They believe that they are in the top 1%, and that's why they act like that. And I don't know how the top 1% acts. I've never been around a billionaire. Never been around somebody worth 100 million. I don't really know how they act. That's just that's the perception.
To be honest with you, man, I've been around
go ahead.
I've been around a couple of them that's been like that. If they've earned their own money from the ground up, they're pretty much the same as an average person.
Just chill. So where does that whole thing with Negro?
That's when you kick into that second generation when you're dealing with the kids.
Yeah.
When you get to them weirdos and that silver spoon in their mouth. But the originals who actually made that money from the jump, they don't act like that.
Okay.
Case in point, Sam Walton from Walmart.
Yep.
That old man drove the same old pickup truck for years.
So where does this come from? This behavior of this entitlement behavior. Go ahead.
Me personally, I think it was taught that way.
You think so?
At one point in time in history, pretty much it's still the same right now. Whites outnumber all the other minorities, but the rich knew in order to keep their power, they had to come up with some kind of system to keep the majority in their favor.
Keep it real.
That's when that privilege thing comes in. Even the poorest of the poor will try to pull the quote unquote white card on somebody if they think it's gonna get them a leg up.
Go ahead. I got a few stories about that, but go ahead.
Oh man, I used to work with a guy.
Yeah.
I outranked the guy at the job, and he used to always try to pull his so-called white card to get what he want. And I used to just sit back and laugh at him. Even the supervisor used to come at me like, man, what is wrong with this fool?
Yeah.
I said, hey, it is what it is. I said, y'all got him spoiled like that because you let too many people get away with that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, the only reason why you won't let him get away with it right now is because you don't like him.
When I was in college, my good sir, I had a manager at an off-campus job. This lady was, and I have to say it, she was a hillbilly. She was an absolute hillbilly. And she didn't like a lot of the black women that came in to patronize the business. She would openly talk about it in front of me, and I worked there. She would say, yeah, she gave me an attitude with her nappy hair and her this, that, and the other. Now, this chick looked like she was a stringy haired, just almost looking like a meth head. And I wanted to tell her so bad, like, lady, the person you're talking about is a dean of a college. The person you're talking about is a full-time professor. You have this illusion that you're like Sandra Bullock. You have this illusion like you're a top tier white, and you're not. You're and I think that's where that hate came from. She saw these beautiful black women coming in there, elegant and poised, and I think that was a bit of a jealousy thing too, because she believes in her head that she's a top tier white amongst her own race. And I feel like that's what happened the other day with this one. I don't think the group of people, I know that white guy that attacked them probably thought that. It's like they have this belief, hey, I'm superior because of money. Or I'm superior because the elites are wealthy and white. And so I'm wealthy because my dad had a business. But you're not. You're not. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you.
Go ahead.
It's mostly just because of two things.
Keep it real.
Once they reach a certain amount of money in the bank and their skin color, the whole persona change.
Yeah.
And then you're dealing with a different breed of animal.
Yeah. I've been around it. I'm telling you.
I work with a female right now who literally left her husband because once their money reached a certain status in the bank, she was gone. And been catching hell ever since she left him. And I'm sitting up there like, you didn't have to do that, but because we are two different races and two different colors, my words fall on deaf ears.
Whether or not this was a racial event on the black people's part is subjective. You could argue that if the security guard had been white and the whites were attacking them, maybe the blacks wouldn't have been trying to fight. We could argue that, but nevertheless, the blacks were still in the right for helping. Period. But go ahead.
See, this is what I tried to explain to them last night.
Keep it real.
As long as it was left as a one-on-one fight, and those other guys went over there and broke it up, you'd have never got nobody off that boat to go do what they did. Yeah. And you know what was told to me last night? Black people don't know how to fight one-on-one. I'm like, well, a lot of people what society you? I'm like, what society you live in? Most of the people around that guy's age that were fighting, that I know, they will fight you one-on-one.
Yeah, but I know what they mean in terms of skill. Like the masses of people can't really fight. I get what they were saying. Yeah, but go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just told a man last night they were watching too many World Star videos. Because trust me, if you cross a black guy that can actually fight, he'll fight you one-on-one. Okay. With no help. Okay. But like I told him, what made them do to them what they did was when those guys turned it from a one-on-one to a 6-on-1, and then went right down the dock to the other set of boats they had and was laughing and joking about it.
Yeah. What did you think about that guy? What did you think about that guy and woman getting hit with that chair?
Boom! That was overkill there. That was straight overkill there.
So I didn't like that. That poor white woman was just sitting there after getting knocked down, and that black guy was like, boom.
The only thing I say about that is thank God that was a plastic chair. Because if there was a steel chair, he'd have seriously hurt that woman.
Now, do you think that this was all set up, like this was staged?
Oh no!
Racial tension. I think I had a theory.
Oh no!
You don't think this was staged? It's a possibility. Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
You got to understand the environment in the area.
Okay.
Because when an a-hole reach that point, you constantly keep picking at somebody. Sooner or later, it's going to reach a boiling point.
Yeah.
And it's already, you got that black and white tension going on. And all it takes is one of them just to push it over there.
So you said
when it comes with the racism.
Okay.
With that little underlying racism. Because people keep trying to tell me, oh, ain't no racism in this country. Dude, racism never left this country. It's still here. It's not as public as.
Where do you think racism is at?
Oh, it's still around. It's pretty much the entire country. It just all depends. Say like,
give me an example.
Go ahead. Say like you go to a store, certain store. Cause see the way I am, I got a 6-figure job, but I don't dress like I got a 6-figure job.
Okay.
Man, I done went in stores where I done had people literally watch me like a hawk. They swear up and down.
How tall?
I ain't number 5'8".
Really? And they watched you like a hawk. Okay.
Oh yeah, cause the way I dress sometimes, majority of the time I'm in my work attire, so I don't look like I got money.
But so are you saying that you've gone into like a Brooks Brothers with your work clothes? Maybe
just like a jewelry store or something like that. I mean, trying to buy something for my wife. They'll get the profile of me until I come up to the counter, and then they realize I can actually pay for it.
Okay.
But I also have seen people of the other race go in there with their work attire on.
Yeah.
And they won't even bat an eye at them.
Okay. Really?
Yeah. That's just like if you at the workplace, you and this other guy up for promotion. You are qualified this guy. Yeah. But the other guy gets it just because of his skin color.
Yeah.
You still got stuff like that goes on. I mean, it's just little knick-knack stuff, nothing real major, but it's that little knick-knack stuff that goes back towards that privilege thing. And then those folks got a habit of trying to really rub it in people's face sometimes. So that keeps that tension going. Now you try to keep from exploding on somebody, but sooner or later it's gonna reach a boiling point. And that's what happened with that little boating thing. Now, from what the lady narrated was, before they left, they asked them people to move that boat.
Okay.
So when they came back, they didn't move it.
Nope.
So the guy pushed it out the way, which started an argument.
Yeah.
Now the dude already frustrated because he probably asked you nicely and you probably cussed him out, drinking them Michelobes and all the other stuff they had going on.
White people drink. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, then all of a sudden here it is. Your words just keep getting exchanged and neither one of y'all want to back down.
And they were drunk. Those whites were drunk. Let's be honest. Yeah.
Then the same dude that was trying to de-escalate it, for you know it, he decided he gonna come over there and start throwing punches because you explaining to another guy who's trying to figure out what's going on to try to help solve the problem.
Mm.
And then all of a sudden, you and him going one-on-one. Then all of a sudden, his kids decide they gonna crowd you.
Right. Keep it real.
So,
keep it real.
This man has been on his boat, like I tried to explain to dude them last night. This man's been on his boat partying with these people. Most of the ones who got to fight work with this man. They know this man.
Yeah.
And you think they're gonna sit there and let these people just beat him into the ground like that?
No, it's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. But don't get it. But for people who are in the bushes, don't get it twisted. I've seen black people come to the aid to help white people get beat up. I mean, to come to the aid of when white people are getting beat up. So, I don't want people to think that the blacks were just helping. But it's like what you said. They knew that black guy probably. Yeah,
they worked with the man. They knew him. Because I done seen situations where I done seen black people stand up for white people that's being bullied.
Right.
And help them out.
Yeah.
But this was one of those situations where they asked them people before they left. Then they came back and these people are still here. Now they're being a-holes about it. And it just kept getting worse and worse. Words kept getting exchanged. Now you done got this black dude fired up. And when you're dealing with old black people, once you get them fired up, it's hard to calm them down.
Yeah.
And then you got your boy and them over here, they drunk. They fuel with the Michelob, so here you go. They don't want to back down. And it just kept going and getting worse and worse. Now, as long as it would have stayed a one-on-one and them guys just came over there and broke it up, them people would have got off that boat and left, went home.
Yeah.
And when nothing else would have been said about it.
Yeah.
It's when that man's son come jumping in there with that flying knee and turned it into an MMA fight.
That was pretty dirty.
It got ugly then. They should have known once them people got off that boat, that man's co-worker was headed straight to them.
Yeah.
But they were so full of that, like you say, that so-called privilege, that imaginary privilege, they stayed right there because they figured wasn't nothing gonna happen to them.
Should they lose their job? Should they be canceled? Should they?
And to be honest with you, man, I'm gonna tell you, yeah. But most places you work, they have a policy against that. Is it right? I don't think so. But if that's the policy, hell, I saw that same kind of situation play out at Walmart, but it was an all-black situation.
Go ahead. Tell me
two guys got into a fight. We was working with the temp service, and you had the Walmart employee. Well, one of the temp service guys started flirting with one of the Walmart female workers, and the guy took offense to it. So when they got off work, they was fighting one-on-one. So all it took was one more of the Walmart employee to dive into the fight to help his comrade. And it was like about 5 or 6 temp workers just jumped that man.
Let me ask
jumped him and his buddy. And everybody got fired.
Let me ask you this. There are people who are saying that this is the start of a race war. Do you believe that? I don't believe it, but do you believe that?
A race war? Be honest with you, no.
Yeah.
It's going to be more of my thing is like it's going to be more of a civil war.
Okay. On whose
because
part?
It's going to be more like the American people versus the American government. And the American government is controlled by big business right now. A lot of the propaganda and a lot of foolishness that's being pumped around, that only helps the wealthy, big business.
Okay.
It doesn't help us.
Okay.
Because people still need to realize too, it's a lot of white people that really don't cater to that foolishness. It's only a small handful.
Correct.
It's only a handful of them that still do.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've been in situations where I done work with a lot of them to where if it comes down to where they got to pull that white card to get something like a leg up on me, most of them won't even do it. Because they rather get it the old-fashioned way and have their hands clean.
I was at a very nice restaurant one time, very nice. And I was sitting a few tables over from this table of I don't know what these white guys did, but it was some white guys, and they were there with their wives. And these were like older white men, very, very polished. I'm talking about nice suits, $200 haircuts. These guys must have been hedge fund managers for all I know. After they got done eating their meal, their entree, I guess the waitress wasn't fast enough and forgot the gelato. You know what gelato is, correct?
No, I ain't gonna lie to you.
Okay, Italian ice cream, I guess.
Oh, I don't eat Italian.
Guy, the waitress was white, and the guy was about, I don't know, man, kind of like you know who Pierce Brosnan is?
Yeah.
Okay. Kind of like a Pierce Brosnan looking white man, like Liam Neeson, like one of those waspy looking whites. He was real tall, real poised. He said, "Hey, you forgot my gelato. I've been waiting here for 10 minutes for my gelato. Bring it now." I'm telling you, man, I have seen this behavior with white men, like a lot of older white men like that. It's this notion that the world revolves around me. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm listening.
That's what the guy said.
Oh yeah, you got those types though.
Gelato right now. You bring it now. I've been waiting for 10 minutes for my dessert. Bring my dessert now.
Usually when you're dealing with guys who,
sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, when you're dealing with guys that's like that, from my experience alone,
yeah,
and being around certain industries, usually when guys have an attitude like that, they're not happy with themselves because of how, well, I feel like this, what kind of dirt they did to get to their position. And it's like they're trying to make themselves feel good that they didn't got to that certain point in life.
Yeah, keep it real.
But they can't forget all the people they done messed over to get to that point. So they try to,
You believe that?
Oh yeah. Really? Oh yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Man, I'm what, 48 years old. I've been in this industry I'm in for like 25, 26 years.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised at some of the stuff that I done seen these people try to do just to get a leg up on somebody.
Really? Okay.
And it shocks me. And 9 times out of 10, now you have the group that doesn't have a conscience. They don't care as long as they get what they're going to get.
Yeah.
But then you got the ones who, after they do the dirt, it bothers them.
Go ahead.
The guy you were describing is one of the ones he's trying to cope with dealing with the dirt that he done did to get to where he's at.
You think so?
To make himself feel better. Oh yeah, it was all worth it. Yeah, I could talk crazy to this person here because I done finally got up to this level here, this and that. No. If you done it, oh yeah, if you done it the honest way, and she hadn't showed up with your little treat in the past 10 minutes, half the time you wouldn't even pay it no mind.
Okay.
Only thing you'll do, like when me and my wife go out, if she taking entirely too long, okay, that just cut back on a tip. That's all.
Okay.
And that's all I say. Just cut back on a tip. We wouldn't sit up there and make no scene.
So you wouldn't sit there and do what that guy did?
No.
Really?
No.
Go ahead.
And I make over $250,000 a year, and I don't. Yeah.
You make over $250,000. And when's the last time you hit the super chat for Lapeef?
I'm a type boy, man. I'm cheap. Ain't gonna sit me lying. I'm cheap as hell.
Okay. Go ahead.
But look how long it took me a while just to get to this level in the industry that I'm in.
Go ahead.
And I'm like, hey, I'm humble about it because I did it the right way.
Okay.
I didn't backstab nobody to get to where I'm at. I tried my best not to cheat nobody to get up here. Go ahead. And everything I do is on the up and up. But it all depends on your dynamic or what industry you in.
If you go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, if you had been on that dock, who would you have helped? Would you have broken it up? Would you have helped?
My thing was, I would have showed up and helped break it up.
Okay.
The only way I was gonna jump in that if somebody would have swung on me, like that first black guy did. He went down there. The first thing he tried to do was break it up, and then one of them swung on him. That was set him out the way he started swinging.
Go ahead.
I would have did it the same way. Went down there first to try to break it up, but if you hit me, I'm diving in this.
Really? So you went down there to break it up first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because at that time, you got to look at that first black guy's situation. He didn't know what was going on. All he did was look down there and see them fight.
Yeah. And he was trying to break it up, correct?
He went down there to go break it up. And remember, the first guy he got, he pushed him out the way. Then the guy that was standing to his right just hauled off and hit him.
Yeah.
And that's what made him start a hit. He's swinging.
Go ahead.
He went down there to break it up. Now you got these guys, co-workers are sitting on this boat watching you jump this man.
Yeah.
Not only you and your boys, your women too are over there kicking this man.
Yeah.
While he's on the ground. So basically, you escalated everything to the point where y'all was already looking for a fight.
They were to a degree.
You were just waiting on the perfect storm or the perfect condition to try to pull it off. And you got what you asked for.
But you said they were looking for a fight. Like it didn't matter. It didn't matter who they would have fought. It was just, they were looking for something. They're drunk.
Yeah, they drunk. They already pumped up. You're probably they're already mad at you because why would you park a boat that's covered up that's clearly you're not going to use that day? It's a way of a barge, a river barge. Knowing good and well, y'all already about 100 yards away in two other boats. So why would you park it right there? Unless you knew that that's a regular riverboat tour that they do. And you know what? I'm going to pick at these people.
Well,
see what the hell they going to do.
Yeah, I believe that's what happened. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, so they already had it on their mind. They were just waiting on the right conditions. You know, everybody sitting on that boat can't get off. One of them was crazy enough to jump off the edge because they got close enough to where he can get off the boat to go move that pontoon out the way so they can have enough room to get to the dock. You already had everything set up like you want to.
Yeah.
And then after you did what you did to let you know that they did it on purpose, why would you just go right down the dock, jump on your other boats, and just keep partying if you didn't have that on your mind to do?
Go ahead. I'm listening.
And you wasn't afraid of no retaliation. You wasn't expecting the people to jump off that boat and come after you like they did. Because majority of them that jumped in that fight worked there on that boat.
Right. You said that. Yep.
Because count how many blue shirts before they took them off that went down there.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, that's all it was. But my take on it was,
go ahead.
As long as you didn't hit me, I was just gonna help break it up. Because one, I don't know this dude, but I know it's unfair how you treat them. As long as you don't hit me while you're in the process of fight, we good.
Okay.
But you gotta understand the people on the boat. That's their co-worker. Ain't no telling how many years or how many months they've been working together. Or how deep their camaraderie went. Some of them might have been his family members on that boat that working with him.
That's a possibility.
People don't understand that.
What did you think about that kid that swam though? That who swam? Wasn't that kind of funny? Keep it real.
Yeah, his adrenaline got the best of him.
You said what?
His adrenaline got the best of him.
Yeah, would you have done that?
Nope.
Really?
Ain't no sense of me lying. One, I can't swim. Two, if I could swim, I'm not finna get soaking wet, diving over there while all I gotta do is sit back like everybody else, wait a few minutes.
Yeah.
Both gonna touch that dock before it's over with. Then we notice these fools ain't got common sense enough to leave. Oh yeah, I can wait. Cause any rational person in a fight that does what they did to that old man, what's the first thing they do? As soon as they break it up, they haul tail.
Yeah.
They scatter like roaches. But what y'all did, you went down to the other end of the dock, try to keep the party going. So that lets you know right there, them people wasn't in their right state of mind.
You don't think so?
No. Too many beers or whatever they were drinking down there. The party was going too good for them. Because you've seen people fight before like that. Especially when you know they boys is right there close to where they can see what you're doing to them. Yeah. What's the first thing they do when somebody break it up? They scatter like roaches. They get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah.
They don't want to deal with that retaliation. What these people did, they just went down to the other end of the dock, sat there, looked crazy, thought everything was all good, then kicked into that victim mode. I tell you what had me laughing is when the two white guys, they had already got the ones off the boat and started fighting with them.
Yeah.
Then you had the two tall white guys who jumped in the fight against the older black guy.
Yeah.
They decided they're gonna come from under the pier and help out their little compatriots. And you seen the video where the one, when they both got ready to fight, one just turned and jumped in the water to keep from getting beat up.
Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I told my wife, if that had been me and I turned and seen my brother jump in the water like that, oh, we've been fighting when I got home. You gonna help me do this dirt, and then when it's time to face retribution, you gonna dive in the water, you gonna leave me? Oh no. Oh no.
I'm listening. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just thought that was so funny.
Yeah.
That was the actual funny part of that video compared to the people claiming that chair shot was the funniest thing, or when that first white lady got beat up and then they threw her in the water. But she wasn't the first one they threw in the water. They threw a guy in the water first.
Really? Oh yeah, they did. They did.
They beat up that guy and chunked him in the water. Then all of a sudden she got chunked in the water behind him.
Yeah.
But the part that was funny to me through the whole thing is when dude just left his brother hanging.
Okay.
When them black guys charged in on him, all you seen was old boy turn and just dove straight into the water. I'm like, I know, dude. I know good well you ain't leave this man hanging. We do all this dirt together, and then you just leave me hanging when it's time to face retribution. Nah, yeah. Man. Okay. You just don't do that, man. You just don't do that. You supposed to ride or die together when it come down to stuff like that.
Okay.
Here I am on the dock, getting the hell beat out of me. You just swam somewhere to keep from getting them hands put on you.
Yeah.
The only good thing about it is they showed that picture towards the end when both of them were sitting there in handcuffs. One face beat in, the other one looked like he's tired from swimming. That's about it. But I still been pissed. I can't see my.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead and ask a question.
What would you have done differently if that were you? If you had been there, if you were the guy, the security guard, the black guy, would you have handled the situation differently? When I mean, you could tell when somebody's drunk and irate. What would you have done differently?
To be honest with you,
yeah.
About that section when that last white guy came down there to be nosy and asked what was going on. He should have just got quiet and just told the dude, "Now we got it settled. They finna go ahead and move this boat," and walked off. But he was standing up there talking to this guy. You could tell he was loud. He was cussing.
Yeah.
Because remember, the guy that actually started to fight with him was actually trying to resolve the problem. He wasn't trying to escalate it. But the other guy that was there before him was the one that was jaw-jacking back and forth with the black guy.
Okay.
It was the second white guy that actually started the fight, but he was actually trying to de-escalate the situation, but they started cursing back and forth at each other.
Yeah.
Now everybody's pissed off. Now you done got this old black dude wound up, but the problem is, you know how some black folks are, especially the older ones. Once they get wound up, it's hard to shut them down.
I definitely know. Yeah. All right, we got some more people on the panel real quick. I want you to stay on the panel. Can you stay on the panel?
Yeah, I can stay with you a few more minutes.
All right. Be brave and think, man. What say you about these about this brouhaha that occurred on this dock? I already said my piece about it. I don't believe that this is a racist incident. I do believe it is a group of entitled or an entitled man who believes that he's entitled to park his boat or put his boat anywhere he wants and do what he wants to do. And can't nobody tell me what or when I can move it or how to do it. And I've seen this a lot with older white men. I got to be honest with you, Be Brave. I gave many stories throughout my adulthood of where I've seen white men tell people what to do. Like the last story about the guy in the restaurant. Hey, I've been waiting here for 10 minutes for my gelato. You bring it now. Don't worry about everybody else. And I've seen that. But go ahead, though, be brave. What say you, sir?
Hey, I think I got my mic fixed. Am I okay?
You sound real low, but I'll make some corrections. Let me see. Give me a second, real quick.
How am I doing? Test 1, 2. You got it up a little bit?
Yeah,
you sound good to me.
Yeah, you got to turn it up a little bit. But go ahead.
Okay. First of all, nobody sucker punched anybody. Chaotic.
Stop
he didn't.
it.
That black man almost knocked him out. That black man almost had the best of him from the beginning.
Because he threw the first punch.
I know he did.
You know what, Mandro? Let him rock it out real quick. Go ahead.
I live in Montgomery, Alabama.
Let him rock it out.
Born and raised in Montgomery, Alabama.
Okay. Anyway, no,
Mandro, let him rock it out. Let him rock it out for a minute. Let's hear him for a minute. Because there must have been a phantom video I ain't seen. But go ahead, B.
No, he didn't sucker punch him, man. It was a sucker punch is when you hit somebody and they're not even aware you're throwing it. That was face to face, and the black guy blocked it excellently. I think the white puffy guy got beat right from the beginning, and then the other idiot seen that he was about to get his behind beat, and the other younger guy come in and jumped in, and there was no lady kicking anybody, Mr. Black fella from Alabama or whatever your name is.
Let him finish.
Yes, they was. Yes, they was.
Finish.
There was no white woman. Look at the video. No white woman. The white woman was trying to get him off. There was 3 white guys on the black guy, and I think there was a couple of white guys trying to pull it apart. Now, I'm not defending this. Don't get me wrong, but let's describe it for what it is. The white guy that threw the first punch, if they would have fought, the black guy would have beat him. And even as old as the black guy was, he'd have beat him. He'd have beat him good. That fat, pot-bellied white idiot. And yes, Chaotic, you are correct. They're white. The absolute entitlement is disgusting among the white race. And no matter what I say about white races, you know I defend them. But and I've mentioned to you before, white people make me sick with many of their attitudes. Yeah. You are correct. I've seen it I've seen it all my life, and I've always stood back and going, man, why don't somebody bitch slap you, man? Shut up. Really. But if you play the video, nobody sucker punched anybody. And I'm thinking the black people that came to the rescue, I'm glad they did, because you see, what I want out of white people is this. We got it made. White privilege, you guys don't think it's at the bottom. I'm going, excuse me, I'm a bottom dweller. I've had white privilege all my life. I've lived a sweet white life. Don't tell me about white privilege don't exist at the bottom. Come on, don't be silly. So anyway, and I'm thinking, here's these white people, and that's what you're exactly right. White, they were entitled, and they got taught a lesson. And I'm going, white people, here's how this goes. In the future, as we go forward, racial tensions are not getting good. If you're going to play, you got to learn to play for real or don't play. And get this straight. If you start something, it's going to be finished for you. Because to me, white people, the numbers of white guys that know how to fight are just not that large. I'm a fighter. I've been around fighters, and I'm going to tell you something else. You'll never see any white people that really know how to fight gang up on one person. They don't. Yeah. White people, we don't do that. The white people, if there would have been real fighters there, they would have stopped them white people from getting on that black guy more than one-on-one. They would have stopped it. Real white fighters do not play that game. I've been around them. They're just too mean, and they don't put up with it. It's going to be fair. And unless it's a bunch of brawl between a bunch of white people, I've seen that before quite often in my life in bars. But real white fighters, no, they're not going to jump 2 or 3 on one black guy. And I guarantee you, real white fighters would have pulled them white guys off and probably slugged them after they seen 2 or 3 get on him, because the black guy was just he was too harmless. Real white fighters don't attack harmless people.
Okay. Mandrill, you want to give a rebuttal? You're on mute, Mandrill. Go ahead. You're on mute, Mandrill. Oh,
right. He should take the white out of it. It's just fighters, dude. It's a fighter's mentality. You don't get fighters. A fighter, period. Because I'm a fighter. A fighter, period, is not going to gang up on anyone. We don't like people to gang up. If you're going to fight, let it be one-on-one. End it. And this whole incident, had they kept it one-on-one, if the other person had to come and jumped in, it would have just been a one-on-one thing. The one guy who came down on the pier, He came to break it up. But then as you saw the other people who were white, they pushed him, started shoving on him and stuff like that. He came to break the fight up. But then I guess, you got entitled drunk assholes who think they're better than everybody else. You know what I mean? And they can do what they want. They decided to jump in. Now, the whole incident to me was absolutely glorious. Okay, and it's a testament to this is why Rodney King happened. Everybody everywhere rioted, except here. George Floyd happened. Everybody everywhere rioted, except here. There's kind of this unwritten rule here. There's way too much racial tension. Not racial tension. There's not really racial tension. There's trauma. Way too much trauma with black people here to where you don't hear about the police acting up and beating the snot out of people. I'm not saying that it's not malpractice. They're the slick stuff. It's one of those things like that racial barrier, you don't cross it here. Black people don't cross it with white people. White people don't cross it with black people. You do not do that here. And that place where it took place, that was at Riverfront Park. Chaotic. If you came to Montgomery, that entire area there, that's where I would take you to show you Montgomery and to have a good time.
Yeah.
That entire area, right, is downtown.
Yeah.
And the amphitheater's there, the slavery museum is there, the civil rights museum is there, bars, restaurants, all that stuff. Water park is over there. And so, like, that's not a place where this kind of things happen.
Yeah.
And having a bunch of white guys jump on one black dude, no one here is gonna stand by that. That's what I was saying too. Yeah. No one here. This is the battleground, the very battleground of the civil rights movement. Yeah, we saw a video from Birmingham, and these people, the word's already out with them. I knew who they were Sunday. I knew where their business was. It's out there in Selma. Black people move different when it comes to stuff like this here. The word was out. The word was out on them Saturday. I'm one of the last people to find stuff out. I found it out Sunday morning. Even I found out who these people were and where they worked. I found out where they lived. I mean, I didn't even ask questions. They just giving out the information.
Go ahead.
So when it comes to race issues, black people in Montgomery, they don't play that. Same thing in Birmingham, Mobile, Huntsville. They do not play that racist stuff. Or white people taking advantage of black people. It's not a game to people here. And so that's why you saw so many black people come and help out. And I'm glad they did, because had no one helped and they stomped that black dude out and killed him or seriously hurt him, people would have been asking, why didn't no one step in to help? You know what I'm saying? People would have been, that'd have been the first thing out of people's mouths, chaotic, and everyone knows it. But people
stomped him out or killed him. My God, Medrell, back off, drama boy.
No, what I'm saying is that was a what if, because we've seen this kind of thing before where someone gets beat up.
Don't do that. Why murder somebody on the ground?
Yes, they do. Cops do it all the time.
Get out of here.
White cops do it all the time. They did it to Philando Castile.
I'm talking about white people. White people do not stomp out somebody and kill them on the ground and stomp them out. It was the three on him that were trying to be pulled off, and the woman was trying to pull them off.
They shouldn't have. Here's the thing. I'm
telling you, don't sit there and say if the blacks.
Here's the thing. Be brave. Here's the thing. Be brave.
Huh?
If there's a crime that can be committed by human beings, every race has done it.
Yes.
That includes white people in America.
We do less of it. We do way less of it.
The numbers show different, dude. Come on.
No, the numbers. The numbers in public attacks are way different. Way down.
Okay. If you say so. If you think that 13.5% of the population can commit more crimes than 70%, you're insane.
Are violating people all day, every day, every city, everywhere, 2 or 3 times every day.
Hold up, fellas.
I'm just saying.
What are you trying to say?
Hold on. Let Mandrell and Be Brave go real quick. I want to hear these.
What I'm saying is, like, Be Brave came on Black Man Filter's channel and got embarrassed. So when we actually put out real data. So anyway, and I told him, hold on, Be Brave. I told him, I said, think about this, dude. You're saying that 13.5% of the population being black people commits more crime than 70% of the population being white people?
I said, listen to the crime I'm talking about.
You said 3%. Then you said 3% of the 13%. I said, that's mathematically impossible.
No, I didn't say that. I said, Mandrell, The black people, 3% of the black population creates 95% of violent crimes in the large cities. That's what I said.
That's
I didn't
mathematically
say
impossible, dude. There's no metric that you can measure that by. There's no trigonometry, no math that you can use to make those numbers that work out.
No, I hate to break it to you.
It's not possible.
Go through like I said, go through the records. Go through the closed circuit television.
Okay.
Pull up a gun memorial for any city. Any one city, pull up the gun memorial and see who's dead. And I know whites create more crime. I'm saying when it comes to public realm violent attacks on people, the blacks are completely off the chart with it. There was 58 whites killed last month by blacks. How many blacks were killed by whites last month?
Have you looked it up?
I don't know. I don't have to.
How do you know the difference?
Colin Flaherty.
How do you know the difference then? What is the argument based on then? You don't have all the data.
I base it on video footage. Look at the video footage.
How many videos have you watched?
Look at the news heads. Look at the gun memorials.
Oh, dude, don't come at me with news, because if you're looking at news, you got to understand, when you're watching news or reading news, you're pretty much reading a bumper sticker. You can't trust the press.
I'm saying the news, every news has an individual, a situation where there's murders, no suspect, murders, no suspect, murders all across the country in every large city.
Well, then if there's no suspect, how do you know if they're black or white?
Oh, I don't know, Mandrell. How? Come on, man.
There's no suspect.
Huh?
How do you know? There's no suspect, you just said.
How
do you know?
Relying on that? Are you that simple-minded?
No.
Well, you have to be, Mandrell.
But you're not giving me any answers, man. You're not giving me any answers here.
I'm saying that there's no suspect because
then how do you know if they're black or white or Asian?
You got to be kidding me. So there's no suspect. There was a graduation party where people get shot up, a funeral where people get shot up, no suspect. You think a white person just shot up, walks in and shoots up a funeral? You
Hold
think
on for a second. Thank you, Roller Skater Texas Girl. I'm on the Lapeef Network, so thank you so much. I got that donation, but thank you so much. I really appreciate you, Roller Skater Texas Girl. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you think a white guy where there's two young black men shot up at an intersection, that there's no suspect. You think a white guy shot two young black guys up at an intersection? It happens every day all over the country.
Well,
you're not aware.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Your data is skewed and it's unreliable because you don't have all the data. You don't know if it was black or white. Keep in mind here, there are no poppy fields in the black community. Yeah. There are no coca fields in the black community. So where in the blue fuck are black people getting heroin and cocaine?
Watch the language.
I don't know. I think.
How do you think it gets in the black community? Hold on. Here's the thing. We don't own any airplanes. We don't own any airfields. That stuff is flowing into the United States.
Mandrell, I think the white power structure brings it in.
Okay, then who's responsible?
I don't care. I'm talking about who's responsible.
There it is. You don't care. When it comes to white people being guilty, you don't care.
I'm saying, look, I don't have any control over what elite white people do. I'm talking about people on the ground, white people. You know, the place that you want to live around, the people you want to live around, those people aren't doing any crimes in the cities. Mandrell, you don't go live around no black neighborhood, and there's a reason. Who do you think you're kidding? Man, who do you think you're dealing with? And BMU on that channel, I kicked everybody's ass for your information, sir.
Listen, man.
Yeah, listen.
The answer is no. You don't have all the data. If you don't have all the data, you can't come to a reliable sum.
The pattern, the data that establishes the pattern is there.
But patterns are broken every day.
What?
Patterns are broken every day. So how do you really know?
Because it's
no, here's the thing. If you want to solve a problem, you can't. If you can't,
the black areas and start shooting up.
If you want to solve a problem, you can't do it by just guesswork. Okay.
That's my point. That's why we need to focus on blacks doing all of this crime.
What about the whites doing all their crime? It's more of them committing more crime.
The whites aren't. Why do you want to live around whites then, sir?
I don't care who I live around as long as the area is peaceful.
See, you can't get anywhere if everybody's going to lie. You are lying. You ain't moving into where there's.
I don't think about the race of people when I move to a place.
Where all black people live, Mandrell.
No, there's blacks, there's whites, there's Asian, but I live around doctors and stuff. So I mean,
no. You missed my point. You ain't moving where all black people live.
Why not?
You live where white people live, and there's a reason for that. Who do you think you're kidding?
But there's other races that live here too. It's a gated community. We all live here.
Whites set it up, and whites keep it peaceful. We're all blacks.
No, blacks keep it peacul too. There's no black people committing crime here.
Where all whites live, it's peaceful. Where all blacks live, it's hell on earth.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
That is statistically impossible, dude.
I don't mean all blacks.
Yeah, hold on. If more white people are committing more crime, here's the be brave. Ease down. Let me make my point. If more white people are committing more crime than black people, how is it that it's possible that white people living in one area keeping it peaceful if they're committing more crime?
Let me read the super chat real quick, and you can answer that. Be brave. Jonathan with the $5 super chat said, "Men drill on a per capita basis. Be brave is right. He's articulating the point poorly, but all the available violent crime data backs his argument up." And I got some super chats.
Yeah, and I got a response to that.
Hold on, guys, give me a second. Hold on, I got to read the super chat. Roller Skater Texas Girl says, "Thanks for becoming a member." Savage, thank you for the super chat. Savage being. Hold on for a second. Be brave. Savage with the $2 super chat. Savage says, "My wife is ironing my hood and robe as we speak." Savage says, "Be brave, don't know about entitlement. He lives in the shed." Savage also says, "If white privilege is a shed, I don't want it." Go ahead.
Right. Well, here's my rebuttal to JB. JB, if you're paying attention to the conversation, you hear what I'm saying. I'm exposing to you that those statistics and data that you get, they're skewed. There's a lot of data left out of it. Again, hold on. Again, black people are only 13.6% of the population. There's no way that Chaotic Truth and I and you, JB, are committed a crime, getting caught for it, getting booked for it so it can go on record, and being released and committing another crime immediately afterwards, so that we can make these numbers work. Like it's mathematically impossible. The data is skewed. Okay, and it's skewed. Hold on. Let me finish, be brave. And it's skewed. Let me finish. And it's skewed to fit a narrative. Black people have never committed more crimes than white people. There's not enough of us. There's simply not enough numbers. And if you're talking about in certain areas, well, here's the thing about that. White people kill more white people than black people kill white people. It's because white people live around white people. We sequester ourselves. Human beings are tribal. And so if you live around mostly white people, if white people live amongst themselves, yes, they're going to kill more white people. Black people live mostly amongst themselves, yeah, they're going to kill more black people. That's who's around. So that stat really doesn't mean a hill of beans.
Oh, yes, it does.
In the big picture.
First of all, I didn't say
that's just who's around you. That's just who's available. And here's how you know these crimes aren't race related. Because hold on, here's how you know these crimes aren't race related. There's no black people going to white neighborhoods to shoot up white people. There's no reason to. You know what I'm saying? White people have historically gone into black neighborhoods, snatched black people up, taken them out into the woods, and created strange fruit from them.
Can I talk?
With impunity.
Okay. Listen here.
I'm not saying that happens today. My man on the side here. But what I'm saying is, to bring race into this, it's ridiculous. It's an American issue. It's an American issue. It's an American issue, and you know full well. No, you have to solve it as an American issue. You can't solve it as a race issue. You cannot solve this problem as a race issue.
We'll never get to it, and I don't think you're
because poor white people do the same thing.
Okay, hey man, Drell, do you mind?
Poor white people do the same thing. Be brave. What do you think of that? When poor white people live around each other,
yeah,
they do each other in.
No, they don't.
What black people do?
No, they don't.
You're out of your mind. Now you're lying. Now you're either lying, dumb, or don't have the data. One of the two. It doesn't matter. You're wrong.
Mandrell, you got to let somebody else speak, man.
Well, if you stop speaking over me so I can make my point, I would let you talk.
Because you've been speaking for an hour. I just wanted to answer something an hour ago. Listen, when you said blacks ain't going into white neighborhoods and killing people, you're out of your minds, man. You got closed caption camera all over the place. You got closed caption camera all over the place where black people are shooting up every place they go, whether it's a partially white neighborhood or whether it's their own neighborhood.
I don't know where these magical black people you're talking about coming from, man.
I'm sorry, Metro, let him finish real quick. Go ahead, be brave.
I'm saying that when you say poor white people are killing each other too, you're crazy. Poor white people kill their family members. I got that. They're not out in the streets robbing each other, shooting each other, and going in threes and carjacking each other. You're crazy if you think white people are carjacking each other.
No, I'm not crazy. They do.
Man,
you just don't see it. You just don't see it in the news, and that's on purpose.
Oh my God.
If you keep everyone sequestered off from each other and separated, you don't. Now the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. You can tell each side whatever you want to tell them.
Well, Major,
that's how you create, and that's how you control them.
Major, whether he's right or wrong, let him finish real quick. Let him finish real quick. Go ahead, be brave.
You can feed them whatever data you want, and you get this.
Go ahead, be brave. Go ahead.
Okay, I've lived around poor white people all my life. All my life. I am now nothing. I'm not setting the world on fire right now. I'm looking at a guy, an old 65-year-old man. His grass is not mowed. He still gets under his car and changes his differential. White people are weird. I'm getting it, Mandrell. What I'm saying is they're not carjacking anybody. They're not shooting up their neighborhoods. There's no crime where I live. None. No violent crime. Everywhere I've ever lived around white people, there was no gunshots. There were no carjackings. There were no three-youths walking around knocking the hell out of an old person and taking their wallet. There were no three-youths walking around going into the bar and grill down the street and going in there or the store and smashing, robbing it. You're crazy if you think white people are involved in that stuff. White people keep their crime personal. That's what they do, and that's in their homes, and that's where it stays. The black people are the ones that are tearing up the public realm, and if you don't understand that, you're not looking at closed caption cameras, and you're living in a dream world, and I think you're smart enough to understand it, Mandrell. What I think is you've got an agenda, and you know what this white boy don't do here? I don't lie about it. I don't lie to keep up an agenda. I'm going by facts.
Yeah, I got it. So I guess
let me read the super chat before you respond, Mandrill. My fault. Mandrill, this is from Jonathan. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Says the key word is per capita. The data isn't skewed. I've analyzed violent crime data at the national level and state level for high crime areas. Blacks commit more violent crimes per capita. Go ahead, Mandrill.
Okay, to that I say, JB, you're fooling yourself. Okay, period. Or you just don't know any better. Now, to him, to my man here, you say white people keep it to themselves. So I guess the heroin epidemic, the crack epidemic, the cocaine epidemic, none of that matters to you. All that crime was just in the white community. All the white kids messed up on heroin and ketamine and all this and steroid abuse. See, drugs that affect other communities, including the white community. White people had nothing to do with that, even though that's how the drugs got here.
Do with it? I said that they're outside when they're drugged out and robbing and carjacking people. I hate to break it to you, which proves the superiority of the white race at this time because even our are
you don't really believe that though, do you? You don't believe white people are superior, right?
Closed circuit camera across the nation, everywhere you go. Pull up a gun memorial. Of any city, pick a city, pull a gun memorial up. Is it chaotic? Just do it. There's all blacks on it. The whites that are on it were killed by blacks.
Oh my goodness!
Pull up a gun memorial.
The thing is true.
There's no gun memorial in a large city where it's all whites.
Okay. The thing is chaotic is that with a gentleman like that, with a gentleman, and I use the word loosely, like this, you're not going to get anywhere because his mind's made up.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? It's like talking to a classman who still. It's like talking to a classman from 60 years ago.
All right, enough is enough. Enough is enough. It's my turn. Okay?
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
3 hoe-ass white dudes jumped some dude, and somehow B Brave's going to turn it around and blame the blacks. I mean, how is that even possible? No, what is your logic?
No, I didn't. And
this is my father, by the way, Mr. 211.
And I would further.
Is it really?
Yes.
I'm
sorry. He kicked me out of the house because I listened to Duran Duran and he called me gay when I was 14. That's my dad. What's up, Dad?
What's wrong with Duran Duran?
Okay, first of all,
he said it was gay and he kicked me out of the house. Anyways, Mr. 211, let's talk about your name. What is your name? I'm a little confused.
Oh, Mandrell is one of my middle names. So
okay.
And the 211 comes from I was 21 when I made my first email account.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Okay. So just that's all.
I didn't know if it was like a trap or anyways, I'm just moving on.
Nothing like that.
I condemn white people, Barney, that jumped that black man and condemned him to it. And first of all, quit going around saying I'm your dad. Would you please?
Dad, stop denying me. Stop denying paternity.
You pretend
to owe mom back child support.
Head to head. Number one. Number two, I'm not your father. Number two, I did not. I didn't turn it into a black thing. Man,
yes, you did.
race. And the Mandrell said this and this and this. And I said, wait a minute, you're not paying just according to the statistics that are on.
Hold on for a second. Everybody in the back, you got to get on camera. I'm not doing this avatar stuff today. I'm not doing it. Everybody got to get on camera today. Hold on for 1 second, guys. Let me read the super chat. Jonathan with the $5 super chat says, Manjuro, if poverty is the reason, please name 2 majority white poverty-stricken areas with violent crime rates matching the likes of St. Louis. Manjuro, would you like to do some research real quick to answer that question?
No, I'm not. No, not right now. I can, okay, but I'm not gonna do it right now. Here's the thing, JB. Here's the thing, dude. I think JB lives in Atlanta. Look it up yourself. There's plenty of rural areas in Atlanta, in Georgia. There's plenty of real estate there. There's plenty of poor white neighborhoods in the Metro Atlanta area. You can look these things up and keep in mind. You still have to keep in mind a lot of this stuff that they do. It still goes unreported. It's kind of molded into society now. It's kind of a common practice with police officers. You look at that kid, what's his name, Botham John or whatever the case may be. Yeah. Look at how deep that went in the attempt to cover it up. You know what I mean? That went up to the district attorney. They had to drop 3 different district attorneys just to get a fair one. You know what I mean? So that kind of data, that's what I mean is skewed. A lot of times it's things that white people do don't get reported. They simply get let go because it's a good old boy system. They get let go, and I mean that's just how it is.
Les with the $5 super chat says, "Have him explain mass shootings." Oh, be brave. You want to explain mass shootings? Go ahead.
Mass shootings so far this year has been probably over 400 of them. You think all the mass shootings were done by whites, or was there 2 or 3 of them? And here's the sad thing about mass shootings that nobody's really paying attention to. Way more than half of the mass shootings, there are no suspects arrested. Do you realize that means that the people that will shoot into a crowd either kill or injure 4 or more people? More than half of those mass shooters are still loose and not even being looked for. Mass shootings are done by large. You can count mass shooters over the last 3 years of whites done. There's 670 last year, 400 so far this year. Anybody, you want to talk about mass shootings?
Well, if there's no suspects, again, how do you know they were black?
Hey, Mandrell, I'll go. You know what? Let me say this. I'm going to say this as a gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
There are no suspects. And with that technicality, you could ask that question, rightfully so. Now, if you look at the situation of the mass shootings, it's not whites doing it.
Okay, now to JP's super chat, he says I keep deflecting and everything like that. But JB, the thing is, listen what I'm telling you.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Go ahead.
DT with the $10 super chat says, we all know who is the most destructive people in America and the world. Black. Oh, come on, DT.
No, you got and number one, when you talk about violence and poverty, get out of here, man. I've lived around poor white people all my life in the peaceful neighborhoods I've ever lived in. There's nothing but peace around me all my life. Why do you think I understand white?
Then why are you so pissed off?
I'm not. I'm talking fast, and people like you are strange that you're ignoring what's going on in the inner cities. All of these black people that are victims of these 3% of these psychopathic animals, all of the black adults and children that are victims of these killers, you don't care about because you're busy about proving me wrong. My friend.
What I'm saying is what you're saying don't make sense. Even the numbers you're throwing at me doesn't make any sense. Here's the thing. You're saying 3% of the black population is responsible for this. So that means that 3% of 13% of the population.
No. 3%.
That's worse. Again, that's worse, dude.
No, 3% of the 40 million. Okay, go ahead.
That's worse. That's so much worse. Black people are only 13.5% of the population. You telling me 3% of that is responsible for all this?
Jonathan with the $5 super chat says, Mandrell keeps deflecting and making excuses. I've done the research on this. The reason you can't name them is mostly they don't exist. Go ahead, Mandrell.
I mean, that's ridiculous, JB. Again, it's obvious when you look at the numbers, you're listening to the numbers that he's spewing out. It's obvious when you look at the numbers for yourself. If black people are only 13.5% of the population, there is mathematically no way we're responsible for all that. It's just, and it's just cut and dry as that. Like we had to deal with this. Hold on, we had to deal with this in the Army when those CIA eggheads would give us intel. We read over it and it's like, okay, listen, tell this to somebody who doesn't know any better. What? This makes no sense. There's no way that the situation is like this. So figure this out. I mean, once you know better, then when people give you data that's incorrect, you recognize it.
DT,
and that's all I'm saying, JB. But I get JB's point too. Is he only can go by the data he's given. Right. So I understand why JB has his perspective that way.
DT with the $5 super chat says Chicago and Detroit are perfect examples. I ain't the white man, it's us. Let Barnabas rock it out. Hold on, Barnabas. Be brave. Let Barnabas rock it out real quick. Barnabas,
Mr. 211, you just don't understand math. I don't know. I'm not saying what are you trying to say? You just need like a basic math class.
He said 3% of 13%.
No, I said
of the population
is doing what?
Is committing all the crimes and making this nation horrible. I'm like,
well, okay, let's take race out of it, right? Okay.
Hold it. Wait a minute.
Let's say that we have 13% zebras and 3% horses. Listen, let's say that the 3% does all of the crime. They still can do all of the crime. They just have to do it more. It's just math. But I don't want to get caught up on this. Be Brave coming on here. He just comes on and he says the same thing every time. He's the biggest tool. He's my father. He raised me and I can't stand him. And he's just a tool for a chaotic truth to make white people look worse than we already are. Any group of people that jump someone needs to get their ass beat. I wish those dudes got their ass beat more. 211 said something. Unfortunately, I did not get to hear my favorite part of the CT show, which is his monologue, so I missed it. So I'm not sure where he stood or what was going on. But Mr. 211,
I find the total. I said that generally older white men, when it comes to entitlement behavior, you more or less see more white men like this. And I gave examples. And I'm appalled by the barbaric nature of those whites and what they did to that poor working class black guy. Just because they didn't want to move their damn boat. Move your boat. Who the hell are you? Move your boat.
That's right.
So yes, I call them the animals for what they are. Yeah, believe
it.
The
thing is,
no, stop. You guys are monopolizers. Okay, go ahead. Let me just get in and get out, Dad. Please be quiet. Listen. If what happened is what we saw is what happened, I wish they got their ass beat more. But to 211, what he said, and it slipped by, it wasn't a racial thing, right?
Yeah, it was.
Shut the F up, Dad. Shut up. It wasn't a racial thing. If that was a white guy and these other white guys were like, no, I'm not moving my boat, the same thing would have happened. And back to this 211 point, you'll notice that a white employee who worked with Mr. Hat tried to jump in and get some too, but he was just like a weak white man. Did anyone see that? Did you see that, CT?
Yes, I saw that.
I hope that was mentioned, right? The only thing that turned it into race is when a race was sticking up for their people and he needed help. So good for them.
He needed help. Regardless if it was race based, they still took up for somebody who was getting jumped. And I think that, yeah.
And that's great because I've been jumped. It's very unpleasant. And you know what took up for me?
Yeah,
it's very unpleasant.
And I have the right to straighten out.
Shut up, Dad. Shut up, Dad. I hate you, Dad. And Mom hates you too. Now shut up.
Hold on, Mandrill.
Shut up, Dad.
Hold on a second. Jonathan with the $5 super chat says, Mandrill, do you understand what per capita means?
Mr. 211 doesn't understand math. Respect.
You are wrong about this. Plain and simple. The data doesn't care about your feelings. Go ahead, man.
Okay, what I'm telling you, listen, Grand Dragon, calm down.
You guys,
the question was posed to me. Have a little respect. Have a little respect for your fellow man.
You quoted me wrong. Barney quoted me wrong. I said 3% of the black people are creating 95% of violent crimes on strangers.
And again, you don't understand what you're saying. You're saying that 3% of 13%
commit all crime.
You're saying that 3% of 13% are committing 95% of the crimes, which is mathematically impossible.
No, it's not. You don't know math. I don't know if the statistics is wrong or right, but I know one thing. You don't understand math.
Hey, you guys got to stop yelling. Mandrill.
He's saying that 13.
Did he say 3% of
black people?
Okay,
yes.
So more than likely, he's talking about 3% of black men. How many black men are in the country?
Well, let's Google it.
Let's Google because I think if we do the math on that, then I think let's do the actual math on that. 3% of black men in the country, which would be what?
20 million.
20 million black men. So
19.91 million.
Gee, how'd I know that? 20 million.
So you're saying 3% of that commits 95% of the crime in a population of almost 400 million?
Let me see.
So wait a minute, 3% of 20 million is 600,000. So you're saying, right, that 600,000 black men are creating all the crime in America?
I'm saying no, I didn't say all the crime.
No, not all the crime. I'm sorry, violent. You said the majority of the violent
crime in the inner cities against strangers.
600,000 across the country.
Okay.
In a population of almost 400 million.
I don't care about blah 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 blah. I'm saying the statistic is right.
No, it is not.
Committed a violent
It's not possible.
Listen, man, Mr. 211, Mr. 211, let me speak, please. Mathematically, it is possible. If one person committed 1 million crimes and everyone else didn't commit any crimes, they still did 1 million crimes. It is math. It is. Shut up, Dad. Shut up, Dad. It is mathematically possible. I don't know if the statistic is right. Anyways, listen, I need to say one more thing, and I gotta get out of here because this is out of control. That dude who came up, Mr. Chairman, and smacked that woman on the head sitting down, that's a no. He took it too far. The WWE contract is revoked, and he's going to go to jail. He needs to go to jail. You don't hit no woman. I mean, you can hit a woman if she's hitting you, sure. You don't hit no old lady sitting down in the damn head with the chair. This ain't WWE. Anyways, I'm out. White people, don't act like this. I expect better of you. Let's not do this. Nobody jump anyone. Peace out, Mandro. It's nice meeting you. Please take a math class. CT, you're the man. Dad.
Thank you so much, man.
You owe child support. Bye.
So let me get this straight, because so if we were gonna break down, break this down to math, right, Mandrell?
It's 300. It's 331.9 million people in America. You're telling me that
600,000 black men are creating 95% of the violent
in
crime.
that big of a population pool?
That's what he said.
It's on camera. It's on the news. Look up the gun memorials.
What I'm saying is the data that you've been giving, and I'm saying this to JB. Let me finish. Let me make my point. To you and Jonathan Barronville, the data that you're given has to be wrong. It has to be.
No, it doesn't.
Think about what you're saying. You said, let me
read this super chat real quick. DT with the $5 super chat says, go to any inner city and talk statistics on who is the biggest threat. It ain't your dad. Be brave. Before I bring back Mandrill. So 3% of the black male or black males in the country would be 600,000 men, right? Yeah. If you divide that amongst 50 states, that's 12,000 per state. Are you telling me 12,000 black men per state, assuming if you just divided it all equally, are violent criminals? 12,000.
Do you know? Look up the statistics.
I'm just asking you. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, look up the statistics of repeat offenders. Okay. There are people that have 10 repeat offenses that are out on the street. Violent ones.
Stick to the question that Chaotic asked you.
We're talking robberies, armed robberies. They're back out on the streets. Yes, it's possible. And look.
You have not accounted for the black guys who don't commit those crimes in that 3% pool. You're saying 3%. You're saying if you take all 3% that you're talking about, 12,000 people per state, 12,000 people commit 95% of the violent crimes. Just listening to that sounds ludicrous.
3% of 20 million.
Yes, divided by 50, that's 50 states, and there's black people in every state. There's 50 people per state. There's 12,000 per state.
Yeah, let's go for that. I'll go to Chicago and see who's doing the violent crimes. And the sad part about it is
you can't stay on track, Chaotic.
Saying is yes, it's a small number of blacks that are doing it.
That's why
it's so sad that it won't be stopped. That's the sadness of it. It's not all blacks at all. And there's a lot of blacks that are being forced into hanging around with these psychopaths. How many blacks do you think hang around with these psychopaths of the 3% that I call psychopaths? How many young kids hang around with them and end up getting caught up in violent, aggressive behavior towards people because they're afraid of the people they're hanging around with, Mandrell? You people that are denying what I'm saying are disgusting. You're victimizing people in these inner cities beyond what a person can imagine. These people are stuck in them households. They're stuck in those apartments.
Mm-hmm.
They gotta go ahead.
Jonathan with the $5 super chat says, respectfully, Mandrill, you don't understand math if you are making this argument. I do statistical research professionally. Right. You are in your feelings. Go ahead.
No, I'm not in my feelings. I'm telling you, I guess you're not understanding what I'm saying. Jonathan, the data that you're giving regarding this subject, I'm not talking about your methods. I'm not talking about your math. I'm not talking about your math and methods. That's not wrong. But the data that you are given to do your math, to do your work, to solve for this issue is wrong.
If you want,
bro, chill. If you want to get the correct answer, JB, you got to get the right data first. I can't give you a problem that says 1 + 1, and then I expect you to give me the answer is 36. You know what I'm saying? But the data that's given to you, it's skewed. The error is there. It's not on you, JB. The error is on the data that you're given. And I know you got your hand on your head, but what I'm saying is, dude, the situation is exactly the way it was in the Army. Like, okay, you got eggheads from Harvard and Yale giving us data, and we're boots on the ground. We're there. We see what's going on, and we're like, this ain't that. Your data is trash.
No,
this ain't what's going on out there. We have to tell them what's going on. And the thing is, like, you're saying, what I'm saying is, dude, you're saying 3% of black people. Okay, you are absolutely incorrect.
I'm saying it's a small percentage of blacks is my point.
It's a small percentage of everyone. White people too. If I said that, okay, it's like
you're not going threes into restaurants and tearing restaurants up.
But you go into schools and you kill kids. That's what the fuck you do.
What?
You go into schools and you kill kids.
Okay, you got a few. Yeah, okay, 670 mass shootings.
So what's your point?
My point is that it's just a very small number of whites that are crazy.
Right, and it's a very small number of blacks who are crazy. So it's a wash.
Okay, I said that wrong.
So it's a wash. No one racist appears to be
crimes. The whites
has their population of crazy people.
Public. The word's public. Get it in your head. Public. As in public transportation, as in restaurants, as in schools, as in 7-Elevens. The small number of blacks are creating all of the filthy crime in those places.
No, they're not. You all commit all the crimes with rape, kidnap. No. You guys rape, you kidnap, you shoot up schools with kids. You're the sick fucks who do that kind of. Who make us look the worst. No. Here's the thing: is people like him with that mentality is the reason why America can't move forward. It's not even a black-white issue. If you solve for poverty, this would not be a problem.
Yeah, I lived around poverty all my life. None of us killed.
Right, and if you solve for that issue, you know what? I didn't grow up. You know what? I didn't grow up rich.
Career in poverty.
I didn't grow up rich.
I didn't.
And you didn't hear about crime in my neighborhood. I grew up in an all-black neighborhood.
There was no murders. There was no carjackings.
There was no murders and carjackings in my neighborhood, and I grew up around all black people.
What?
I grew up around all black people, and there's no murders. There's no carjackings. None of that happened in my neighborhood either.
You lived in good areas. Good for you.
It's all black people, though.
Somewhere you're
now,
lying.
according to your math, according to your statistics, the law of averages would suggest that some of them were.
You lived in small towns. You lived in small towns, and you didn't live in Chicago around all black people and sell me that crap. What was the town? How big was the town?
Chicago have to do with the point?
DT with the $5 super chat says, yes, most black hate to be around the criminals that you guys are excusing. Stanley, you got to get on camera, bro, but thank you so much for the support. You can call in, but you got to be on camera, bro. I can't do avatars today. Service King with the $5 super chat says, JB, does arrest quotas, private prison quotas, and 99% conviction prosecutor rates help contribute a lot to the legal enslavement of a population? So, JB, that's for you to answer. And if you call in, JB, I'll bring that super chat back up for you to personally address that. Big Ant, or on the panel, Big Ant with the $10 super chat says, just saying, what up, Chaotic? Who is this ass with the welfare mask on? Like you still can't recognize him on the street. Ooh, talking about be brave and think. Salute to everybody in the chat once again. Guys, please hit the Cash App, the super chats. If you want your comments read, it's a lot of people commenting. Obviously, priority will go to super chats. Be Brave, what's up? And Mandrill, what's up?
Here's how. Let me make something clear. I didn't go into the violence of a small number of blacks. He brought up the fact that it ain't race. That's when I'm going. Excuse me, sir.
It's not. It's a socioeconomic issue.
Bus, you're not afraid to ride it because of whites.
I'm not afraid to ride it because of blacks either.
Whites are going to come in and tear it up in Chicago. I'm not in St. Louis that when you your car breaks down in a white neighborhood that you're worried. And number one,
yes, I am actually. I'm more afraid of my car breaking down in a white neighborhood than I ever have been in a black one.
Well, okay, I don't know why? Because you're a badass dude and blacks know not to mess with you. But take a black old man. He better not. If he breaks down and he's got money in a black neighborhood, he's done. He can get out of that neighborhood straight with everything.
Black people are not going to rob some old man.
What?
Black people are not going to rob some old man. There's code to it, dude. You don't go after old people.
It's on camera across the nation all the time.
Okay.
I'm not going to give you the content creators. Look at them. What are you talking about?
Here's the thing. I don't know where these magical, evil black people you're talking about are.
Yeah.
I'm not saying there's no black crime. I'm not saying there's no black on black crime. I'm not saying black people don't go after white people. I'm not saying white people don't go after black people. I'm just saying it's nowhere near the numbers you think it is. Okay, and to Jonathan Barronville, the data you're analyzing before it hits your desk, when you talk about this subject in particular, Jonathan, it was skewed somewhere, some way, somehow. It ain't. I'm saying the fault ain't on you. It's where the data's coming from. So and that's why. And the thing is, that's for a reason. It's to get you to think like him.
The close.
Hey Stanley, come closer to the camera, bro. Like try to come square center, like close up, like how everybody else is, real quick. Yeah, I just want to look more uniform. I'm not gonna lie to you. Just have it. I'll tell you when you got it done. Thank you.
And the thing is, he doesn't understand. He's fitting the narrative perfectly. He's doing exactly what the media wants him to do. He's thinking exactly the same way they want him to think.
No,
you can't tell him. You can't tell him anything. Even if you showed him proof to his face, he wouldn't believe it.
No, the Colin Flaherty and the other content creators, they always say, bring white people doing this stuff on a regular basis to me. They challenge people. Now, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
As if they're going to get on camera and admit to a crime.
No. He said closed circuit camera of whites attacking and robbing and killing people. He said bring the closed circuit camera, not bring white people admitting it. Stop it. So here's the thing, though, man. Here's the thing. I hate to break it to you, and I'm saying this because I always rely on it, because it's the bottom line. All of you black people want to live around white people, and there's a reason you don't want to live around other black people. Bang! That was good.
No, there isn't. No, it isn't. When I go to celebrate 4th of July or have Thanksgiving dinner or whatever, I go around my people.
I didn't say you don't go around them.
On my mom's side, is 98% Native American. Native American. My dad's side, all black.
You don't live in Chicago. You don't move in Chicago. You move in small towns and there's blacks. I'm not saying that. You don't live in St. Louis. You don't live in Baltimore. You don't live in Philadelphia. You don't live in California. You don't live in Denver even. You don't live in Memphis, Tennessee. You don't live in Jacksonville or wherever. You don't live around black people. And if you try to tell me you live in the heart of where poor black people live, I ain't buying it because you.
No, I'm not going to lie like that. I'm not going to lie to that. I don't live in a poor area, and I'm not going to.
Thank you. I'm saying you can live around poor whites. God damn, I'm good.
Why would I want to do that?
I'm just saying you can with no worry.
You don't want to live around poor whites.
Well, I do live around poor whites. I've lived around them all my life. They've never been a threat.
Are you a poor white person, sir?
No, I'm a low-income white. Very low.
Oh, okay. But you're not
bottom of the barrel, Andrell.
Oh, but you're not poor. You just called it something else. Listen,
I call myself low income.
You're not dealing with dumb.
There's no poor in the United States, Mandrell. Nobody's poor. There's poor in Africa. There's poor in South America. There's poor in Indonesia. In America, there's no poor.
No, sir. That's destitute over there. There is poor here.
No, there's
over there. That's destitute.
Yes,
I've been to Africa. I've been to Africa, and I've seen real poverty.
You don't have poor people. We live like gods, even when we're low income here. We always have running. If you're low air conditioning and heat,
I think some white guy in America. Let me make this point. I'm gonna let you cook. If you're a low income white person in America, you're a waste of white skin.
I know it.
You blew it.
I'm not going to argue that.
Privilege and all the opportunities
I know,
you
I'm not
had.
arguing that one.
You were born 2 feet from the finish line, and you still didn't make it.
And didn't make it.
Loser. Here I am. I had to.
Mandrell, give me credit as a white person. I didn't make a bunch of kids. I don't
know. Did you make any at all?
And my child was taken from me because she wanted a more successful individual, and she found one. And they moved to South America. No, but after that, I got this. So see, now wait a minute.
All right, guys.
A South American is more successful than a white guy in America.
Yeah, well, his family.
No wonder you mad. No wonder you're pissed off.
I'm not jealous. No wonder
you're pissed off.
Ambrell, I live like a god.
She took some poor beaner from south of the border. And
I live like a god. I live like a god.
All right, his ghetto point of view. What say you about the fight the other day? That poor black guy got jumped by those despicable drunk whites. What say you about that, sir?
Well, first of all, peace. What's going on, everybody? How y'all been? I hope all is well. I've been busy scrambling, so I haven't been able to catch in. But I hope everybody's been doing amazing. It's an interesting situation because even when you're just doing your job, minding your business, and this can come across like some victim stuff, so I don't want to take it there. But like the gentleman was doing his job. His job was literally to make sure that the boat could come back into the dock. These people were covering the space with their small passenger boat that they were just entertaining themselves with. They had docked in a place that they shouldn't have been docked. I mean, that's just fair to say. Yes, no?
Yes, agreed. Go ahead.
Okay, so they were docked somewhere that the city boat needed to base in. When he asked them, could you please move? They refused to move. So when he moves their boat, they decide that putting their hands on him is an appropriate reaction. Now, when I saw that, I swear to you, Be Brave and Think came into my mind. Like this dude is living for free in my head, man. This dude is living for free in my head because I swear to you, I turned to my wife and I was like, now Be Brave and Think is going to see this and he's going to say, those white people slipped and tripped and fell on that guy and nobody was really trying to hit him.
Go ahead. He's got a point of view. Yeah, that's what
so I saw it and I was like, "Dang, look, Be Brave and Think's gonna have some type of reasoning for why this is appropriate. This is okay. White people don't do this. White people don't gather up and cause destructive confusion and aggression and just have anger for no reason. They don't get around people who are trying to work hard and do the appropriate things in life and be constructive and uplifting and upstanding citizens to society and cause destruction and cause mayhem. They do, sir. And you can't keep ignoring the fact that they do. This was a clear example of it. I'm not saying that every single person is going around doing it, but feel free to come with the excuses. The floor is yours.
Ghetto, come on. In the beginning of the show, I said these white hillbillies deserve to be beat damn near to death if that's what they.
You gotta be careful with that. But go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I did not make excuses for him. Chaotic, you gotta vouch for me here. I didn't make.
Yeah, I will admit, his got a point of view. He did not take up for those whites, man.
I did not.
He shunned their behavior, but
Stop
he basically.
It's disgusting. And what's furthermore is disgusting is how pouchy and soft they all look. Punks.
They are.
And the black guy would have not, and I said the black guy, if the younger guy come in and jumped on him, the black guy would have taken the guy that threw the first punch and he'd have beat him to death.
But I guess the confusion is, Be Brave, to a lot of people is, what does that fight have to do with the overall black population being?
I didn't bring it up. I didn't take it there. Mandrell said this ain't a black or white thing.
Oh,
I didn't say that.
White thing. It is.
I didn't say that. I never said it was a black and white thing.
Yeah, no.
What I said was what I said was just so you're clear.
Right.
I said in this city, Be Brave.
I did not say this incident. You said that. You said that race isn't important in this country, and I'm going. It's more important right now than it's ever been.
Not really, because if you're solving for race, you're never going to get to the end of the road. You're never going to solve for anything. You have to solve for the root cause of the problem, the cause of racism. What's causing the racism? What's causing the toxic mentality? What's causing the division between Americans? You know what I mean? You have to solve for that issue, and that issue is not race. It causes racism. What's causing it? That's what I'm saying. I was saying here in Montgomery, and it basically the whole state of Alabama. Black people move different when it comes to stuff like this. Like that happened Saturday. Sunday morning, I found out where these people's business was. It's already been boycotted, by the way. I found out who these people were, and I didn't even ask anybody. Black people in Montgomery were just handing out the information. You know what I'm saying? So we'll know who it is.
Type of whites. These were actually business owners.
These actually business owners. Yeah, they own the business out there in Selma.
Be brave. These are business owners.
Yeah, these are they own a couple. They own a mini mart and they own a strip mall in Selma.
So this isn't just regulated to the poorest of you, is it?
I didn't say it was. I said there's 50 white people. I even made the case that I've been around old rich white people that are disgusting, but they're not dangerously violent. This is a very rare occurrence.
They're not dangerously violent, but you go into schools and you take out kids, but you're not dangerously violent.
Well, they take one incident, and now it's the whole. It's okay. Never mind. I brought up 670 mass shootings. The same thing, mass shootings, 670 in 1 year. Never mind that 3 of them were white.
So Ted Bundy, So Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer. I could go on with John Wayne Gacy. All those. You saying all those are black people? Buffalo Bill.
1,000 mass shootings over the last decade. No, not 15. No, not 15. Over the last decade, there's about 6,000, 7,000 mass shootings. 8 of them were white. Over the last decade, 10 of them were white.
And you believe that?
Now I will say, Be Brave may have a point when it comes to the gun violence thing, but when it comes to rapes, when it comes to sex, part of my French, but grapes, part of abductions, kidnappings, torturings,
kid killing in your homes.
When it comes to like really mutilating people, when it comes to doing things with animals, I think Be Brave and Think will have to personally say that his people take the cake and run with the baton way up the road, and it's not even a competition.
I get it.
Yeah, he may have an argument when it comes to firearms and stuff, but we're talking about like what truly evil is. You know, those people that are on what's that gentleman's show, To Catch a Predator? Yeah, and we were just watching the clip the other day with the doctor who was going to the little girl's house. We're talking about that stuff. I mean, we know what the face of evil truly is. Be Brave knows what the face of evil truly is. That's why he tries to cover his when he comes up here with a little color. He wants to color up and match up with the gang. He knows what it is. But we love him for it.
Right. All the white dudes will catch a predator. And he's talking about black people.
He may have a point when it comes to gun violence, but I mean, gun violence and in conjunction with everything else that's happening, come on, man. That's a lot. That's a stretch. All right. Because you guys know yourselves, you would hate it if the gun laws were ever changed in one iota.
Okay. Ghetto. I never denied white people what they do in their homes. Never denied it.
Or in the parks, as the clip that we saw the other day, or in the parks next to the women's restroom.
Thank you so much, DT, for the $5 super chat. Says King Von was the serial killer. Who the hell is King Von? I don't know. But the rapper. But we talk about John Wayne Gacy. The world knows who are dishonest. Go ahead, man.
All I'm saying is that Ghetto, please. You're not gonna trip me up on saying that I'm not aware of what whites and how filthy they can be. What I'm saying is there's 2 realms: the public and the private. And I'm telling you, the blacks are ripping the hell out of the public.
We can debate it, but to respond to DT real quick, yeah, King Von definitely is a menace, and he got, unfortunately, an untimely demise, but some people would argue he deserved it. But that gentleman who was an architect out here in New York the other day, who deleted those 4 girls, and there may be several other girls that were buried in his backyard. We like to pretend, for the sake of people like Be Brave and Think, that this is not happening, when this is really happening on a very high level. You can look up NYPD officers who are known for deleting girls. There was a gentleman who his diary, he got taken off the force because his diary was told he wanted to eat girls, he wanted to mutilate the girls, he wanted to strangle the girls. I mean, this is the psychosis of a whole group of people, and we act like this is a small amount. And we're not seeing the bigger picture, and we keep sweeping it under the rug because the media likes to point the picture at the big violent guys.
Did you know about the 4 white people that were killed in their yards? The black guy killed 4 white old people. Did you hear about that? Nope.
Which story is this?
It don't matter. It happened about 2 weeks ago. Black guy goes into a neighborhood, shoots 2 old people over here and 2 more older people over there. 4 white people. Was there any hate crime on the news? Was it
a hate crime? If you could share the story with me, I appreciate it. Was it a hate crime or was it just a robbery?
It wasn't a robbery. He did it for fun, and they still didn't call it a hate crime. I don't even care about
the hate. For fun? Can you elaborate? That doesn't sound.
Is when it comes to.
Why did he have some type of mental disorder? I mean, why would you even describe that as fun?
Oh, wait a minute. Okay.
Most regular people don't describe that as fun. So if a person did that for fun, do they have some type of mental psychosis? And then would you then categorize them as a standard person at that point, or were they just a person with a mental disorder?
I get it. So you're saying the white guy that kills his 3 kids and damn near kills his wife, he doesn't have a psychosis because I don't care. I want him dead. I don't care about the mentality. I want him dead. But you're saying that the white guy is sane and normal white people kill people? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say either of them were normal. What I said is there's a large amount of them, and we're pretending that it's few and far between for people like Be Brave and Think to feel better when they sleep at night.
I know what's tearing up inner cities, and I know where people won't live.
So you telling me that architect who deleted those 4 girls, you telling me that was appropriate behavior?
Didn't tell you that.
So what do you say to that? You're saying that he destroyed at least 4 families.
Okay, look. Hey, that's how it goes. I'm not worried about disproving ghetto.
And let Stanley go real quick. Stanley's been waiting.
Hey, it's going to be short.
I'm so sorry, Stanley. Go ahead, sir. My fault.
Ghetto keeps saying that.
Hold on, guys. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Trey, get like in the middle almost, like square center yourself. Thank you so much. I don't know if you can do that. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Okay, let's Stanley go.
I don't think that these people are crazy. Come on.
Okay, I just have one point, then I'll hop off. Was it JB who's the mathematician? Statistics without context, which seems to be his big deal. The numbers don't care about your feelings. Any good mathematician knows that context matters. And I kind of like the way Mandrell broke down, the stats. You can't just throw out numbers and say those are the numbers. You actually have to do your homework and double check your results. Any high school math student knows this. So some math bro who says that the stats are the stats, dude doesn't actually know what he's doing. He's young, is all I can say. And no, I'm not a mathematician, but I am a science person. And then the other thing, same guy, tell him to look up Bakersfield, California. That's one example that's not a black city that has a huge crime rate. He needs to do his homework before he spouts off BS. He has no clue, and I'll chalk it up to him just being a young buck. So that's pretty much all I have. It's good seeing you, CT. It's been a while since we talked.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bring up a gun memorial of any large.
Bakersfield, California, for everybody who wants to know, has a population of 403,000 according to the 2020 Census Bureau. 7% black, 38% white, 52% Hispanic, 7% Asian, 16% other races.
And he thinks whites are tearing it apart. That's what I'm telling you, man. We got a national psychosis going on, man. I know. I get it. I'm not denying my crime by my white people. I'm not.
The math don't matter, dude. When you're dealing with statistics and stuff like that, what I've learned, and I'm sure Trey's a former police officer. I'm sure he's learned when you're looking at data, the first thing you do is where these numbers come from. How did you come up with them? If you don't have the answer to that, you can't really solve for the problem. That's what I'm saying. The numbers, before they get to your computer or your desk, Be Brave, they've already been skewed to spin a narrative.
I'm not going by numbers. I'm going by what I see on. I'm going by what I see on closed circuit cameras. I'm going by what I see on the news, and I'm going by what I see on the gun memorials across the nation.
Well, then you can't possibly have the right answers.
Oh, yes, I do, because it's obvious. Bring up
it's impossible. You don't have the data.
Pick a city. Bring it up.
You can't possibly have the answer. You don't have the data, dude.
You know what my issue with you is, Be Brave. We've had this conversation before.
Not in depth.
But we can talk about proximity crimes. Proximity crimes are just crime. It's just crime. There's white on white, there's black on black, there's Asian on Asian. And even when I worked as a police officer in DC, if you go to Chinatown, you had Asian on Asian crime, right? Proximity crime is proximity crime. But I would like for you to show me the statistic where a black mass shooter has walked into a white establishment and shot up a white establishment. That's what I want you to show me. Show me the black mass shooter. Don't talk to me about black mass shooters who shoot up, other black establishments that have black people. Show me the black mass shooter that has walked into a white establishment or a Jewish establishment or an Asian establishment or a Latino establishment and has taken out, 3 or 4 or more people. Because those are the crimes that make it on the news, is the mass shootings where a white domestic terrorist goes into a grocery store or goes into a church and takes out people who don't look like him, who don't share his reflection. I'd like for you to show me the black people who are going in and taking out people who look like you. That's the stat I'm waiting on.
I just gave you a case where a black guy shoots 4 old people in their neighborhoods. Was that on national news? If that would have been a white guy roll up and shoot 4 black people in the neighborhood.
The question is better, Be Brave, is where does it occur more? Does it occur more that white people go into black establishments and do it, or do black people go into white establishments and do it?
Trey, listen to me.
It's just a simple question. Do black people go into white establishments and shoot up white establishments?
White mass shooters exist. There's a very small number of them. What about 670 mass shootings last year? Am I lying about that, Trey?
That's not. You're moving the goalposts. This is a simple question.
Does it?
This is a simple question. Do black mass shooters go into white establishments and delete white people at an alarming number, or do white mass shooters go into black establishments and delete black people at an alarming number?
Before Be Brave answers that question, salute to everybody in the chat. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Guys, please, if you believe that Be Brave is wrong, please send over a $20 super chat to prove it. DT with the $10 super chat says, how much to donate to get on the panel? Because this is crazy. Mass shootings happening all the time in the black community. DT, you can get on the camera or you can get on the panel just by hitting the StreamYard link, but I'll need you to be on camera. If you're not on camera, send over $250 to the super chat and we'll waive the camera fee. Okay, Be Brave, you want to answer the question? Go ahead, sir.
Look, I'm just saying, I understand that whites have our own style of mass shootings. There's so few of them. That's what I'm saying. You got 670 last year. What do
you keep making the same point over and over again. I'm asking a very simple question, Brave. I'm asking a simple question.
I'm just saying. There's white shooters. I don't care. I understand they went into black churches. I understand they went into black markets. I got you. And I want that person dead. Now, what do we do about the 670 last year?
No. The point is because I have dealt with these so-called mass shooters, right? I've been on scenes where multiple people have been shot, right? The last one that I worked was a peace rally of some sort where an 11-year-old was shot, and then 21 other people were shot as well.
Respectfully, how about this? Let Be Brave answer the question to the best of his ability, and then you pick it apart. How about that?
I would just like for him to just answer the question, okay, stay on topic. That's all. Because he keeps referring back to these same numbers.
But let him answer them over and over. So Be Brave. Okay, the question is why when it comes to mass shootings, particularly, why isn't the modus operandi with black men to go and target specific racial groups? So that's the actual question. Go ahead, sir.
I have already given credit to the black race for not being that type of killers.
Okay.
I'm saying, for God's sakes, listen to me. When they create 670 killings, it doesn't matter what type of killings they are. They have to be the focus as opposed to the 8 other white people. 8. It wasn't 200 white people. It wasn't 15 white people. It was 7 or 8 in the last 2 or 3 years. You got 670 mass shootings, 400 so far this year, where 4 more people are shot and killed. What do you mean? And you said, Trey, and I want you to answer this, if you would. Why'd you go so-called mass shootings? Why'd you do that over such a horrendous occurrence?
Because when I first joined the police department, that wasn't the definition of mass shooting. It changed. So to me, this seems like it's a political move when you want to change the definition of mass shootings. Because when I first joined the police department, that was not the definition of mass shooting, and it was a lot more bodies. It was I want to say it had to be like 8 or 9, something along those lines. And then it changed. I think it's 3 now. It changed to 3. Why did it change to 3? Because you can change the numbers if it's 3 because there were a lot of black shootings, proximity crimes that had 3 or more victims.
Yeah, but it's 4. It's still 4 or more shot or killed in a single incident. Is still the definition. Okay, I'll go. It's political that they changed it. Heck, I'm game. What I'm saying is the numbers are spooky. It's 670 in 1 year. It's 2 a day somewhere in this nation. You got a black kid going, I'm shooting up a crowd of people.
Can I ask you something? Be brave.
No. Let him finish. Let him finish.
All right.
Be brave. Please
Okay.
finish. Just finish. Go ahead. Finish. Be brave.
What I'm saying is, if you got a black kid and he goes into a crowd and he shoots up 4, 5, 6, 7 people, 3 dead.
Is he shooting up other black people?
Hold it. Hold it. I get to talk here. If this happens and it happens twice a day. In many days, 3 and 4, there's days, the mass shooter July 4th in Chicago, there were 10 mass shootings that day. All it was focused on was the one the white kid did.
10 mass shootings
on July 4th last year. So my point is if there's that many of them, don't you understand what you're saying when you focus on 8 white shooters? You're saying all of these black people that are affected by these animals don't matter. I'm not saying that. That means, let me finish this and I'm wrapping up right now. My heart for black people is in a better place than yours, Trey.
Trey, you want to respond to that? Then enter the black dragon.
Here's the thing. For those of us who have actually tried to stop these crimes, which I'm one of them, right? In the very community that I grew up in, that my mother lives in, and that my grandmother lives in to this day, you're always going to have proximity crimes. And at the end of the day, that's not going to change. As a matter of fact, there was a gentleman that was just arrested in Uvalde, Texas, who was the brother of the shooter in Uvalde, Texas, was just arrested for plotting another school shooting. These things are going to continue to happen. I'm not going to get carried away or swallowed up by this proximity crime stuff. My question has always been the same, and I would like to know why people who look like you want to kill people who look like me.
And I'd like to know why you deny what's going on in black.
I acknowledge it by saying
no, because you don't have enough of me wanting to go around killing.
I acknowledge that
question. We know there's none.
But you can't answer my question. Why
you're acting like it's a normal occurrence?
People that look like you want to run into establishments that have people that look like me and kill them. Why is that?
Because they're nuts. Now, what are we going to do with the black people that kill 670 times, kill 4 or shoot 4 or kill 3 and 4 at a time, 670 times in 1 year, all through the nation and every other state. Why do black people do that?
I'm not going to sit here and act like it's not.
I know you're not. That's because it's a horrible. There's a horrible discrepancy here that the blacks are running from.
It is an issue. However, hang on, be brave. You have a bigger problem. And you're not concerning yourself with the bigger problem, which is why people who look like you want to kill people who look like me.
If you think that's the biggest problem in this country,
in your community, yeah.
Yeah, if you
in my community, yes.
Hold on.
I can acknowledge that the gun violence is an issue. Trey, absolutely is an issue.
Trey, let me ask you a question. You say in the black community, the number one threat to the black community is whites trying to kill black people. That's what I thought you just said. Okay, what are you saying, Trey? No, go ahead. What are you saying? You're on mute, Trey. What did you say?
That's not what I'm saying. The number one threat in our community is ourselves to each other. I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that with him. I'm asking him that what is his community going to do about the people who look like him and what they want to do to our community.
But how often? But let me ask you this question, Trey. How often does that happen?
It happens far more often than our people do it to his community.
Give the crowd a number then. Give the number.
I don't have a number. You can pull statistics if you want, but I know for a fact that people that look like me, EBD, and you, and Mandrell, and Ghetto do not run into establishments where people look like
answer that question, Chaotic? Can I answer your question about?
Hold on a second. But let me ask you this, Trey. When it comes to which community helps what community, do you think that the black community helps out the white community more, or vice versa?
Under what context? You were talking about financially?
Under infrastructure, under law and order. Which community helps out which community helps out which community the most?
Depends on where you live.
Because I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Where I was at in DC, I can make the argument that white people help black people because there's far more black people there than it is white. So couldn't it
be argued that whites? I mean, I know you're saying that when it comes to mass shootings, it's more blacks that have been, I guess, killed by white mass shooters. But couldn't it also be argued that blacks generally do benefit off of white contribution, and that kind of like erases the Dylan Roof? I mean, I'm not saying to erase what he did, but couldn't you argue that though, Trey, real quick? Or
I don't think that's a solid argument. No.
Okay, well, Be Brave, what do you think about that? Do you think that white
there's a point where we're so far apart on facing reality. You see, nobody's gonna point out realities of white filth to me, and I'm gonna deny it. I don't. I'm saying there's two different aspects of filth. There's the filth that tears up homes, and then there's the filth that's tearing up society, where it's making it impossible for good, decent people to take their kids to a park.
On the larger scale, majority of people that live in the United States can take their kids to a park. That's a ridiculous statement.
That's right. That's my point. If you go into the inner cities, why are we letting that happen then? If through the rest of the country it's so peaceful, why are we letting these handfuls?
Don't say we, Be Brave. You aren't doing anything about it.
Kids can't even walk down their street.
Be Brave. Don't say we, because you're not a part of that. I'm a part of the we that was trying to do something about it. You are not.
Be Brave. You
don't know anybody saying this shit as pretty as I'm saying. So
Be Brave. You're saying in the inner cities, black kids can't walk down the street.
Hell no, not in certain neighborhoods.
That's ridiculous. That's
ridiculous. I never heard that one. It's ridiculous. Go ahead, Be Brave. Let me Brave talk. Go ahead, Be Brave.
This is where we at, y'all.
Oh
this is
my God! I just
what happens when you watch too much TV, man.
I just need to ask a question.
Let enter the Black Dragon talk.
Let me ask Be Brave.
Just
a simple question. Do you think that black men are more dangerous and violent than white men? General.
No, not in general. I think in the inner cities, I think young black youth are the danger. And Chaotic to try to mock me for making it sound like I said black kids can't walk down the street. Well, I'm going to tell you something, folks. You go ahead and let a couple of young black dudes that want to go to school go walk down the street in a seriously poor black neighborhood and see how many times they get messed with by the other thugs.
Okay,
yes,
so then
they can't walk down the street without, and people, you see it all the time. Black people saying nobody can go to the parks, nobody can go to the hoops, nobody can go to a gathering in these large cities anymore. It's all across the nation on closed circuit cameras, folks.
How can it be simultaneously that nobody can go to the parks, but then there's shootings at the parks? Which is it? Is it Uchi Wally or is it one mic? Pick a side of the fence and stay on it. Like, how can you not have gatherings, but there be shootings at the gatherings that nobody can?
I didn't use the word constantly.
Hang on. Here's where I was going with this. Here's where I was going with this. If you think that black men are inherently more dangerous and violent than white men, I mean, I want to hear you make that argument. But if you're gonna say that white men are more inherently violent than black men, I can make that argument only because when I ask, have white men in history killed Native Americans enough to make them a relevant minority? Can I ask the question, have they killed Latin people? Well, yeah, enough to change a government. When we wait, Wait.
No,
when we
no,
ask,
you
we ask, when we
you
ask,
do
when we
think
ask,
they
when we
inherently-
hang on, hang
What do you
on, hang on.
think they
I
inherently-
listen, hang on. I listen to everything you had to say. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. When we say have white men killed Middle Eastern men in Afghanistan and Iraq, can we say that white men have killed Chinese in China and Japanese with Hiroshima and Nagasaki? We can't say that like British people took over Australia and the Aborigines and that whole thing. If we can say these things about white men, but we cannot say this about any other tribe on planet Earth. I mean, do you see where we're going with this?
Yes, but don't say. I did not say black men are inherently more violent than whites. Come on, quote people correctly, but no.
You most certainly have said that. I've heard you say that, sir.
I had never said inherently, sir, because I don't believe that. So I know I didn't say it. I said they're just doing it at this time presently. Now, as for his question on white mayhem, as for white mayhem,
well, let me be brave. Let me ask Enter Black Dragon a question. Is it possible that the white destruction is civilization bringing?
Well, I would think that when we call something civil, right, it means without war, but war brings chaos. And when we talk about how white people circumnavigated the planet, chaos ensued. No white boat came and left in peace. It was always either a fight over resources or women, which is why. Hang on. Oh, go ahead. I
was going to say, could it be argued that the violence that we have read about, I gotta say this: if it were not for the white man coming to the New World wouldn't have been. It would never be a civilized environment, or it would never have been civilized. The natives were primitive; they were savages.
That's not true. We gotta start proving these things.
Let's get a point of view. Can I please speak?
Go ahead.
The natives were savages. They didn't have infrastructure. They didn't have skyscrapers. They didn't have rocket technology. They were savages. They had already been here for thousands of years. They did nothing with the land. They had no mass. But hear me out for a minute. Hear me. I'm just trying to be as neutral as possible. What I'm saying is this. These people bought education. They bought religion. They bought hospitals that we still use to this day. So their violence is a little bit different, in my opinion, than Pookie shooting Ray Ray over Shaniqua. It's like a different type of violence. Like even when people talk about the Middle Eastern, you don't want as a black person to be ran by. You don't want to be in a Middle Eastern country. You don't want these people to govern over you. Let's be honest. That's why we're here in the West. You don't want to be. Just think about any Middle Eastern country. Tell me if you could be black and be in any part of the government. In Saudi Arabia or any other one of those crap hole countries. Let's be honest. Go ahead, his good point of view.
I just want to say we got to start.
That's my opinion, though. That's just my opinion.
I respect your opinion, good brother. But when we talk about a lack of infrastructure with the natives here in the Americas, we got to stop lying. They actually have been doing research lately. The Smithsonian Times, several amazing magazines have articles out. They've been taking geothermal printing and going under the ground, and they see that not only bridges and roads were built, but there were vehicles going across these bridges.
Okay, man. I can't have a person on drugs on the panel at this point. They didn't have any vehicles. I'm gonna bring them back up. Okay, I'm gonna bring them back up. I don't want this guy to embarrass himself. His ghetto point of view. They had vehicles, bro.
I'm going to share the article from the Smithsonian. They're doing geothermal like imaging printing of the infrastructure under the forest right now of South America. Like they literally had bridges and stuff that went all the way up into North America. But we don't want to deal with that because we want to pretend like they were savages.
Wait a minute. If the natives had okay, give me a second here. If the natives
want to just pretend, I get it.
If the natives had bridges, are you telling me that they had a steel industry? How else did they make the bridges? Did they have a steel industry?
Sir, the natives were very much known for their metallurgy. Yes.
They had a steel industry.
Known for metalworks. Yes, sir.
Okay, so they have huge factories smelting steel, right? And are you telling me this? Sir, I find that hard to believe.
I know. We've been told a particular thing, but I mean, if we just look at the journals from the original conquistadors when they came here, the journals of Columbus, the journals of Verrazano, the journals of William Penn, they tell a whole different story than what we get told in our 6th grade and 7th grade textbooks. That's all I'm saying. And we're ignoring that. I mean, when we go to the museums will sit there and say, look at all this wondrous technology that was here. We'll be like, oh my God, we didn't know that was there. And then we'll go back to, these silly conversations.
Did the natives build submarines too?
Nothing that
I'm just asking because you said that these people were so advanced.
I don't know if Christopher Columbus had submarines either when he came over, but
this aside, wait. This aside, chaotic. I have pushback for that because what you're saying is without the original colonies and the war and the separating from England and all that America wouldn't be what it is today. To some degree, I agree. But the rest of the world would have been developed.
Hold on for a second. Reese, can you do me a favor? Can you get squared center like everybody else, Reese? I don't know how you can figure that out. Can you just be square center? Go ahead, Inner Black Dragon. Go ahead.
But Japan was developed. If you go to Japan, they have technology, they have weapons. In China, they had their own economy developed. In Africa, they would have had their own economy developed. Everywhere but America would have had their land developed and would have progressed in technology. We can't just say that because of white people sailing over the seas that we have all this we have now. We can't say that.
What did the natives have here? I'm just trying to figure it out.
But I'm not thinking just here in Native America, in America. I'm talking about the rest of the world. You see what I mean? Go ahead.
What did the Middle East really have, to be honest with you? I mean, they had some good architecture, I guess, but what did they really have compared to
society? Every culture has a society in it.
I get it, man, but
society. Wait. What is society if it doesn't progress forward, right? If it doesn't get better, if it isn't refined, steel workers, metallurgy, technology.
But were they getting better? I mean, some of these societies had existed for thousands of years. Like the Chinese, for example, there's many books on it that question why did these people stay stagnant for thousands of years? Mm-hmm. Why is it that America was founded a few hundred years ago and the development has surpassed any other society in the history of mankind?
Because they had the manpower to do it.
They had immigrants. They had free labor.
You mean to tell me the Ottoman Empire didn't have the manpower to do the very same thing? The Chinese didn't have the same manpower. Come on, man. I have a lot of questions about civilization, man. and listen, I'm not trying to justify what the white man did. Trust me, I'm very happy that he came over here and did what he did because I don't want to be in Africa. I don't want to be in these third world crap holes. I love Western civilization, but you do have to ask these questions to a degree, man. Like, why weren't the Indians, the East Indian people, why weren't they in advanced civilization? They had a continuous culture for thousands of years. Why? Right. How come they never did the things that the Western people did?
So they had within a culture. Within a culture, there are subgroups, right? And with each subgroup, there are factions, there's wars, there's civil conflict. There's a couple of things that you're missing. It's not just we all just sat here and did nothing. That's not how the rest of the world works. And you have to ask yourself, you have internet, we have all this. Do you really think that we are more technically advanced than Japan?
Well, I mean,
really, keep it real.
But we're okay. But let's be honest. You know how Japan and how let's be honest. They really their economy is based on the West. You know it, right?
So, like what do you mean?
They're a tiny island.
Okay. Their technology. Wait. Their technology is there. Our technology is nowhere close to the Japanese.
Oh,
yeah, because they can make pretty vending machines, but that doesn't mean that they are really
trains, energy, efficient homes.
If the Japanese are so advanced, okay, how come
they are? Come on, they are. Give it up. Give credit to what credit is due.
If they're so advanced, how come they didn't discover quantum computing? How come they aren't the leaders in semiconductors? I'm just trying to figure it out. In semiconducting chips, why is it that China is?
We may design it, but they build it.
We don't get chips from Japan.
Yeah, we get chips from Japan. We get everything from Japan. Semiconductors. Semiconductors.
We get our chips from Taiwan. That's not Japan.
Okay. It's still an Oriental country, is it not?
But
Japan. It's not from Japan. Okay. We get supplies from everywhere, though. We don't just get them
we
from
don't
one
get our
place or another.
computers from Japan? How come
Hitachi, Samsung is Korean, but Hitachi, Motorola. Like all these places. That's what I'm saying.
Here's the reason why a lot of the technology comes from those countries. And this isn't a very good comment on the white folks. We have people do stuff. We have people do the filthy, dirty, dangerous stuff for us. Sorry.
Hey guys, just real quick, I shared a BBC.com, and I know somebody's gonna say, "Oh, BBC is not a real website." I shared a BBC.com article to the back chat. So sprawling Maya network discovered in the Guatemalan jungle. Laser technology being used to surveil digital forests beneath the canopies, revealing houses, palaces, elevated highways, and defensive fortifications. But of course, none of that existed because that's not what they taught us in school. So it's okay.
No, we ship our dirty stuff out a lot there, Dragon. And that's not good. And that's not commendable.
What do you mean dirty stuff? What do you mean? Elaborate on that.
What?
When you say dirty stuff, what do you mean? Like elaborate on that?
Computer recycling, microchips. That's very dangerous. And that's a very dangerous industries, my friend. The rare earth elements in that stuff and the stuff that they deal with. Trust me, this is not something you want to employ yourself in. You want to leave that to whoever wants to do it. Unfortunately, we ship it to other countries that are desperate for jobs and employment, and they'll do it. But trust me, the intellectual property is developed. It's been proven China's gotten much of their technology from us through a certain little small country, handing China a great deal of intellectual property that was created with our research and development here in this country that also uses Oriental people and Asian people and many people from other third world countries. Our research and development laboratories are not all white. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we as white people put together the notion of technology, research, and development, financed it, made use of it, and then we passed it around the world. Now, however,
you don't think that happens in reverse, that we don't take other people's technology and make it our own?
No, here and there, of course. No, here and there we do.
But I think it would be significant. I argue it's a significant. I think it's a significant other way around, where we're taking other people's technology and saying it's our own.
Dragon, here's how I would agree with you. I think there's a lot of third world people that are in our laboratories doing thinking for us. That I get. But I'm saying in the end, it is the white European male that put it all together and developed and exploded onto the world with everything. I don't know if it's good.
Can you name? Wait. Can you name one like white accomplishment that the world uses?
All major accomplishments in technology, healthcare, war, everything, all of it was created in laboratories.
I mean, like this like healthcare. Healthcare is global, right?
The healthcare industry is all the research and development of healthcare and healthcare equipment was all done in laboratories with tax dollars. That's why I hate people talking about the wonders of the private sector. I'm going, excuse me, tax dollars developed everything that matters on this earth. Tax dollars did that. Tax dollars paid for that research and development. Tax dollars paid for it. Every major development that is of use on this planet, it was handed to the private sector. They marketed it. No, that is what happened. The research and development of it was done in American laboratories.
Are you accrediting hospitals and medicine to white Europeans?
Oh yeah.
I would. Before the first hospital went up. Before the first hospital went up, there were health centers. There was medicine. There was medical practice, all in the East.
I didn't say
in every tribe. That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm asking. When you take credit. But when you take credit and say this happens because of us, I'm letting you know way before there was a you. Way before there was a hospital, somebody else was doing it.
I will restate this for you, Dragon, because you are correct. All of the major new technologies that are beneficial and save phenomenal numbers of lives, all the operations, all the medical equipment, all of that was done in U.S. laboratories with tax dollars and research and development from tax dollars and the public sector effort into it. All of it was headed and pushed forward by white Europeans. Yes, there were doctors 100 years ago. I didn't say that, Dragon.
No. Before hospitals, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm not saying that you're saying anything, but what I'm saying is when I asked the question, like, can you name one thing that all white people use in the world that white people came up with? You use the term hospitals and medicine. What I'm saying is before. No, that's what I'm saying.
Modern medical technology is something that white people are responsible for. Yes, our tax dollars created that. Us common people paying into the federal treasury funded that research. And that is where it came from. What I'm giving the white people credit for is they're the ones that took over a country, took a federal treasury and developed it as magnificently as they did, to where they had funds to use from a federal treasury to do magnificent amounts of research and development. That, by the way, resulted in a lot of losses that the private sector could not have absorbed. So I'm just saying,
talking about people like Dr. Marion Sims,
technology, whether it's computers, whether it's healthcare, war weapons, any technology you name was done in a U.S. laboratory in the beginning. Now,
talking about people like Dr. Marion Sims, then?
Because Israel is an offshoot of us, or should I say we're an offshoot of Israel? Whatever you want.
Here's a question. If what you say is true, every modern technology is created in the U.S., why is Japan 10 years ahead?
I shouldn't have said most. And the reason Japan is 10 years ahead is because they are using the technology. We don't. We don't want that much modern junk. We don't want machines where you go and you put your hand in to get your hand washed. Well, no, we don't need it. That's not impressive to me.
That's not the only thing.
I know that, but I'm saying, with Japan, their technology revolves around a lot of stuff that is not needed. It's gross.
Wait a minute. What about transportation? What about getting from point A to B?
Are you saying that the U.S. couldn't do a bullet train if they wanted?
Have they?
Are you saying?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying we could, right? Well, it'd be one thing if we did, but we could and we haven't.
I said but are you saying we couldn't do it?
I wish. I hope.
We're the ones that are putting rockets into space and satellites and coordinating everything for global commerce. You're saying we couldn't put bullet trains on American shores if we wanted to?
Well,
I don't know who we is, but
I don't know what we
people
is.
that look like you if it got accomplished. It would definitely be people that look like us if those things got accomplished. Like, I mean, let's be honest. All of the technological advancements that happened in this country literally happened because of the contributions of people that have nothing to do with people that look like you. Be brave and think. I mean, literally, let's just look at the movie Hidden Figures. They literally had these women sitting there at NASA, wouldn't even give these women a bathroom, made them walk across to the outskirts of.
He didn't like that movie, Hidden Figures reference, but I understand where you're coming from, though. I understand where you're coming from when we talk about.
Hold on for a second.
Go for it.
Hidden Figures was a movie.
Yeah.
That did not happen. That woman, Katherine Johnson, never said that. Secondly, do you think that woman charted or came up with the calculations or the trajectory to get to the moon? Are you out of your mind?
And they wouldn't let her go to the bathroom.
Get a point of view. Are you kidding me? Do you think it was just that woman? It was a team of people, dude. It's just like when people think that one person invented the atomic bomb and built it. No, it was thousands of people
accredited to it, but they only remember one name, Oppenheimer.
Of course, it's not just Katherine Johnson by herself. There were literally hundreds of black women working at NASA at the time. It was Katherine Johnson was the head of one division. Her friend was the head of another division that was doing the computers, while her and her team were the division that were doing the calculations. But you see, we want to play these games like those women didn't actually work there and that didn't actually happen. And we want to pretend like it was just these white, intelligent guys who somehow were able to calculate how to get outside of the Van Allen belts. And it's BS because allegedly they lost the directions. And these smart white guys can't figure their way back for some reason after all these decades. I mean, come on, what's going on? Like, why don't you guys do it then? What happened? Get it done.
We need 2 more black women done.
So you're saying that didn't actually happen, CT? Those women didn't actually work there and do that?
Can you do me a favor, bro? Can you kind of get like square centered with the camera first? And secondly, can you close your eyes for me real quick and name me the book that Katherine Johnson wrote? Can you close your eyes right now? Just make sure you're not Googling nothing, and just name me the PhD that she has. What school does she go to? What sorority is she in? You're watching movies.
I'm watching movies. No, actually,
you referenced a movie.
I did reference a movie because I mean we're having a pop culture conversation. It's an easy way to reference for people who may not study her outside of the movie.
You know why she didn't get? You know why? Okay, let's assume she didn't get a bathroom. It's 1963. People were different back then. Men, listen,
no. White people were different back then. There weren't black people putting up bathrooms talking about, oh, white people can't go in these bathrooms. Why don't we be honest about it, CT?
We're not going to do this today. I'm not going to do this today. I'm not going to let you porch monkeys get me pissed off today. You can't get square center. You're talking over me. I'm the goddamn host. And I've been sitting back rocking out. You're drinking my coffee, listening. Let's assume they didn't get a mammy a bathroom. So what? Even though that didn't happen. It's 1964. Listen, you don't have any cameras. This black woman could lie about any damn thing, or any woman could lie about anything. Let's put their bathroom far away from a male's bathroom as possible. That's what I think happened if it did happen. And look what's happening now. Look how many men get brought up on sexual assault claims and charges at work now. Back then, they probably said, yeah, we can't have this mammy in the room with us because the black bitch might lie on us. Tell me they don't do it now. Tell me they don't do it now. See, you got me going back to chaotic truth mode. See, I was trying to be moderate, trying to be neutral. But look at what's happening today. You know they lie about getting raped. That's what I would have thought back then. Hey, man, don't have that chick working with us. The project is too expensive. The project is too important for us to get brought up with some sexual assault, sexual harassment claims. That's what I really think happened back then. If they didn't get a black mammies anything, hey, put their bathroom the fuck away from us. That's what I believe happened. You watching a goddamn movie, nigga. I know how people think. How many times have any man in the chat, you look at a female and hey, how you doing? The black bitch or the white bitch or whatever the bitch is. Next thing you know, hey man, she over here telling people you're being creepy. Tell me that ain't happened to me before. I know it happened to other men. You can't even look at a female without her thinking you're creepy sometimes. Hey man, you was flirting with her. She thought you were a creep. So think about 1960. They got these black women coming in there with their sassy attitudes, and these were some educated black bitches. These bitches were sororities, great for schools. They coming in there with that sass. Those white men said, "Hey man, we have to get to the moon, and this black mammy bitch, she might screw it all up. Put that bitch's bathroom the fuck down the hallway. Get her away from us." That's what I believe. That's what I would do now with all this Me Too and stuff. See, you got me blacking out. Sorry about that. Sorry, I hate to black out, man.
Glad I could help the show, CT.
And you think that black mammy, that black ass mammy was the one who, all these white men, you think that two black mammies.
Sir, it wasn't two. It was literally two divisions of them. Sir, it was literally like 100 black women working at NASA at the time.
It wasn't no goddamn 100 black women working at
NASA. Literally, sir, did you even read my journey? Did you even read my journey, sir?
Sir, here's got a point of view. You know I rock with you.
Did you read my journey?
You sound just as crazy.
All right, that's a no.
Negroes tell me that Harriet Tubman freed grown ass niggas. Stop it. That doesn't even make any sense.
Sir, I'm gonna share a link to the Washington Post article. It literally has a picture of all the people at NASA.
You got me cursing, sir. Sir.
So you don't want to see the actual black and white photos of all the people from NASA? I'll take that as a no. Okay.
If what you're saying is true, how come there is no NASA equivalent right now in Africa? You got 54 black ass countries. All these engineers, how come ain't no NASA right now?
It wasn't African women that did it. It was black American women that did it. Like, stop trying to pretend like everybody from Africa.
So goddamn special.
Stop trying. Yes, they are. They're
I really let me read these super chats, man. 100%. You got me blacking out, dude. I haven't blacked out in a long time.
Washington Post article in the back.
Perry with the $5 super chat says, I grew up in Appalachia, the poorest region in the U.S. It's not as tough as challenges in the inner city. There's a link to race, but much is environment. Okay, DT with the $10 super chat says, I think I did it right. Do you see me in the back? Bring me up. Oh, I didn't see you in the back, DT. Crown Reese says, tell these moon crickets you are the Negro whisperer. Yes, I'm the Negro whisperer. You can't fool me, bro. They didn't give her a bathroom. Would you give her a bathroom now? It's 100 men working there. You got 3 black women coming in there. I would tell those bitches, hey, look, there's an outhouse outside because we ain't about to get brought up on no charges here.
This NASA photo looks like far more than 3 black people, but okay, sir.
Sir,
I know.
Sir, why isn't there a NASA in Africa right now?
I have no idea why there's not a NASA in Africa.
I don't think they have any interest in space.
I don't know what that has to do with the price of tea in China, CT.
I don't think they have any interest in space.
Doing amazing things in America, brother. I don't know what you're talking about.
They don't even have arms manufacturers in Africa. Do you realize all of Africa?
He's skipping steps. He's skipping steps. They gotta crawl before they can walk over there, CT.
Let me get this straight.
We got rocket ships.
Let me get this straight. We got to crawl before we walk. But somehow black African women or black women of African descent somehow charted the trajectory to the moon.
I don't know who black women of African descent are. I know they.
Katherine Johnson
Katherine Johnson is far too light skinned to be some. She looked like she was a free person of color, sir. Come on.
Katherine Johnson served chicken McNuggets to those NASA astronauts. Stop it.
If that's what you feel,
that's black chick. What you really believe that the black chick that she did all that? Stop, man.
I believe that all those women collectively had a huge hand in what happened over there, and if they didn't, then they'd be able to replicate it. Like if that wasn't accurate, then why can't they replicate it?
Oh my god!
Well, he's saying
like that's literally the only question you have to. If those people had no contributions, then those feet should be able to be replicated in no limited time. There should be no excuses. You just said she serves chicken nuggets.
I'm not saying that she didn't have any contribution.
You said her contribution was chicken nuggets.
Sir, when I was a kid growing up, do you know who Richard Feynman is?
The scientist?
Yes, Richard Feynman is a very famous scientist. I think he's a theoretical physicist. He died, of course, in '88. He worked on the Manhattan Project. When I was a kid, I'm like, wow, he helped create the Manhattan Project. But then when I got older and started to read more about him, he was nothing more than a 23-year-old college kid, and he was a part of a team of thousands of people doing research on it. He didn't work on it. Hell, I could work on it then.
Let's explore what he just said, what Ghetto just said. That the reason we haven't been back to the moon is because there's no black people doing any research or figuring out the formulas?
That wasn't what I said. What I said very specifically was if their contribution was not substantial and they weren't the ones that helped contribute to that happening, then why hasn't it been replicated since? Don't move the goalpost. Don't try to change it to something else. Just answer that very specific question.
So they made such a substantial contribution that without them, we just can't get back to that doggone moon.
I mean, the people at NASA said, and I quote, "We lost the formula to get there." Right? That's their exact quote. Right? So then recreate it if you guys are so intelligent. You know, I don't understand.
DT, do me hold on for a second. DT, is there a possibility for you to get to a computer or something? It's just it's like a certain uniformity I want today. Like, yeah, it's just too much movement. And yeah, look, here's a good point of view. Listen, man, I know you. Listen, I get it, bro. I get it.
I know.
I want to live in fantasy land too. When I was a kid, I wanted to believe.
You live in fantasy land.
Give me a second, sir. Give me a second. Yeah. I wanted to live in fantasy land too. I wanted to believe that Pocahontas was some beautiful, thin, tall, attractive Native American woman. And when you look at most of them, they don't look like that at all. I wanted to believe that there were some ancient African empires, but sir, there just wasn't, man. There wasn't nothing going on in America here, man. When the natives had this land, it wasn't nothing here.
So you're saying the BBC article is inaccurate, is what you're saying, and they're not using
technology? Okay, are we gonna pick and choose? 1 minute, people will say that the white man is lying in his literature because the BBC wasn't made by the Native Americans. Then the next minute, you say, "Oh, look at the BBC, they said it." Which one is it? One is it?
What are you saying? I said they're lying about. Let's be.
I never said you said it, but what I'm saying is that if the natives were so ingenuitive, why did they get defeated, sir?
If they were so ingenuitive, why did they get defeated?
If they were this advanced society, what happened?
A lot of those people were very peaceful. Christopher Columbus wrote in his article, in his diary, that it would only take 50 people to subdue these entire islands, because when he gave one of them a sword, one of the chiefs a sword, they grabbed it by the hand and cut themselves because they had never seen a sword.
What
they weren't invested in
reading a Disney book or something?
I'm reading no, that's the official diary.
Do you really believe that stupidity? These people were savages.
All right. Listen, I get that you Boule, so you got to tell these stories. I get it.
Boule has nothing to do with it.
No, it has everything to do with it because they've been doing this for a long time. It's cool.
Sir. Okay.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something, Chaotic? You say they're savages. Like you keep saying that they're. Hang on. You keep saying
I didn't say anything. I'm just looking.
So the
when you said Native Americans were savages, they didn't have this advanced society. The problem I had with that is you have a bunch of Europeans that came and wiped out these people. What do you call savage more than that?
They did them a favor. They did. Listen, you're benefiting.
Wiping out people is a favor.
First of all, we don't really exactly know what happened back then. We don't know if
they're gone.
Sir, again, we don't exactly know what happened.
We know they're dead.
Was it a net positive or not? Enter Black Dragon. Was it a net
positive?
No.
No, it wasn't a net positive.
You mean to tell me you are on the very same land that these events occurred, living in the very same country.
Right.
You're sitting there. You got a 12-bedroom house. You probably got a foreign whip outside. You mean to tell me, sir, that there wasn't a net positive, sir?
No. Look where we are now.
So your standard of living is better than most of the people on the planet. You know that. You have running water. When you go take a shit, you don't shit in the hole.
Right.
At least I'm assuming you don't.
We do. It's just called a toilet. But go ahead.
You have human rights that you wouldn't get in even black countries, and you're telling me that this isn't a net positive? Stop.
No. What human right do I have here that I wouldn't have in a black country?
Woo. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
What human right do I have here in the States that I wouldn't have in a black country?
What's your religion?
Don't have one. I don't subscribe.
Okay, go to Niger right now and tell them that you're atheist. See where that gets you right now. Go to Niger and tell them you're atheist.
So what you're saying is they kill atheists in Niger?
I'm not saying that, sir, but I'm pretty
that's
sure
what you just implied.
Okay. Do you have any homosexuals in your family?
Yes. My daughter's bisexual. Okay, so
okay, respectfully, because I don't.
I got you. Go ahead though. Go ahead.
Hey, Dad, I want to go to Uganda. Can I go? What are you going to tell your daughter if she wants to visit Uganda? A black nation, right?
Right. I tell her not nowhere. She doesn't go anywhere without me.
Would you go to Uganda with your daughter?
I probably wouldn't.
Why not?
Because they got something against homosexuality.
Exactly, sir. You don't, sir.
Okay.
America has some of the best. Listen. Listen.
Don't homosexuals. Wait. Don't homosexuals. Hang on. Don't homosexuals get beat up, tortured, and murdered here in the States?
I bet you couldn't name me 5 instances.
Does it happen, Chaotic? Does it happen? Wait. Does it happen? Does it happen? Does it happen?
Sir. The government in Uganda has outlawed it. Whether the civilians attack people in America, it means nothing because homosexuals can
means everything if it happens to you.
Still be senators, still own businesses. They can't get their properties confiscated. They have rights that are protected under the government. Uganda does not. So whether a gay person gets beat up in America doesn't mean anything. It's not the police beating them up. It's not the military. If it does happen, it's just a regular person, and that person will go to the penitentiary for beating them up. But that doesn't happen that often, sir. In fact, those people have more power than the straight people. Do they not?
Okay. I don't know about power.
How many places have people been in the chat recently where you have to refer to somebody by their pronoun? Come on, man. Are you kidding me?
No, I get it.
Come on.
You think they have more power than regular people? You say?
Now they do.
What power? Wait. Okay, hang on. Let me follow up. Let me follow up. What do they have? What do they have more than we normal people have? I guess.
You know how I know homosexuals have more power than the regular people? Well, than heterosexuals do.
Please.
I bet you nobody in this chat right now will go to a public place and yell out the F word, FAG. That's how much power.
Oh wow. Okay, I know what you mean.
I bet you nobody would. Not even a 6'7", 250-pound ripping muscle dude would do it. That's how much power they have.
Because they would suffer consequences.
Oh yeah. Oh, without a doubt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think? Hang on. Okay. Do you think that should be the case? Do you find that as a net positive?
No, I don't. Because you're giving a fringe group more power than regular people. No.
Okay. I like that. I like what you just said right there, because that's how I feel about European white Americans in this country. You're giving a fringe group of people all the power.
Fringe,
sir, ancestors, they deserve it. Their ancestors literally found it.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Hey, but you see how you're able to see how this one group more power than this other group, and when I flip it to race, they're like, oh, they deserve it.
Enter Black Dragon. Let's be honest, bro.
Just saying.
Let's be honest.
I'm looking for consistency.
I'm not trying to put these. I ain't trying to put no hunky on no pedestal, but I gotta be truthful. Sir, if it were up to the black man, there would be no democracies. Name me before the white man came over there. And
we created democracy in America.
Democracy already existed here in the Americas.
Okay, wait. Are you asking a question?
Give me the nation.
Are you asking a question?
Give me the nation state in Africa that created a democracy.
It wasn't in Africa.
It wasn't in Africa.
The Haudenosaunee Nation, and here it's also known as the Iroquois Nation. It was already here in America.
Did the Egyptians have democracy? Did the Nubians have democracy?
The Haudenosaunee Nation had democracy here in America.
Get the hell out of here! No, they didn't.
Yes, they did, sir. They were literally in the house in New York when they were writing the documents. They literally were going and asking them for information.
Black people don't operate on democracies, man. Stop.
Hang on.
Are you telling me the Haudenosaunee Nation, the Iroquois, didn't exist?
If black people operated on democracies, do me a favor. Enter Black Dragon. Walk down a black neighborhood with a Trump shirt on. Let's see how much of your democracy works. Niggas don't follow democracy.
That's politics.
What does that have to do with anything?
Yes, it does.
Does it? Wait, democracy is about everyone having an equal say and representation, right? Everyone.
Okay. Let me, because you baboons keep cutting me off. Respectfully. I like Enter Black Dragon too. Trump was the motherfucking elected president. I couldn't even wear a Trump shirt because there were people threatening to whoop my ass every time I showed any inkling of support for him. He was the democratically elected president, and everywhere I went with blacks, there was always a threat of physical violence because I voted for Trump. Period. Point blank. Black people don't practice no fucking democracy. Stop it. Black people are a bandwagon race, and I don't know why we lie so much. I was trying to be calm today. Be brave. You saw me. I was trying to be calm today. I was quiet.
Gentlemen.
Black people don't practice democracy. That's a white culture. That's white culture. Stop. If niggas ran the planet, it would be nothing but dictatorships everywhere. Stop it.
That's such cap. That's such cap.
Hang on.
That's such cap.
Hang on.
There's enough evidence to show that that's lies, but that's
hang on. Democracy. Wait a minute. Democracy includes everyone to select the representative. Yes or no? Do you understand democracy to be different than that?
Bro, I know all about what
democracy
is, but what I'm telling you
does it include everybody? Does it include everybody, or just some people?
Brother. Enter Black Dragon. I don't know whether you're trying to give me pushback for entertainment or not.
It's a question. It's a question.
Smart for this. Bro, you know you're too smart for this.
Does democracy include everybody? It's a simple question.
Democracy is the body politic.
That includes who?
That includes the people.
Everybody or just somebody?
Give me right now an example of an ancient African kingdom that practiced democracies.
No, that's not my argument.
Okay. What is your argument, sir?
My argument is that Black Americans created American democracy because the democracy before Black people didn't include everybody.
Sir, how on earth did Black Americans create modern democracy in America?
Because democracy includes everybody, not just property owners. Be brave. Your thoughts on it?
I'm amazed that people with intelligence, as Kay Haddock gave both of you credit for, stretch things so ridiculously somehow to deny the reality of what exists at this time in history. The reality is white people are the phenomenal race on the planet. Black people, they were phenomenal, somehow didn't evolve. How did that quick cease, that arrest of evolving happen? When you look at all black countries, it was the dirt.
So wait, can I ask a question?
Hold on for a second. Before you answer, here goes you for it. He said, Coonan is real. This dude has never heard of Mali or Songhai. Sir, Mansa Musa was not an elected president, sir. What are you talking about? Mali was not a democratic state in ancient times.
Hold up. Wasn't his uncle Ibn Bakara the leader? And then when Ibn Bakara didn't come back, didn't he assume the throne?
Oh my God. That sounds like a monarchy. That doesn't sound like a democracy, sir.
All right, but that's
were there governors?
You said he wasn't the leader. You just said he wasn't the leader.
Hold on for a second. Were there 3 branches of government? Were there?
Right, I agree. That stuff happened here in America. The Iroquois Nation did it. The Iroquois Nation set it up. I agree with you. The Iroquois, the Iroquois is also known as the Haudenosaunee, or the people of the Longhouse or the Grey House. Like, these are just facts. Why can't we just deal with facts?
Bro. Why do, no offense to you, man, you're celebrating losers.
I'm celebrating losers how?
Yes, the Iroquois. What have they done for your life? You live in an advanced society off the blood, sweat, and tears of.
I live in an advanced society that was built off of their work.
The Iroquois built. Wait a minute. Hold on for a second.
Sir, we would not have a constitution. They're the ones who set theirs up first, and we emulated it.
The Iroquois. I can't believe I'm taking up for the whites today. I was supposed to take up for the niggas today.
You never take up for black folks. Come on, stop it, man. You know you can't. Come on, you know you can't do that.
The Iroquois built the vehicles that you drive every day. The Iroquois built the highway system. The Iroquois built the internet. The Iroquois.
No, I very specifically said they created the Constitution and the system of government that we use.
I'm sorry. So they wrote the Constitution? They
had one already. It was called the Treaty of Peace. And our Constitution is an exact replica of that. This is fact. Just look up the Treaty of Peace and look up the Constitution. This is a fact. They already had a Constitution. It was called the Treaty of Peace. It was between all of the tribes that were in the Iroquois Nation to stop them from warring amongst each other, and they had votes.
Sir, how did all of these tribes know each other when there was no railroad?
The tribes. They did. What do you mean there was no railroads?
There was no internet. How did all these people know each other?
There were roads. Can you please stop? There were roads, sir. I know you don't want to deal with that because this is not supposed to be true, but there were roads.
You know what I find shameful? When I look, and sometimes I haven't cried at all as an adult, but sometimes I just want to cry when I look at the photo of those young boys that are storming the beach at Normandy and fought for you not to speak German, for you to talk about some goddamn spiritual throwing Iroquois. That's a damn shame.
Spear chucking.
I mean, it's fascinating. It's got a point of view.
I think you're mixing them up with your people.
It's got a point of view.
The spear chuckers.
The natives are not responsible for your comfort of living now. Let's be honest, man.
I didn't say that. I gave them a very specific kudo, and I think we should just acknowledge what they did, their contributions.
Let me go back to being quiet, like I was doing before.
I just need to know.
I want to hear your thoughts, Chaotic. Come on, don't do that. Don't shut down.
Because it's like. Listen, I'm not trying to convince his ghetto point of view. I actually rock with his ghetto point of view.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that it's you may as well just spit in the faces of the people who actually built the country, the people who actually built the infrastructure, the people who actually built the automotive industry. You may as well just do that because You're talking about savages that had nothing to do with the development of this country. They're animals. They were
Why do
savages.
you
They
keep
were
calling
scalping
people
Yo,
savages?
your bootleg card shines every time you do this, brother. It must glimmer in the sun. I swear, your bootleg card be glistening in the sun.
Hang on. Let me wait.
Okay, can I ask you a question? If these people were so great, then why don't you go live on a reservation with them right now?
Why don't I go live on a reservation?
Yeah, why you living?
Hold on. You see, this is what you did last time, CC. Hold on, CC. May I please interject? This is what you did last time, sir. Because you didn't appreciate the facts I was bringing. It's leave the country. I should always leave my land because you're uncomfortable with how I feel about things.
You motherfuckers are gonna stop. See, I promised myself I was gonna be neutral today. I was taking up for the Moon Crickets earlier, but now I gotta take up for the white man. I rock with his little point of view. I think he's a good person, but he is up here on the internet that was built by the whites. He probably has a Mercedes in his driveway. He looks well to do. The white man's car, and he's talking about some scalping ass Iroquois. That is fascinating to me. What did these people do? They didn't have oil. What did they do with the oil that was already here? And then he's lying and talking about they had vehicles. Where? What vehicles? What skyscrapers? What electrical grids? It's insulting listening to this dude. I'm bringing it back though. I like it.
Is that how you define greatness through like vehicles, skyscrapers, and electricity?
Well, for now.
Oh, be brave. Be brave. Let me speak for the whites. Yeah. And enter Black Dragon.
Okay.
So do you. You do too.
Why?
I bet you right now, if you took your camera, opened up your door, I bet you in your driveway wouldn't be a horse and buggy. I bet you it'd be some European-made car or American-made car. I bet you live in a cul-de-sac. I bet you everything around you is modern. Yes. Okay. You live in the modern world. You don't live in the jungles. You don't live in you hold on for a second. How come you don't live in the outdoors? Since that society is so great.
Who lived in the outdoors? What are you talking about?
Whoa. How come you don't live
in the outdoors? Teaching is crazy, man.
Wait. I'll answer that. Number one, I'm not white. I know white people do that kind of shit still to this day. Number two, when we talk about how great a nation is, there are several great nations now on every continent that has skyscrapers, cars, electricity, sewage, internet, mobile devices. So the modern world, but the modern world is all great. All these countries are great. I can go live in any one of them and be just as comfortable, if not more. I mean, you disagree?
Yeah, I disagree. There's no place in the world, regardless of people always bring up Singapore. You know how Singapore is Singapore? Because Singapore removes all human rights. I'm saying if you combine luxury with human rights, there's no place on earth like the USA.
Oh, I beg to differ. I mean,
where?
Yeah. I mean, you can name, like I said, Eastern countries. You can name Japan, who's more hang on, who's more technologically superior than the United States,
and they live as well as Americans do with human rights.
Oh, I can live better in Japan than here.
They're not as luxurious.
Wait. Here, that's more luxurious than we are.
No, it isn't. You realize
Japan?
what people live like in Japan? Little cubicles, man. We got estates here. You live in an estate.
But in every state, wait. In each state,
how big is your yard? I need the dimensions.
My yard?
Yes. How big is your yard?
I'll tell you the dimensions of the house. 3,300 square feet.
And now the yard.
Let me get him up out of here.
No, come on. I need to know the dimensions of his yard. I want to know.
I don't know the yard. I only know the property. Just the property. I don't know the yard.
50 by 100, 100 by 100, 100 by 150.
Let's just say pretty big and spacious, right?
3,300 square feet.
Brother living. I love it.
Living in a 3,000 square foot home.
I do pretty well.
Like you have.
But I don't need it. That's the thing. I don't need it. I don't require that to be comfortable, right?
All I said was you said.
I can't believe it. I actually like his ghetto point of view. I actually like Enter Black Dragon. This Negro's living in a mansion talking about, I don't need it. I don't need it. Stop. Stop it. Stop. You would never in a million years go back 100 years and live like your family respectfully, let alone go back 500 years and live like those savages in Africa. Stop it. Why are we lying, Enter Black Dragon? Why are you lying, man?
Nobody's
talking
making
about
that argument.
Talking about you don't need it? You talking to me, man. Come on. You don't need it? Then why are you living in the
wait. I don't mind having it, but I don't need it to wake up every day too. And oh my God, if something were to happen, I'll just destroy myself.
What is better, sir? A TP in the 1200s in some rural in ancient North America, or where you're living at now?
Yeah, where I'm living at now.
Thank you. Okay, at least you kept it real with that one. Okay, all right. I was about to say, man.
Well, I understand if I have a difference between a time machine and going back and living in a TP versus living in the modern era in this house that I exist. Well, yes, I choose this every. Wait. I choose this every time, but that's not the argument on the table.
Sir, that's
the argument is that the argument is America is not the only country in the world that has technological advancement.
Nobody said that. I said it's the best country as far as luxuries combined with human rights. You have yet to disprove that.
No, okay. Let me address that. In 50 states, each one of them has what? So there's a total of 17,985 law enforcement agencies. Any of them are people with firearms that are legally able to kill you at any time, day or night. In all 50 states, there isn't a single state where a black man cannot be shot and killed.
Oh, Jesus.
Let me get him the F up out of here.
There you go. I'm telling you.
First of all, and I feel so bad because I've never kicked out Enter Black Dragon. I'm gonna bring him back up. Now he's gonna talk about Japan, right? Mm-hmm. Sir, no civilian in Japan, unless they have a hunting license, can have a weapon. So that literally means that the police can exterminate them at any given time. At least in America, there will be hella pushback. What are you talking about? Law enforcement agencies, when almost every blade of grass in America has somebody protecting it with a gun. Stop.
Greatest country on earth.
Japan? The average, sir.
Well, I say that because I used to live there too. Go ahead.
The average citizen in Japan has never even seen a gun in person.
You have
not protect themselves. At least you could protect yourself in America.
Hang on. The gun laws in Japan are different. You have to take a psychological.
They don't have guns. That's why.
Hang on. They do have firearms in Japan. You have to take a psychological exam in order to pass a test in order to possess a firearm.
How many Japanese have guns, sir?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay,
but they do have firearms in Japan.
If the military in Japan decided to subjugate the people, what could the people do?
Well, they can fight.
With what? Okay.
So what? Swords? You talking about ninjas and samurais? I got you.
What are they gonna fight with?
They have their own martial arts, sir.
Sir, jujitsu ain't stopping a bullet, sir. Judo, whatever
they have more. They have more than just judo and jujitsu. You know that. Stop it.
It's a Black Dragon. Let the military try to usurp or subjugate the American.
But why are we talking about the military or whatever?
Because you brought up that there were 30-something thousand or whatever police stations.
17,985.
You made it seem like the American people were totally helpless if something were to happen. We're not. Okay.
No, not the American people.
It seemed like black people are the victims of all those 17, whatever the number was.
In 50 states, like can you name a place where like all black people can exist and not be subjugated to violence by police?
The unarmed people that are shot and killed by police, 54% of them are white.
Hang on.
36% of them are black.
Hang on. Just a question. Is there any place in any place in the United States, all 50 states, every city in every state, is there a place where a black person can exist without being shot by police?
Yes.
Sir, anybody can be shot by the police, sir.
What place would that be?
As long as you behave and go according to the law, every state here. Like what? When whites get shot and killed by police, I could ask that same question, but I don't, because whites that get shot by police, I'm glad they did for the most part.
Service King says, CT, stop it. Most black Americans are European American, not African. French Huguenots and prostitutes.
Huguenots.
What the hell is a Huguenot?
Huguenots is the name historically of a group of people that were kicked out of Spain after the Spanish Inquisition of 1492, and they went into France and they became known as the Huguenots. They're also known as the Wallets, the Jacobites, the Andersons. A lot of these groups of quote unquote black people were really Europeans that were transported from parts of Europe and eventually into the Americas and started the 13 colonies. But we don't want to deal with that history.
Bottom line is this: nobody's wanting to move from Japan.
There's a whole history of the Huguenots moving from France to North and South Carolina. Look it up.
I was supposed to have the black people side today, be brave, and look what happened.
Everybody in Japan wants to come to America.
I don't know about that one.
Everybody in Japan wants to come to America. No.
Be brave. Now, hold on for a second. Be brave. My brother lived in Japan for quite some time, and actually, remember a buddy of mine was in the chat that one day. I hadn't talked to him since college. He was an older guy. He's been in Japan for 17 years. And they say that they love it.
I don't care. 80% of Japan's 80% of people in Japan want to come to USA.
80%.
No, they live better in Japan than America any day.
No, they're not.
They are.
They make it look good over there.
This is look good.
Throw out a garden in your backyard that's a half acre long and live in a 3,000 square foot home. They don't have that for people in Japan.
That might be true. That might be true, but I don't know.
Saying
elemental scenarios.
Like God, we live like gods.
Japan is a front. It sounds good. However, they have a high suicidal rate amongst Japanese men, and the currency is not good compared to other countries, which I agree. I agree with that. Go ahead, Savage.
Come here.
Go ahead, Savage.
You don't have anything to say. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go, Savage.
Well, I just wanted to take time to honor the ancestors and thank your Nigerian family for selling the slaves to help build America. Because if it wasn't for their hard work and the Nigerians that started the slave trade, we wouldn't be able to be here.
Well, it was really the Ghanaians, but go ahead.
No, but we really have to just, have to honor all of the work of every person that's ever done anything ever in time. But to get back to the school shooting stuff, do you know why there's so many school shooters? Do you know?
Go.
No, nobody knows. Go ahead.
No, nobody knows.
It's because all this drill music is getting to them. It just out here playing on the radio and buying it all the time, just listening to drill music. It's making them crazy.
I think the whites that do school shootings are just crazy, born crazy. I think they're crazy right from the get-go. I don't think.
Why do we say why do we call it like a mental health issue? Why do we tag it as that? Why is that? I don't understand.
Wait a minute. If somebody shoots up, if a white person goes into a place and shoots up people, that's not a mental issue? Like, you think I'm making an excuse like we should put them in an institution? No, I still think they need a slug in the back of the head. Don't get me wrong, Dragon. No, not that. Okay, so when you have a firearm, you use it, you point and shoot at something, cans, whatever, and then maybe a cat or a dog, and then maybe a person. I mean, I don't see where the sanity breaks. See, right there, what you just did means you got mental problems. That's all I'm saying.
Can you answer the question? Where do we go from sane to insane?
That made no sense.
No, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. How do we go from a person with a firearm that shoots different people? How is that insanity? How is that insane?
Because you don't go from shooting cans to shooting students. No,
it's been happening, but violence with firearms has been happening for hundreds of years. Are all of these people insane?
I'd say if you do it for no reason, you're crazy and you need to be killed.
Soldiers go to war and kill people they have no beef or argument with. Are they insane?
I'm not defending war. I'm saying war is a mechanism that has been used against all of humanity. I don't care.
But are soldiers insane?
I got a question for you.
You went from school shooting to war.
Here's a better question.
To war, Dragon.
Go ahead. What were you saying, Savage?
Let me see if I can follow this logic. So if I go to war and I get PTSD, I'm insane. If I'm born a boy and I say I'm a girl, am I insane? Or if I say I'm neither, does that make me insane?
See? I would say you were saying if you're born a boy and you think you're a girl.
So if I'm non-binary, am I crazy?
I would say you're confused.
Does that make me crazy?
I don't know about crazy. Crazy is something more likely what you do. Insanity is more what your thought process is.
So would you say that are you saying something that's abnormal is insane?
No, what I find in insanity is something that that's more counterculture to your thinking process as far as humanity and civility, right? If you're a danger to other people, I wouldn't say that you're normal, right? I would say you're something outside of normality when you're a threat to society.
So non-normal would be mentally ill is what I'm asking you. Is that what you're saying?
Is non-normal like mentally ill? Only when you pose a threat to yourself or someone else.
Sherelle, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you so much. Can I ask enter Black Dragon a question?
Yeah.
Enter Black Dragon.
Anything.
Would you want to live under Sharia law?
I don't know. I've never lived under it, so I don't know.
Okay. Could you name me any Middle Eastern country that has a black politician, an African politician, obviously?
Not Middle Eastern. My geography is kind of hazy.
Okay.
Beyond Idi Amin and Africa and all that.
Okay. Can you name me anybody in the Saudi Arabian royal family that's of African descent?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay. Those brave men and women that go to those Middle Eastern countries and fight, they fight for the fact that you can be in America and live like a king here, because other groups of people won't allow you to live like a king, particularly Middle Eastern Arabs. And I rock with Arabs. I have a lot of friends. I went to school with them, but I tell them all the time, those are some of the most racist people I've ever met in my life. And they are very homogenous. They're very Islamic. I mean, they're very what's the word I'm thinking of? I can't.
Homogenous, you said?
I mean, they're homogenous, but their
right.
entire existence is just based on their religion and their culture.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is that at least with this culture, you can live in a 3,400 square foot home.
33.
And I think it's probably 7,000 square feet. Probably.
I got you.
You can't really live a life of luxury in those other. I mean, you can, but you still are under a different system of government. So I love the fact when American soldiers go to these other countries and do what they have to do.
Yeah, but we had to fight for this. This wasn't given to us.
Do you want Afghani? Do you want
here?
Do you want to live in Afghanistan?
Like currently now? No.
Yeah. Would you ever want a million of those people ruling this country?
A million?
Yeah, it's a million. They're over here. They rule, and they're in government.
They're coming over here, or they were born here.
No, they're coming over here.
If they're coming over here, then they're
taking over the government.
That...
How about this? They're taking over the country. How about that? Would you ever want those people over here?
I don't want anybody coming over here taking over the country. We've had enough of that already.
Okay, so when you talk about that these people are psychopaths or whatever, I don't think so. I think that these people are heroes because they keep those primitive savages away from us in their culture.
Is that what you? So you think that every wait. So you think every war that's been fought is on behalf of like a noble cause?
Every single engagement that America has been in is on a noble cause. You can't see it, but trust me, it is.
Even Vietnam, which was over heroin, poppies,
even
drug trade.
Even I don't care what happened. I'm an American supremacist, man. The older I get, the more I realize America needs to curb stomp these people because those people are savages, and I don't want to live in any of those. I don't want to live under any of those types of governments.
It's one thing to say that when you live here. You can shit on other countries. You can crap on other countries when you live here. When you're born in Korea, when you're born in Vietnam. Wait, hang on. Okay. When you're born in Afghanistan, when you're born in Iraq, you don't have that kind of mindset. I mean, you just don't.
Do you know what used to happen in Iraq under Saddam
Hussein?
His son used to go and rape random women, and he could do it.
Okay, and
get away with it. I'm telling you, man, these people are animals.
Happens here in this country, doesn't it?
Name one. Name it. Name a person.
Every college I can name several college campuses.
Name me a politician's son who openly did what Uday Hussein did.
A politician's son.
Yeah,
I would have to Google that. I don't know.
Well, the fact that you got to Google it lets me know everything about the argument. All I'm saying is, man.
Wait. Are you saying it doesn't exist?
I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but what I'm saying is that this country provides a level of freedom and human rights that you wouldn't have in those backwards third world. I would even say Stone Age countries. Yes.
So you're saying that things happen in other countries that just don't happen here?
I'm not saying that, man. I'm saying that this country is highly civilized and you have human rights. I just asked you if you don't have, I'm sorry, if you said Africa, right? If Africa has so great of human rights, why won't you take you and your daughter to Uganda then?
Well, Africa is not really a country; it's more of a continent. So it depends on what
I said. Uganda.
I got you.
I said Uganda.
But you can go to different. There are 60 countries in Africa I can go to. That
other than South Africa, sir, your daughter, and respectfully, I don't like using your kids as an example. But
no, it's fine. Go ahead.
But your daughter would not be accepted in every country in Africa other than South Africa, maybe. If she openly told people what she is, let's be honest. It's the truth, man.
Can I say the same? Wait. Can I say the same thing about these states?
No.
Sorry.
So wait. So you're saying we can go to any state and she will be accepted for who she is?
Yes, she's protected under the government. The government.
Even if you don't like her, they'll stomach her.
And let's say somebody like Savage, respectfully, if he said anything to your daughter, you know what happened to Savage? Because he's white, because he has face tests, because he is bald, they would assume he's a skinhead, which I think he's turning into one, and he will be in prison for a hate crime.
You're assuming that he'll suffer consequences for his violent actions.
Sir, they lock up people left and right for hate crimes in America just because, dude, they locked up 2 white people for 10 years because they were hollering and screaming racial epithets at a little black girl's birthday party.
So you're saying that every person, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. But do you think that every person that commits a hate crime is arrested, is prosecuted by law enforcement and by the judicial system?
All I'm saying is
it's a question.
It's a question. Sir, of course not. But what I'm saying is in America, your daughter is protected. She has human rights that she has here that she doesn't have in a nation where everybody looks like her. Because
place for your daughter.
Because most people on the planet have never practiced human rights in the history of their existence. They just haven't.
Would you agree that that includes America?
Sir, America is only 200 and something years old. I mean, we're not perfect, but sir, we're damn near better than every nation on the planet.
When it comes to human rights,
let me ask you a question. Is there debanking in America?
Is there what?
Debanking. Is there debanking in America?
Define that. What is that?
The stuff that you say on the internet right now, can Chase drop you as an account holder?
Yes. Did you not just see what PayPal
that
did?
Did not happen in America. That happened in Canada, sir.
No, sir. Did you not just see what PayPal did?
Again, I said a bank.
PayPal is a bank, sir.
Okay. Is it JP Morgan Chase?
They dropped Kanye West. Morgan Chase.
They dropped Kanye West.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? Where are PayPal's branches at?
It's a digital bank, sir. Sir, it's 2023. We use digital banks.
You're talking about PayPal. I'm talking about legitimate banks.
Sir, PayPal is a multi-trillion-dollar corporation that processes millions of transactions on a daily basis.
Wait a minute. I think one of the main offices is here in Austin, Texas.
CT.
Can you go to a branch right now for PayPal?
You can take your PayPal card into any bank and it'll be respected and you can carry some money.
The answer is no. The answer is no.
But there's tons of digital banks. That's not like, I mean, we're living 2023.
Okay. Does America have debanking on the scale that occurred in Canada?
It will very soon.
CT.
The answer is no. The answer is no.
Will does not mean now. Has it happened now?
The answer is no.
Okay.
Not yet.
And it will never happen.
That's not true, sir.
Well, you guys are pessimistic.
Hang on.
So you're telling me the CBDCs is not literally a plan to implement a social credit score and then be able to take people, freeze people's bank accounts?
Credit scores would never happen in America. This is not China, sir. Stop.
That's not true, CT. They're already starting in CT.
Where are they starting it at?
Sir, I'll share the article. You guys got it.
Where are they starting at? You brought it up. I didn't bring it up.
I just said I'm going to share the article. You guys got to check this out. This is crazy.
All right.
Social credit would not work in America. It would only work in China.
I disagree.
Sir, you know why social credit works in China? Has got a point of view? Because the people are afraid of the CCP. Social credit wouldn't work here.
That's not true. Yes, it will. It works now. We cancel people all the time.
A little kid the other day threw a water balloon at the former vice president. That just shows you that we don't care about these people.
Sir, we cancel people out here all the time, and those people have their whole livelihoods completely eliminated. We cancel people on social media regularly. All they need to do is now add a system to that where all of our cards are connected to our social media accounts, and the minute they cut you off because somebody says you said something inappropriate online, now you will not be able to buy and sell anything. Elon Musk is working on it with his X app. I guarantee you in the next 5 years, we will all have all of our cards connected to these apps and everybody will be afraid to say anything. You heard it here.
Go ahead, Savage. I'm sorry. I'm too involved in this argument. Go ahead. Hey, Savage, come back out. Hey, Savage, your phone is sounding real.
Yeah, it sounds real bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
Go ahead, Ivan, man. You've been wanting to talk for a minute. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, I'm cool. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound good.
Yeah, okay. Well, be brave and think it's good to see you back home after getting your ass whooped down in Montgomery a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
Now you got a reason for that.
Go ahead.
How's it? I got
for me.
Okay.
I said, oh.
Wait a minute, I don't know who that is. Go ahead, Ivan. Try it again, Ivan.
Okay, there it's gone now. It's gone now. Yeah, I had a real bad echo. But yeah, what's going on, man? I'm just in here to chop it up with y'all, and I see Be Brave and Think is in here talking his same gibberish about it's the blacks' fault. It's the blacks' fault. So I just came in here to address that. All this stuff about governments and all that. I don't care about that. Long as it doesn't affect me locally, I'm cool. I'm good with that. But I just come in here to address Be Brave and Think usual bigoted rhetoric. That's what I came in here for.
Damn.
And I got a question, Be Brave. Do you ever wash that mask? It's turning brown, bro. Booty hole brown.
And I don't wear it enough, and I'm going to make a new one.
Okay. All right.
Wash it. It's made out of cheese and it'll frail. I'm going to make a new one. And no, it doesn't stink. And I take showers daily. And I'm very cool. I'm not sweating in it. So,
No, you don't. Stop lying. Go ahead, Savage.
See, they didn't want to address what you were saying. Debanked are the people that talk against the blacks. They talk against the small hats. They talk against what the culture is, and they get debanked. It's not pro-blacks that come up here or the white man that get debanked. That's why they didn't want to address your issue. But I am totally importing all the Middle East into America and doing Sharia law. Totally for it. And then the white man wouldn't be the bad guy.
You make a good point, Savage, but your phone is breaking up again, man. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, we should have Sharia law in America, right? Enter Black Dragon. Enter the Black
I don't
Dragon?
know what that entails, so I can't say yes or no.
Yeah.
When it comes to somebody else's government, I mean, just keep it real.
Right. Okay. All right.
I'm keeping it real.
Black Dragon, there's no place like America for you to live. And then
one thing about Sharia law,
when you say, go ahead, Moses, go ahead.
Yeah, one thing about Sharia law, though, it does give men a leg up. It's more man based. Sharia law affects the woman more than the man. I guess if you want to look at it from our perspective in a negative sense, it affects the woman more than the man. Sharia law does. It's more beneficial to the men.
It turns men into monsters.
No, it doesn't. No. If it's in you to be a monster, then that's what turns you into a monster.
Right. Hey, man, Jordan Peterson made an excellent statement about this a while ago. Being weak is not a sign of being a great person. Like showing actual compassion takes you having the strength to do harm to others and choosing not to, and being mindful that could cause problems to people. That is being true. That's how you exercise true empathy and compassion. Like if you're weak and you just choose not to have guns, not to have weapons, not to be able to fight, practice martial art, you're not a help to yourself or your family. You're just a weak man. Like, you're not practicing empathy or compassion. You have no ability to hurt anyone.
Sharia law. Nobody wants Sharia law. Please, come on.
How do you know? How do you know? We dealing with the honky law right now. We're dealing with honky law. We over here crackfied, and we having to deal with that. So hey, some Sharia law might not be so bad.
If it were Sharia law in America, black people especially would suffer the worst. Arabs don't get. Oh my God! All you gotta do is look at Arab countries right now. Name me an Arab country where blacks are in positions of power. Talk about the military, business, etc. Name me one. It's blacks all in Saudi Arabia. There's blacks in Iran. Name me the blacks that are generals of the military. Name them.
Hold on.
Name me the blacks that are in the courts.
You say black. When you say blacks,
African blacks.
Why you saying why it's gotta be Africa? See, that's the problem. You keep saying African blacks because when I see these Middle Eastern countries, all I see is dark-skinned men in charge of the military.
No, you don't. Name me
That's
one.
all I see.
All right, name it.
The men that are fighting each other in the Sudan,
Sudan is not the Middle East. It's in Africa.
But even in the Middle East, name me the Middle Eastern country right now, and name me the people in power. I can't give you the name the people in power.
If I go to Saudi Arabia,
every Middle Eastern country has a.
Let me remove your ass too. If I go to Saudi Arabia, if I were to go to the courts, if I were to go to the military, if I were to go to any business there, I would know without a shadow of a doubt there are no blacks.
But CT, there are plenty of African countries that practice Islam as well, and they have black people in charge from.
It's Africa, of course you would.
But you keep saying that you keep talking about the religion and conflating it like the Middle East is the only place that practices that religion. There are places that practice that religion that are outside of the Middle East, and those countries have people in charge from the top to bottom. Can we at least acknowledge that? And they practice Islam.
Sudan has no other choice but to have mixed breeds and blacks. It's Sudan. Whether it's South Sudan or North Sudan.
But I'm not talking about the Sudan. There's over 50 countries in Africa. Sir, as you're aware, I'm preaching to the choir.
Why would Middle Eastern countries have African black leaders? Why would Middle Eastern countries have black African leaders?
That's the point. The point of the matter is if these people had their way over here, you wouldn't have blacks that are governors, senators, House of Reps. You wouldn't have it.
We over here in this white country take blacks that aren't even qualified and make them in high places.
Man, be brave. Go somewhere and make your Unibombs. Can you go make some Unibombs and get up out of here? Knock it off. This is what I'm saying. You're playing with words, chaotic.
Start playing with words, motherfucker. I'm not playing with words, sir. I'm tired of people disrespecting this fucking country. The fact of the matter is that if you allow those types of people to come over here, you would not get blacks in any industry. You would not get black. I'm telling you, you wouldn't. Just name me a black. Name me a Middle Eastern company right now. You're not gonna.
Why should Middle Eastern countries have black people in charge?
Name it.
No, I said why should they? I agree with Black Dragon. Why would that be?
Why would that be to their
advantage?
Over here in America, as much as you guys want to dog the military, say the military is psychopaths and all that, and whatever you're saying, blacks in America are the most privileged and have the highest standard of living, sir. You don't get that in other countries. You will never get it. So if these backwards people came over here, or if they ruled the planet, you think you're a second-class citizen now? You wouldn't even be close to second class.
Who said second-class citizen?
Wait, hang on. What privileges do we have here in America that we wouldn't have in anywhere else?
Sir, if you as a black, okay, let's assume Afghanistan somehow gained power, global power.
Okay.
You would never in a million years see blacks in any industry at a high level. Never. You would see blacks in politics. They wouldn't vote. They wouldn't put blacks in politics They would not put you in positions of power, period. You wouldn't even be able to get positions of power. You wouldn't see blacks as generals. The Secretary of Defense, you would never see nothing like that because you don't see it now in those countries. And
Why
they
not?
have
Are we
a significant population in Afghanistan?
No.
Are you a significant? Okay. Are you a significant population in America?
I'm asking. Are we? If we're a significant population, then yes, power comes with that.
Sir, you're not a significant population in America, but somehow black.
We are.
You have lost your mind.
13. Sir, 13%.
Black Moses, what's going on with your brother? Black Moses, what's going on with your brother?
Hang on.
Okay, listen, you porch monkeys. I was on your side earlier. You're not a significant population in America now, but in America, you have blacks that are in significant positions. Look at the vice president. Look, you have black presidents of white universities. You have blacks who are the
mayors all over the country.
Let me calm down real quick.
Mayors all over the country, black.
The Joint Chiefs of Staff is a black man right now. The Joint fucking Chiefs, the most, I won't say most powerful, but the most senior officer in the military is a black man. You wouldn't have that in any Middle Eastern country. You just wouldn't. I'm not trying to dog those countries. I'm just telling you what the truth is. Black people are not a significant population in America, but again, are in significant positions. Black people are not a significant population in Middle Eastern countries and definitely will never have any significance in anything in those countries. Just the truth. I don't even know what the argument is about here. Let me bring these Yokos back up.
Wait. Hold on. Who you calling porch monkeys? You're the blackest one in here.
Tory Lanez got sentenced to 10 years. I just saw it, Crown Reese. Thank you so much.
And if I pat you on top of your head, I'm going to cut my hand. So who you calling porch monkey, Negro? Knock it off. I told you he was going to get 10 years. Didn't I say that?
You did.
I told you gun crime in California. You automatically get 10 years.
Is this for the Megan Thee Stallion thing, that the shooting or whatever, or something? Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm just making sure.
PayPal Cash does have FDIC insurance. I just shared the Forbes article that breaks it all down. Please come on. It's like we don't even like evidence over here. It's like we have to just have a narrative. I get it.
All right, hey, I hear something that's antithetical, an argument that's antithetical. You can't, if you're saying that blacks are not as significant in America, how would we have hang on, population. Yes, in numbers, right? How would we?
It's not a significant population.
How would we have black mayors, black governors, black president if we're insignificant?
Because the white man, when he founded this country,
stop it.
Okay.
Let him finish. Hang on. Let him finish.
Established a constitution that gave men God-given rights.
Did Africans have those rights?
Aren't you an African?
Hang on.
Aren't you an African? Are you not an African, sir?
Did Africans have those rights?
Are you not? Okay. Enter the Black Dragon. Are you
I'm
not
Jamaican? No. Yes. So African descent. Yes.
Are you not speaking
English?
The best language on the planet? Are you not living? It's not the best. Oh, that's funny. Because
I believe it's universal. I believe it's universal, but I don't think that necessarily makes it the best.
Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Which country has the highest GDP? Which country has the wealthiest corporations on the planet? Which company hires the most people? Which country has the most companies that hires the most people? It's not America. English-speaking America.
Okay.
You're not speaking. Are you speaking patois when you're going into these? You're Jamaican, right? You're not speaking patois.
I never just got taught. That's my.
You're not speaking pidgin, sir. I don't understand why we just can't admit that these people these people civilized the Western Hemisphere. They civilized North America. And this country is just great. I don't understand the argument.
My argument is that they didn't. My argument is that we did.
They definitely didn't.
My argument is not that they didn't. My argument is that we did. That is why we have democracy. That is why we have representation. That is why we have a president. That's why we have a vice president. That's why we have a Supreme Court justice.
Yeah, I agree, because America is the last of a evolution of governments. It's an evolution of governments. So America is pretty much the last. The ultimate at this point, as far as because it's all adopted from Egyptian culture, Roman culture, all of that. These are governments that existed where America got their influence from. These were cultural centers. Egypt was a cultural center. Rome was a cultural center.
New York was a cultural center.
Even Asia was a cultural center. America is just a collective of all of those governments. That's what it is. Those Be Brave and Krakatosis, they didn't sit there and just think about these governments and just say, hey, we're going to do it this way. They collected information from all these other histories of governments to get to where they are. So yeah, so if you want to look at it as where you are now, which you usually do, y'all always got to look at the here and now. Everything, y'all mess up time so bad. Everything is a progression throughout history. Egypt, Rome, Asia, all of these are collectives of governments that America benefited from Europe. Let's not forget, from Europe. It was Europe first. All America is an adaptation of the last of British law. That's all it is. But British law comes from an adaptation of a collective of all those previous cultures of government. So knock it off, CT. I don't see how African like you would know that. Even in African cultures, they have their customs, their tribal customs, which were forms of government, primitive forms.
The Black Moses, you know he got to put on for the archons. You know he got to put on for the archons.
Yeah, I know he got
to put on for the archons.
But the American government, America itself is a descendant of the Roman Empire, right? That's how we built Capitol Hill, a Senate, an executive branch.
I just want to address Savage Red. Blacks were not allowed to read. Slaves were not allowed to read at a certain point. Let's be honest. Slaves were not allowed to read. By the time they were allowed to, they had to sneak and read. Frederick Douglass had to sneak to learn to read. The only book they allowed slaves to read at one point was the Bible. That was it. And the only part they could only read parts of the Bible, which made them good slaves. Was it.
The original. Okay, what happened was we were talking about.
I just want to keep there.
We were talking about who brought civilization to the West, and it was a comment about other groups of people. And I said that the natives were savages, and then we got to talking about other cultures of people. I don't care how America was founded in terms of where did we get it, where did we get our Constitution from, or whatever. All I'm saying is that you wouldn't want to live in the Middle East or Southeast Asian countries or African countries. That's all I was saying.
But CT, if we were born in those countries and it's all we knew, how would we know anything different to prefer something else?
Because you know the evidence of that is people immigrating over here and migrating over here. That's the evidence.
And they go back. They go back.
You can't be serious, bro.
No, I'm serious. They go back.
You cannot be serious, bro. You
not
have
all of them. Wait a minute, not all of them, but they go back.
Sir,
they study here, they get their degree here, and they go back.
It's no winning, man. It's no winning, man.
No, you're not. Wait. I understand I understand your point, the way you make it, but you have to accept other factors. People do come here to study and then go back. I mean, what's wrong with that? I'm not crapping on the United States. I'm not crapping on the United States.
They get their citizenship. That's why they go back.
Well, let's just say for whatever reason, they do have families to feed. They do have things they want to do in their own country, but lack the education to do that. They do come over here just to study and then go back. As a matter of fact, that is an actual problem that the government reports, that we're not keeping the best because they keep going back.
The best of what?
Like people who have master's degrees, engineering degrees. Some people are from India. Some people are from China. but they actually get their degrees. They get their degrees here. They get their studies here, but they take that knowledge and they go back.
Oh, I thought you was talking about Africans because they can take their ass back.
Be brave and think. Go ahead, man.
I think a wonderful thing would be to make a movie calling it switching places. I thought about it about 20 years ago. Everybody that talks like this, that don't understand what America is, when you get up and you complain once, you get switched, and the person that you get switched with comes here. And then at the end of the movie, it'd be a comical movie, but at the end of the movie, you would have these people that somebody would come on and ask them, "How's your day living in America?" That same person would go, "I'm fine." After being switched into another hellhole, they'd say, "I'm fine." It'd be a comedy movie. You could make it. It'd be a good one. I don't understand I understand how you can hate Whitey. I get that. But to not understand the luxury that you're living in is what slays me. So that luxury that you're living in was done by Whitey in the last 50 or 60 or 100 years. You're living there. You're benefiting from everything that we benefit from. And that's why I don't understand. And again, I get it. I can understand the skin color part. The whites bug me. I can't understand denying the luxury that this culture affords you, and say stuff in order to make it look like this culture really isn't what it is. Folks, we're living like gods. Look, one last thing here. Look at me. Lowest damn income trash. I think I'm the poorest, lowest income white on these panels. I'll bet I am.
To avoid the IRS. Pay attention.
No.
No, and you're not alone in that thinking. Go ahead.
But,
Go ahead.
I'm serious. I am. And I feel I can't, but I live like a god. I never even worry about things. Everything is so calm and tranquil. And I'm broke. I mean, not broke, but I'm low, just low living. No, I mean everything. I mean, I got all the necessities and plenty of them and some to boot. But I'm as a loser, I'm living like a god in this country.
And that's what I want to say. You hear what he's saying? He's saying he's low, he's broke, he don't have anything. But it's people like him that don't want to move a goddamn pontoon boat for black folk. You know, that's what I'm saying. As low as he is.
Right. People didn't want to move that pontoon
I gotta
boat.
get these. I gotta get the blacks off the panel real quick. Be brave. How many people live in Saudi Arabia?
How many people what?
How many people live in Saudi Arabia?
The population, oh my goodness. 35 million,
35 million. Saudi Arabia has, I think 10% of the population is African people. It's pretty much close to America, right?
10%, that much?
10%. Oh yeah. The Middle East has a lot of an African population in many of these countries. A lot of people didn't know that. I'm willing to bet Ivan, Enter the Black Dragon, and his ghetto point of view, they can't name me one African that holds political power in that country, military power in that country, sits on any board of directors of any business in that country. I bet they couldn't do it.
No, probably the blacks that are over there are, first of all, of the more successful rate. And even those successful intellectuals get nowhere in Saudi Arabia.
Okay. Enter the Black Dragon. Can you name me any black or African that is on the board of directors of any major company in Saudi Arabia?
Hell no. I've done my homework on that.
Okay. Do you think that this proves that America is just a better country for blacks? The fact that blacks can be in politics, industry, the military. I mean, do you kind of agree with that?
Ghetto,
now?
The hood, prison.
That's
state,
your choice.
federal,
Yeah, that's your. Yeah. If you're in jail,
all
that's
50
your
states.
choice. If you're in jail in America or prison, that's a choice.
Wait a minute. Here's a question. Here's a question.
Committed a crime.
You think that every person in prison has committed a crime to get there?
99%, 99.9%. I was a probation officer for many years. I've had my own clients tell me, "Hey man, if it were not for the prison system, I wouldn't be where I'm at right now. I needed to go to prison. I've had probationers tell me that.
There are people who belong in. There are people who belong in prison. I just don't think that's everybody.
Sir, you're trying to imply that there are some innocent people in prison, right?
There are.
I would say it's less than 0.00001%.
Should we look that up?
You can look it up all you want, but okay. I bet you that the majority of people that are in the penitentiary in America deserve to be there, and they will even tell you that.
Majority, I would say that's not even an argument, right? Not even the numerical argument. But I'm just saying, as you're saying that there are positive attributes to being black in America, there are absolutely negative attributes as well. That's my argument.
But they don't match anywhere else in the world. Other places in the world, the negative is just so intense. It's so
not
much
in
more.
Japan. Not in Japan. Not after living there.
Oh, nobody wants to live in Japan.
Go back.
I do. I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of want to live. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've never been there.
I've been, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I've been there and I've lived there, right?
I don't care.
And
go back.
Why are you here?
Well, I don't have to go back.
Why are you here?
Then don't quit crying about not being there.
Nobody's crying about not being there.
You are. You're trying to make it look like it's someplace other than me.
No. What his argument is, wait. What Chaotic's argument is that there's
DT,
no.
Square yourself, DT.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, what your argument is that here and no place else, you get treated with luxury. We have all this freedom. We have all this thing, and it's nowhere else in the world.
No, I didn't say that. I said they don't have as much of luxury and human rights combined. Not as much. Nowhere else do you have the luxury combined with human rights as we do in this country.
Enter the Dragon.
I don't think that's true at all. Go ahead.
Enter the Dragon. If it was so great, you would be there. Like
I would be there.
If it was so great, you're not there.
It is.
You're still here.
Your point being what?
Go leave.
Because when you just keep talking about how great this place is, but you're in your 3,300 square foot house with all that land,
right?
Saying how shitty America is. Let's be honest. If
no
Japan
one said
was that much
America
better,
was shitty. No one said that.
Let's be honest. If it was better, you'd be back. You would go back to Japan. You'd stay over there.
These are my plans. I mean, for the future, not now.
Sell your house. You sell your house. You could get there. You're well to do, right?
Well to do.
I don't know what's taking you so long to make these plans.
Well, when you pick up and move your entire life, it's a little.
DT, are you smoking a black and mild, sir? You can unmute yourself. Are you smoking a black and mild? You're on mute. You gotta unmute yourself. You gotta unmute yourself. Are you smoking a black and mild?
No.
Okay, what are you smoking?
I'm actually smoking one of these.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? If you went on CNN or Fox News, would you smoke that on camera? Would you smoke that on camera?
Well, no.
Yeah, I kind of thought so.
Well, and then also, just to let you know, I would never go on CNN.
Or Fox News. If this was Fox News, would you be smoking that blunt on Fox News? This yes or no? Yes or no? If this was Fox News, would you smoke that blunt? Would you be smoking a blunt?
No.
Okay. I kind of thought so. Go ahead though. Okay. Don't worry about it, man.
Hey, why do you think he's smoking that blunt on your show? Why do you think?
Because I'm black and nobody respects what I'm doing. Just smoke your blunts. This fine.
Man, that's not true. Everybody respects what you're doing. Please.
No. Because he just said it. He said if he went on Fox, he wouldn't smoke. He wouldn't be smoking his weed.
You ain't Fox.
See, and that's the thing. See, and that lets me know that you think the white man's ice is colder. Think about that. You just said, "Oh, you ain't Fox." So you're telling me, "Oh, your ice ain't shit."
Really. Just because you're not a billion-dollar network doesn't mean you ain't doing nothing.
No. So see what just happened.
No, DT, you're good. You're good. Enter the Black Dragon. You're Exhibit A.
What's up?
You're Exhibit A.
Of what?
I give public service announcements on not to curse, not to use vulgarity, not to. You can smoke a cigar. Cigars are refined.
Okay.
I always say that.
Okay.
Now he's smoking weed.
I got you.
Which looks tacky on screen. His cameras, he did hit the super chat, but he's doing this with the camera. I'm about to throw up over here. And then you say, "Oh, well, you ain't Fox." See, typical niggas.
Oh, come on. Okay, but you're not Fox, right?
Not respecting what I'm doing. I'm
no,
square.
everybody respects what you're doing.
No,
come
no,
on.
no. How
we all appreciate it.
How could you respect what I'm doing?
Right.
If the nigga is smoking some weed, and I asked the panel, I'm like, "Hey man, would he do that on CNN, Fox?" He said no, which I knew it. And then you said, "Well, you ain't Fox." Well, what? Last time I checked, when's the last time anybody on Fox ever talked to somebody?
I think you're better than Fox, actually.
Thank you. So if you think I'm better than Fox, don't you see the weed thing?
Okay, I got you.
Guys,
but
guys, if you want to smoke your drugs, smoke your dope, can you just not be on camera when you're smoking your drugs, please? Cigars are fine. They're, but if you want to smoke your drugs, drink your alcohol, just do it off. Well, if you're drinking like some dark liquor in a nice glass, that looks refined. And you got a cigar. But if you're drinking out of a bottle, stay the F off camera.
What about a pipe?
Piping is good. Pipe is good. Pipe is good. Pipe is good.
Okay.
Pipe is good.
I bring that up because it's the picture of the 1950s where a guy had a good, nice drink, nice pipe, newspaper.
The only reason why I don't really say nothing, I'm gonna bring everybody back on the panel real quick. The only reason why I don't really say nothing to Savage with that hookah shit that they do. What is that vaping shit? Here goes every 2 minutes. Here goes Savage. Every 2 minutes, but I don't say nothing to Savage because Savage throws major Skrilla to both networks. But other than that, guys, if you want to smoke your drugs or your dope, whatever you call it, I don't do drugs. I'm sorry. Just don't come on camera. Just wait to smoke your drugs, please. But I know if I say that all the nigga does, all the black man does is smoke weed, I know I'm the coon, right? I get emails, DMs, oh, you stereotyping. Well, what was he smoking? Niggas call in and drinking. I've had to tell people, hey man, stop drinking on camera. Stop drinking. But hey man, whatever. But salute to you, DT, man. I'm gonna bring you guys back up. Oh, DT dropped off. Oh.
You think his phone got issues and he'll be back? That happens.
He'll be back. Go ahead, guys.
Hey, I don't think we would do this on the Roland Martin show.
Well, what Savage? What do you got to say?
Well, the only reason that I don't smoke 3 packs of Newports a day is because I vape. So, make a progress. Gotta slowly get that pookie out of you.
Yep.
Are you trying to quit or just slow down?
Hey, DT.
Oh, I don't want to quit. I don't want to quit. If I was going to quit, you'd see me on the news at school.
DT, did you want to broach the topic? Go ahead, sir. He must have a delay, I think. Go ahead, DT.
No, I'm just saying I don't use drugs, right? So you got to just follow the whole tangent about.
Wait a minute. Is that is that not weed in there? Hold on for a second. Let me get this straight.
No, it's a cigar. It's like a cigar.
Were you weren't smoking weed?
No, I don't smoke weed. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm a project manager. I can't possibly smoke weed.
Oh, you got
my job.
You got your PMP?
Actually, I'm working on it.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like there's a
delay. It's pretty cool that you know what a PMP is. That's pretty dope.
I know exactly what a PMP cert is. It's one of the hardest certs to get, and it's a good cert. Yeah, it's actually a good cert. I know exactly what a PMP is. Yeah.
No, that's pretty dope, man.
What edition is it? Is it the 8th edition now?
No, that's dope.
Yeah, you got like a lag. It's a lag on your end though. Can you are you on Wi-Fi or are you on your data?
So, all right. So I do have a lag. The project that I'm on right now is in the boondocks of Virginia.
Yeah, hey bro, you gotta come back. I'm sorry, D. I know you were throwing super chats, DT, but it's like a lag, man. We gotta keep the show running at a function, man. So try to I don't know, we gotta make some correction, but it's too much of a lag. But thank you so much, bro.
I think Boost Mobile was having problems.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Savage.
Hey, right quick for me as a lowly electrician and carpenter, what is a PMP?
Project management professional. It's a certification to become a project manager. It's
manager.
one of the hardest certs to get, but it's a very good certification to have if you have it. Yeah, it's a very.
Wait a minute, why didn't the white man know that? Shouldn't the white man have already known that?
Well, the average person doesn't know what a PMP is. To be honest with you, it's just like jujitsu. The average person doesn't know it. So yeah, but it's
don't lie to them, chaotic.
Oh yeah, Savage, you would know what a PMP is, Savage, because you're
yeah. Don't lie to them. Every white man's dad has a business. Every white man comes out laying bricks, knowing trade. They all got silver spoons. You know, we all crap in gold toilets. Don't lie to them. We all know what it is.
Yeah. Hey, D-Town reaction. Can you at least come on camera? Guys, go ahead, guys. I don't even know what we were talking about, but go ahead.
How you doing, guys? How's everyone doing?
Hey, Mr. Rikine.
Good evening. I just want to say one thing to you guys, right? If you come on somebody's on anything that has to do with camera, right? And you know that more people are viewing you online, you can't be smoking or drinking. It's just not. You can. One thing with us, right? We like to be very casual. Our race is the most casual people on earth. We are very casual. This is not just America; it's all over the world. We're very casual with ourselves, even at work. We can't be that casual, you know. But it's not only our race too, because I see some people do, but we got to be professional at all times. As long as you have a camera on your face, act professional, even if you're not professional, acting. Acting is everything. Image is everything.
Yes.
D-Town, where you at, man? Where you at, D-Town? Where you at, man? Where you at, D-Town? Holler at me, man. Get at me.
Man. He outside. Yeah, he outside.
D-Town, what did you think about the Negroes that were beating up the whites on that boat? I actually
you in here doing that bad. That's what you doing, CT.
Well, again, I applaud the blacks for taking up for that poor guy. The whites did jump him. I don't give a damn what Be Brave. I don't know what Be Brave was watching.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, my fault, Be Brave. Sorry about that. What did you think about that fight, though, D-Town?
Oh well, you know, shit, you can't be putting your hands on people, bro. You know, that's just what it is. Just like I was trying to tell over there in the black house and there, where I'm like, man, even if it was a black dude, like if there was black people, you know what I'm saying, jumping on that dude, they would have still came back and beat him up. You know what I'm saying? You can't be just putting your hands on people.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
What's up? What's wrong? Can you hear me?
No, yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. Where are you from again, D-Town?
I'm from Dallas, man.
Okay. Why do you sound different from Black Moses? Wait. Why do you sound different from Black Moses?
What you mean?
Like your accent is thicker than Black Moses' accent.
He's younger than me.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm a little country too. I'm a little. I've been in Louisiana for a little bit too. I did a little.
Yeah. There it goes.
Cool.
What part of Louisiana you from?
I went to Grambling. I just went to
Oh, you
Grambling, so I
okay?
just I went. So just dealing with them people out there, talk like them a little bit. But I came back home for the
Already, you
season,
say already.
Yeah, no, it's
D-Town,
always already. You hear me now?
D-Town, did you pledge Omega Psi Phi when you was
Nah,
in Grambling?
I
You
actually
look like
didn't.
a kid.
I actually didn't chaotic, but shout out to that's the best one. I feel like that's the best one. I played J5Q though, but I was I ain't played Omega Psi Phi. All my family did. My mama just crossed on Delta. Shout out to the Deltas, man.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
Do you think?
But
Do
yeah,
you think?
chaotic man. You can't be
Let me ask you
beating
a
up
question
on
real
people
quick.
like this.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Do you think Grambling would have a Chinaman's chance at playing a Big Ten school?
We actually playing LSU September
Really?
11th. Yep, we playing LSU and LSU.
LSU's in the Big Ten?
Nah, LSU SEC, baby. We
SEC?
skipped over.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, we actually playing them first game, man. So I don't feel like we're gonna be able to compete like that. If any school that was able to compete at that time, I guess Jackson State when Dion was there. But look, when I was at Grambling, we actually went to the national championship. We won the national, so we was good that year.
You mean for HBCU national, right?
Yeah.
Because I want people in the chat to think you guys were
not nationals. Nah, they know that was Bama.
But the first 2 weeks, D1 school, not D1, but the Big Five, they played HBCUs the first 2 weeks.
Hey, Black Moses, let me ask you a question. If you were to put 100 on that game between Grambling and LSU, and Grambling happens to win by a big spread, what would be the payout? Like maybe 500,000 or something?
Boy, if you put $5, you probably get
$500.
Yeah, that odds right there, boy. It's like win that game.
Maybe we should do that. Yeah, maybe Grambling might do some. Maybe it might be history made. If Grambling
I don't know what they got now. I hope they do. I know we're gonna beat their band. We're gonna kick their band ass. You hear me?
Oh well, HBCU bands are the best. Period.
Better tell
we gonna light that thing up in there.
Anyway, what say you about that white chair? And I hate the fact that poor white lady was just sitting there, and that Negro kind of looked like you to a degree. He went over there and was like,
boom. Kind of looked like you. That was messed up. It was him, officer. It was him.
Yeah,
it was
I didn't like that. What do you think about that, D-Town? Go ahead.
I guess the chair was too much.
Yeah,
I guess the chair was too much.
That was somebody's mother. That was.
But look, at the same time, man, I know. But at the same time, it's just how that bro. You know how that stuff go, bro. You know how I get.
Where you standing at, man? Where you look like you standing on side of sock right now? Where you at?
No. I'm actually at Urban right now, man. I'm over here working and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. All right. Already.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Tar. Wait a minute. Tar says, CT, why are you simping for the fat white woman? Because she no, wait a minute. She was sitting down. She was not a part of the fight at that point.
I think she was. I think she got knocked out.
The fight, but she was already. Listen, you don't hit somebody when they've disengaged from the fight, and she was just sitting there. And I wish I could play it. And that dude, he had to be about 6 foot. He's a big black guy. He hit her over the head, and I'm thinking, damn, what if a white dude would have hit somebody's black mom over the head and she was just sitting there? And I felt bad for that white woman. Now, did I laugh? Of course I did. I'm an asshole like that. But it was still wrong for that dude to do that. Enter the Black Dragon. It sounded like you wanted to say something. Go ahead, sir. Did you laugh at that?
I don't know about the chair thing in particular. I was watching everything. I was all the way down. But I have to say, like, what I saw for the first time in, I don't know, a long time was a black community coming together for a common cause, even though it was a parking lot.
And I want to say something to this effect also. I just want to say something about that. You sit up and say, oh, I feel bad. He hit that white woman with that chair. When they were spraying power hoses on those little girls down in Selma and Montgomery, Alabama, and sticking them dogs on them. When you see those old videos, those old films, do you feel sorry then? Or was it okay?
It was okay. And hold on, I'm going to tell you why. We all know that those little black kids weren't out there marching and protesting. They were doing the same thing that black kids are doing now. They were probably out there looting and acting a fool, and the white man said, hey, get the hoses. And you know that's what happened. Stop
okay,
it.
so that's the contradiction right there, because those power hoses were way more hurtful and caused way more pain, bruises, and cuts on those little black girls than that chair did upside that old hillbilly's head.
Sir. You know I'm a strong proponent of using water hoses and German Shepherds on descent. The fact of the matter is that if we would use that now, we would never have had the BLM riots.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Okay. How come they didn't have the BLM riots back in the day?
Yeah. Let me say this.
Well, wait a minute. Wait. They did.
No, they didn't.
Yeah,
no,
they didn't. I'm not saying BLM was there back in the day, but yeah, black people did riot over murders, over the church bombing.
Sir. The BLM riots were a national full-scale protest that resulted in $1 billion worth of damage. No riots back in the day.
When was this? What riot are you talking about?
What about the Watts riots? You not remember the Watts riots?
There have been a lot of riots in the U.S. history that
Every
exceeded
city in America was rioting and sir, Savage, can I ask you a question? You were in Cleveland during the BLM riots. They had to shut down downtown, if I'm not mistaken. How did downtown look?
What? They caught police cars on fire. There was actually a curfew put out to where you couldn't go out. They shut all the trains that went to downtown. They stopped all the busing. Yeah, it was
okay. When Martin Luther King died, right? The biggest riot happened in the U.S. history. The whole 50 states was on fire. So the BLM riot wasn't the biggest.
Y'all sure those were BLM riots in Cleveland? Or did y'all just run out of they were?
So the BLM riot wasn't the biggest riot. It's not even ranked on the top 10. Even Scott King, what's his name? King in California, 1991 riot was bigger than that.
Thank you, Akene. Thank you.
So there are riots that are far bigger than that riot.
Thank you. I think in Cleveland, the BLM riots, you want to call it that, I think y'all just ran out of crack. I think that's what's about. If you want to be honest, y'all just ran out of smoke.
What the hell are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, you say there were BLM riots in Cleveland. You say the BLM riots in Cleveland.
Let me ask you a question. When you think of Cleveland, what do you think of Cleveland?
I think it's just a small town.
And what do you think it looks like?
A small town. That's why LeBron James left. Twice.
So you don't think it's like
didn't go to Texas?
You don't think it's like industry here? There's no infrastructure here?
Let me tell you something. Cleveland, when I was doing foreclosures, Cuyahoga County.
Man, I ain't about to have you up here disrespect. Man, watch your mouth, Ivan. Ain't about to have you disrespecting my county. It's Cuyahoga.
Right. That's what I thought. Yeah, whatever you call it. Cuyahoga. But when I was working foreclosures, Cuyahoga County was the only county that topped Detroit in foreclosures. The only So you mean to tell me that and I don't know what it was about. I don't know what industry you had that just wiped out pretty much a whole city with foreclosures. What industry was it? It had to be one. You only probably had one industry, because when that industry left, the whole town was foreclosed on, pretty much.
Okay, so I'm about to get into. Go ahead.
No.
Akene, you have to drop out and come back in. It's like your mic is messing up too, Akene. Go ahead. Go ahead, Sal.
There's so many homes for foreclosure in Cuyahoga County. It was tiring. I was like, what happened to all these people's money?
Okay, so Savage, hold on for 1 second, Savage. Okay, first of all, the MLK riots cannot be compared to George Floyd. George Floyd was coast to coast. It was billions of dollars in damages. And if you ask me, the country should have protested for MLK instead of a crackhead. I don't know where Akene was going with that one, but second off, Ivan, you know what you're talking about Cuyahoga County, bro. You don't. You're talking about Cleveland proper. You're not talking about. I'm talking about the county itself.
Cuyahoga, Cleveland is Cuyahoga. It is
It's a part of Cuyahoga County. Yes.
Yeah. So if you want to be even more direct, most of the Cuyahoga County homes that were being foreclosed on was in Cleveland. And I'm like, damn, what happened in Cleveland to where everybody's losing their home? You can't have that much industry if people are actually losing their homes in Cuyahoga County. Oh, Cleveland to be exact. Please.
I don't even know where we're going with this.
Indulge me.
I don't even know where we're going with this.
You just said it like Cleveland was just this big city where the BLM rise just shut down this big city, when it's pretty much just a small town in my eyes compared to where I am.
I don't know, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah. Come on. I just want to know.
You win, Ivan. I don't know, man. You win.
I don't do that.
Go ahead. I don't know, man. You
I was
win,
just
bro.
responding to the industry thing you were talking about.
Yeah, there's no industry in Cuyahoga County. You're right. There's no major hospitals here, even though Cleveland Clinic is the #1 hospital on the planet. We don't have major sports teams that hire and employ thousands of people. You're completely right. We don't have Sherwin-Williams. The headquarters of Sherwin-Williams isn't here. You're absolutely right, bro. You're absolutely right. Yeah, you're.
Is the Mayo Clinic there too? Is the Mayo Clinic there too?
No, it's not.
The clinic?
Oh, the Mayo Clinic.
No.
Is that there in Ohio too?
So the Mayo Clinic is what is listed as #2 now,
something like that. Pretty high up there.
Clinic,
I was just asking, just informational.
Cleveland Clinic has been listed as #1 for decades. I mean, yeah, literally, yeah. So,
okay.
Yeah,
why else somewhere else? Mayo Clinic somewhere else.
Go ahead. You tell me some more about Cuyahoga County that you know. Yeah.
All I know is that they had the largest foreclosures, and you just said Cleveland Clinic is the biggest clinic in what the United States.
No,
Did you say the
I say
world?
Cleveland Clinic is the #1 hospital in the world. #1.
But Cleveland Clinic is a rehab. It should be. If you excel at anything in Cleveland, you got crackheads and drug addicts. So it should be the #1.
You think that
it's a rehab. Cleveland Clinic is a rehab.
Cleveland Clinic is do you think at Cleveland Clinic there's crackheads that are being serviced there?
It's a rehab. And maybe they have an STD clinic.
They've had
Ivan,
they've had the royal family in Saudi Arabia come to Cleveland Clinic, bro. It's not
Wait
what
a minute.
you think.
You just drag Middle Easterners. So now you're bragging because the
Saudis are wealthy though. Crackheads ain't going. They can't afford the care there. What are you talking about?
What's the big hoopla about a Saudi family coming to the Cleveland Clinic? Huh?
You know what? I think the chat is right. I think blacks are slow. You're an idiot. It's the #1 hospital on the planet. Go ahead.
So the Rockefellers are from Cleveland. We had a lot of gas industry in Cleveland at one point. The steel industry was big in Cleveland. Cleveland is also one of the top cities for military contractors to make stuff for the military. Unfortunately, you have in Cleveland, you have a lot of poor, what is it? Blacks, and a lot of poor management of the city, and like a lot of high taxes. And they like to do like these crazy things where like they shut down streets and paint like, Black Lives Matter on 98th and cost the taxpayers money that doesn't benefit nobody. And then they have like gay pride all the time and shut down the city and stop industry. It's a lot of backwards thinking when it comes to like these liberal Democrats around here.
Ivan.
So that's why Cleveland is a shithole city, pretty much, right?
Well, the city of Cleveland's shitty because a lot of the hoods around there are poor, and it's a lot of black folks that live in those places that lose houses.
Okay, well, there's one blackie to your left right there. Is he amongst those blacks?
To be completely honest with you,
he doesn't live. He doesn't live.
I don't live in Cleveland proper, but Ivan, you have no idea what you're talking about Cleveland, bro. There's a lot of economic growth in Cleveland. There's a lot of institutions in Cleveland, educational institutions. The hospitals are second to none. The art museum is rated #2 in the country. You can say what you want. You can look it up. You can look it up all you want, dude. Case Western is one of the best private schools in the country. But anyway, go ahead. You know everything, Ivan. Go ahead, sir.
They have one here in Texas as well. They have a Cleveland clinic here in Texas as well.
The satellite, yeah. That's how good it is. Yeah.
We also have NASA here.
But the main
NASA's here.
In Ohio or Texas? You talking about Ohio?
Yeah, we're talking about Cleveland.
Cleveland.
No. What Savage was talking about?
Launching rockets from Cleveland.
Yeah.
No,
we have a NASA.
It's a research. It's the research wing. It's not.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Well, hey.
Oh.
Well, I just want to get the location right. It doesn't matter what.
It's the Glenn research.
It's not going to matter. I just want to get the location right.
Okay.
It's not Cape Canaveral, man. It's not rockets there. No, it's not.
Okay, yeah. That's what I figured. You said it's a satellite.
I say NASA's here, but I'm the idiot. I'm the idiot because they assumed I thought about the Cape of Texas is up here. Yeah, slow.
Who was that? The chat?
Somebody in the chat said NASA's headquartered in Texas and in Florida, but you say NASA's there, so that's all I'm saying.
NASA,
in Ohio,
yes.
That's fine.
NASA Glenn Research Facility is in Cleveland. Yeah.
Okay.
What did
I didn't know.
It's the research. Yeah, absolutely.
No, that's cool.
In Cleveland,
we're
next
from
to
Cleveland. Yes,
next
in Cleveland.
to the airport. Yes. You can laugh all you want, man, but it's the truth, man. Whatever you can giggle all you want, man, but it's the truth.
No, I'm just trying to figure. What are they doing? Are they launching rockets? I've never seen them.
They're not.
It's research.
They're not. They're doing like research. They're doing research in the Cleveland area. They're not doing rockets there.
They ain't doing that.
They're doing research.
Ivan, you can sit there and goose and giggle all you want, but your great state of Texas is being infiltrated daily by illegals. Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
We're putting them on buses. We're putting them on buses and sending them to cities like New York, Cleveland.
No, you ain't sending them to Cleveland. Cleveland's not a sanctuary city, sir. We're not a sanctuary city.
Where else they going? DC,
Chicago, but they're not
New
coming
York.
to Cleveland. Yeah,
Chicago, Cleveland. Well, no, they don't. Hey, the immigrants get off the bus in Cleveland. They get the hell back on. They say, no, take us on to Chicago. So I understand the immigrants. Yeah, I understand. I understand that part. No, they don't go to Cleveland.
God.
They don't,
Yeah. Let me read some of these super chats real quick. Crown Reed says, tell the panel CT Ohio is very safe. Akene, if you can get somewhere like at a location, I'll bring you back on camera. Chill Will says Cleveland is a shithole. Bob says, Ivan, why do you yell? DT says, I love you, Caddy, but damn, my black and mild got me jumped.
Am I yelling? Or is it my mic just
yelling? Yeah, I think
yes.
Sounds good on my end.
This is a hell of a mic.
Yeah.
No, you're just deep throwing the mic.
Nina says rank number 1 is the Mayo Clinic. Rank number 2 is the Cleveland Clinic. Yeah, well, Nina, it generally switches between the two. I'm very familiar with the Mayo Clinic, but Cleveland Clinic has been number 1 countless times. I mean, it's not. I don't even know why I'm even up here talking to this dude about Cleveland. He's not even from the city. Doesn't even know anything about it.
The only thing I said is I know when I was doing foreclosures, I had a slew. No, we had a slew of foreclosures.
The housing market, in 2008, the housing market completely collapsed. So what? All right, it was the foreclosures. All right. So what?
Yeah, it did. But in Cleveland, it collapsed more than any other place. That was my point.
So what?
Because there's a lot of poor blacks in Cleveland.
Okay, so you got a bunch of poor blacks to your left there in Cleveland, right? For some reason, you got all this industry, right? All this industry. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Blame it on the poor blacks. Let's do that.
Because Ivan, in Cuyahoga County, which is Northeast Ohio, you have great suburbs like Shaker Heights, Cleveland Heights. You have you got Solon, Pepper Pike,
Westlake, Beechwood.
Yeah, so that's where Ivan, are you listening?
Yeah, go on. Go. Yeah,
Ivan.
Yeah.
You sound like a lot of whites when they try to tell us about blacks who've never been around blacks. you have a cartoon view of Cuyahoga County or Cleveland. You do. You have no idea what you're talking about. Do you know that the art museum in Cleveland is ranked in the top 10 in the nation?
Why would I care when I don't go to art museums? Why would I care? The only thing I know about Cleveland, specifically Cuyahoga County, is that you guys lost all your houses. That's all I need to know. About the foundation of a city when the citizens are losing their homes in droves. What else do I have to do? What else do I have to say? Well, that's all I need to know.
No. The poor blacks in Cleveland lost their houses.
So most of the people in Cleveland must be blacks or poor blacks.
Correct.
That's not entirely true. Cleveland proper, I think it's what, half and half. Well, or maybe half black, quarter white, and a quarter Hispanic. Yeah.
So you're trying to explain what he just said? Is that what we're doing now?
Well, a lot of the blacks in Cleveland proper are poor. I'll admit that, but they're not.
You keep saying Cleveland proper.
Yeah, Cleveland proper. Because a lot of people confuse Cleveland with Shaker and Cleveland Heights and Solon, and it's
just like
go ahead.
It's just like Atlanta. Like there's Atlanta, the city's small, but there's suburbs around it that is the greater Atlanta area.
Again, I didn't get a bunch of foreclosures.
Thank you, DT, for the super chat.
I didn't get this whole drove of foreclosures that was exhausting in Atlanta. There were Detroit was a huge city, and Cleveland was number one. Cleveland, and Cleveland proper. Since we want to do that, Cleveland and Cleveland proper, and y'all keep bringing up Shaker Heights, whatever all this stuff is. It's still comparable to any shithole country at that time, probably still that we can speak of.
Dude,
you're admitting that it's a shithole. You're admitting that,
Are
right?
you out of your mind, sir? We're from here, man.
He's admitting that. Your fellow Clevelandite, your fellow Clevelandite.
We're talking about Cuyahoga County, sir.
Let me finish my sentence. If I drive down the street right now up into Cleveland and go to the RTA route, I'm going to see some guy catching a bus wearing a Fetty belt, wearing $400 shoes. All right? There's idiots out here. We can't help it. We can't help that. I don't complain about any of this stuff goes on in your state. You guys lost power because you guys didn't winterize your windmills. I've done work in Texas, and your guys.
Hang on. Do you know why we lost power? That's not it.
Your guys' building codes down there are crazy.
Not why we lost power.
Froze.
No. It's not why we lost power.
Why did we lose
power? So we're on an independent grid that isn't connected to the national grid. When we lose power, there's nobody to turn to. We can't go to Louisiana. We can't go to Oklahoma. We can't go to New Mexico, whatever's near us, to borrow more power. We're on an independent grid. The problem is he refused to connect our grid to the national grid, which means when our power goes out, we can just cipher it from somewhere else until our power is more independent and can turn back on.
So why'd it go off?
I just explained it.
No.
So why? So it is weather related. We froze in 2020. We froze. Right. It was a freeze over in 2020.
Yeah. Okay. I forgot. I said something, and then you told it to me as if I didn't say what I said, and you didn't acknowledge the point, and then you try to walk around it.
No. You said the power went off because of our windmills. We didn't winterize our windmills. That's not how Texas operates.
You guys didn't winterize it.
No.
No. Did you guys winterize your grid? Did you winterize your grid? No, it froze over. Thank you.
No, but Texas here, we don't get freezing weather like that.
Why are you saying Texas? It was mainly parts of Dallas.
Parts of Dallas.
It was places East Texas.
D-Town. I rock with you, bro, but I gotta ask you. I gotta do the same thing with you too. If you were invited to Fox News, would you throw up gang signs on Fox News? Would you?
This Texas. This for Texas.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay,
I was just representing.
You were invited to Fox News. Would you have done that on Fox News, or?
I was gonna stop you when you got me on there. I wasn't gonna do it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just asking. I'm just saying, if they had just brought you up on Fox News, would you have just done that too?
Yeah, I would have threw up Texas. It's Texas. That's all. I wouldn't have been like no on bloods.
Yeah, I got you. I'm just asking. I'm just curious, man. I'm just.
I'm about 16. Now you know I love you.
Hey, I got you. No, there's no problem, man. I just gotta ask these questions, man. But go ahead, man. Go ahead, Ivan. You want to say something?
Yeah. So, Savage Red just tried to make a point about us losing. We didn't lose power. I didn't lose power. Some people did in little spots, but I didn't. He tried to make a point about us losing power and compare it to a whole city losing their homes. Those people that lost power, they still had their homes when the power came back on.
Ivan, can I ask you a question? If you were to take your camera right now and point it outside right now, could we see greenery everywhere?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you do it right now?
No, because I'm not on that type of camera.
But I mean, I can, but what's your point?
My point is that when it comes to beautification, Texas is just desert. It's just open land. It's not beautified the way that Northeast Ohio is.
There's wait. There's lots of Texas. There's lots of Texas that's uninhabited. There's lots of Texas that's uninhabited.
You don't have a natural lake. Let's be honest.
Oh my!
We have three right here. We have three.
You have a Great Lake?
What do you mean a Great Lake? You said lakes.
Now he's moving the goalposts. Now we have to have a Great Lake or something.
Look,
we have the Gulf of Mexico.
We got
the Gulf of Mexico.
We got Rockwall Lake. We got what's that other lake?
No, Lake Ray Hubbard. Lake Ray Hubbard.
Okay, Lake Ray Hubbard. We got Joe Pool Lake. That's all.
Lake Louisville.
Lake Louisville. White Rock. White Rock. Where the white folks
the Great Lakes.
No,
we don't have a Great Lake. No.
Is that required?
Yeah. Have a Great Lake. Oh wow.
Yeah. Having a Great Lake does not make you a great state. You got a Great Lake. I mean, damn.
Is that all you can say? The Great Lakes and a clinic? That's all you can talk about?
So we're the fifth densest state in the country, and we're not even.
Right. You got that right.
We're not even half the size of California. We're not half the size of Texas, but we're still the fifth densest state.
Dense as in what, the number of population?
Correct.
Isn't that due to your prison population as well?
Pretty much.
No, that's not because of our prison population. It's because of how many people live in the state.
Prison population.
Like state of Ohio. Like state of Ohio has a bigger prison population because of the state.
Texas? No, it doesn't.
No, I didn't say it in Texas. I'm not talking about numbers. I'm not comparing states. What he said is we have the fifth dense. I said population. He said yes. So I said, isn't that due to prison population? That's where we're at right now. He says no.
And there was a guy came on your show, CT. He said your state
how many people live here, because
that's not true.
Yeah, there was a guy came on your show. He said y'all had the most prisons. We have the most prisons, but we're like 10 times bigger than y'all.
That is true. Let me see.
If you silly Texans come here, and get arrested and go to prison, all right? Our population's based on who lives here. It's not based on you coming here and catching a case. Like, you being in the prison population doesn't mean you live here. Like, that's no.
Let me see. Crown Reese, man. Okay, Crown Reese, what's up? Can you come square center?
Yeah, go.
Crown Reese, what say you about those whites fighting, beating up, or not beating up, but trying to jump that working black man, and those blacks taking up for him?
Oh yeah, they should have got their ass whooped.
Would you have hit that white woman sitting down with that white chair, that folding chair?
Now I would have picked that motherfucking ass up and body slammed her on her neck.
I watched the F-bomb. Come on, man.
Did
you know that the folding chair was invented by a black man? Did you know that?
Yeah, I seen 300 memes
I didn't know
today.
that, but I looked
I
it
did
up.
not know that either.
I didn't know. Savage, did you know that it was invented by a black man?
But you know, KID, you was
I
saying that
didn't know that.
everything was invented by the white man.
I didn't know that. I spent all.
No, it
Hey,
wasn't.
it was a liberal black man too.
I didn't know that. I just spend all my.
So, go ahead. So, Crown Reese, what if you had been the security guard, would you have tried to de-escalate it? Like, hey guys, I'm just gonna go call the authorities. I can't do this. Or would you have fought that white dude too? Go keep it real. You look like a fighter, but keep it real.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, it looked like he tried to de-escalate, and they said it was people that he worked with. So the emotion and the speech was something different. So I think that as a security guard, if I'm not going to go over the board, put myself in a situation to where he can harm me. I think he handled it very well. I think, but most people that came up, the situation that, when they came up to save him or whatever, that was cool, but everything else was overboard.
Do you feel like this is the start of a race war, or is just like a one-off?
I think it was just a community thing, I think the internet making all the race, man. That's cornballers. It was just people who knew what it was. It was intoxicated people. We as black people and white people, we say stuff. It ain't no racial stuff for real, man. It's just smoke. And everybody thinks that that the name calling. We as grown people should know that, whatever somebody call you, whatever, you should just blow that off. As long as they don't put their hands on you, disrespect you, because a lot of the laws that we have here in Ohio is almost like Florida. We can stand your ground. So people just can't walk up on you and, do whatever they want to do, so I feel that in that situation, when they came at the brother, I feel if he had a gun on him, I feel he had the right to shoot every last person that came to him.
I want to ask you something, Crown Reese. I want to ask you something.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you something. A Trump rally had just left Montgomery.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that attributed to the behavior of those savage red hillbillies?
Black Moses, I like you, brother. Hey, Black Moses, I'm gonna tell you, I like you so much. I'm watching you, brother. Hey, but you know what? I was in the back. I was in the back of them hunkies, looking over at all them niggas.
Now, as much as I don't like people getting hurt, I don't like violence, Crown Reese. I don't like violence. I don't like people getting hurt.
I don't either, brother. I don't either.
But let's be honest. When that white girl got tossed into that lake, did you laugh?
Bro, listen, I like when she got hit with the chair first. It was just comical. Jesus. And I knew it was about a black man. I was like, boy, she got 400 years of cracking on her head.
Let me ask you this. Hold on a second, guys. Let me ask you this. Please forgive me.
I think she was trying to give black people swimming lessons.
Wait a minute. Hold on for a second. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Now,
she was trying to give black people swimming lessons, CT.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know who let's use Angela Bassett. Let's use her. Everybody knows Angela Bassett.
Mm-hmm.
How would you feel if a white boy had bashed Angela Bassett over the head with a folding chair? How would you feel?
I'd kick his ass.
See, now how do you think now let me ask you now. That white woman has a son, uncle, father. Now, how do you feel like some white boys feel that about her?
If it was the other way around and I was in a situation, I would help the white lady. I would say, hey, get the hell off the lady, stop, I would help her, be an upstanding citizen if I was standing there, because somebody might be videoing me. So
did you ever see the movie? Give me a second, bro. Did you ever see the movie Glory?
Oh, plenty of time. I done saw my 13-year-old.
Do you remember when they were ransacking that one town, or I don't know if it was a town, and the officers started to attack the civilians, and one of the civilians was a white woman, and his old sergeant, who was white, said, "Hey, boy, get your hands off the white lady," and shot his black, like, bow. So do you think that's how a lot of white boys? So there's some white boy out there that does feel like that. Keep it real.
CT, you wrong for that. You
can fight the white boys, but don't touch that white woman. You feel like, yeah, okay, I got you.
I'll say, get away from around here, boys.
Yeah,
I don't want you around here.
Hey, let me. I just want to say something. When they threw the woman in the water and they hit the woman in the head with the chair, I was looking at that, man, and I just said, "Glory,
Negro spiritual,
hallelujah,
Negro spiritual." That's right.
Is marching on.
Savage. I see why you are turning more and more into a white supremacist by the day now. A lot of people don't know that you really are more black than a lot of people. You've grown up in you said the projects, and I'm not gonna, if you want me to name it. And I can understand why
you can name them.
Oh, Garden Valley projects. Even black people don't go to Garden Valley projects. And this man grew up there, and I can see why large numbers of whites are starting to turn into you right now. Do you hear what's going on here? They're making fun of that white woman getting hit with that chair. But had that have been, like he said, Angela Bassett, he'd have been looking to fight. But go ahead.
Well, they didn't have this same energy when those black teenagers kidnapped that mentally challenged white kid and beat him up and tortured him because they said he voted for Trump back in 2016.
I remember
they didn't have
that,
this energy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, they don't have this same energy whenever they say a cop shot a black man fleeing in the back, how wrong it was. Also, if some white guy was to have the same attitude blacks did and just start popping off and shooting black folks every time they were acting up in public, they wouldn't have this same energy. But it's funny to come up here and say racist stuff to white people and clown white people, but be the same guys tomorrow making a march for the robber that gets shot by the guy robbing the store that dies.
Yeah. Savage, let me before they speak real quick, because I'm switching sides. I'm on the white side 1 minute, now I'm on the black side, but I'm about to be on the white side again. Savage, had a white boy hit, please forgive me for saying this, had a white boy hit Cicely Tyson over there. You know who Cicely Tyson is, Savage? Oh, she's a very famous and respected black actress in the black community. Now, had a white boy hit Cicely Tyson over the head with a folding chair, his family would have to leave the country. That's how I'm telling you. Go ahead, Savage.
Well, I don't necessarily say that's true, because a lot of the times when I hear these talking points, it's just a lot of lip flapping, a lot of gum smacking. It's not actually really any action or anything. So, like, we could see, like, in order for Black Lives Matter to have riots, they had to have white people in them. So, like, I don't know.
Okay. Let me get Les in the building. Chill, Will, can you get squared center in the camera? I don't know how many times I gotta ask you guys to do that. Les, what's going on, man? What say you about that fight, man? Were you laughing at the whites getting?
You don't remember me when I started out this morning, which was earlier with you.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Nice bite.
I already gave you my opinion on that, man. I just was joining you back, seeing who all knew, and you had old little Van Vader, or whoever the little white guy with the mask on earlier.
Yeah.
Had that little wrestling mask on, claiming that white people don't do violence, man. I was just laughing at him. So I figured I'd check back in with you.
But let's be honest. Yeah, I listen, I'm 38. I don't know how old you are.
I'm 48.
I gotta side with the whites a little bit. Blacks typically bother whites more that I've seen. I don't know. You guys are from the South. Maybe you've seen different. Hold on for a second. When I was in school, the blacks bothered the whites. unprovoked a lot of times. We've seen it in public, you know, blacks bothering whites. You don't see it that way, do you, Ivan or Lex? Go ahead.
No, what state you from, man?
I'm from Ohio.
He's from Ohio. I see what you're doing here. You sit up and say, I'm going to side with the whites. That's what you do. That's why your forehead is so shiny and white. That's why it's like
let's
that.
have a regular conversation. We don't have to
I ain't gonna go that level with it because I actually just moved my family up there to Ohio, but I also still have my house in Louisiana.
Which city in Ohio?
Hey, what part
Middletown.
of Louisiana? What part of
Baton
Louisiana?
Rouge.
Oh, Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge. Now, this is my take on being in Ohio. Since we've been up there, my daughter goes to college up there. We've been harassed more. Miami.
Oh, Miami.
The junior college? Yeah.
She goes to Miami. Is she a freshman?
No. She only got one more year left there.
So she did 3 years in Louisiana?
No. When she graduated high school, I moved up here to Ohio.
Oh, okay. That's a party school, by the way.
Yeah. But since she been up there and we've been coming up there to visit her, we've had more problems out of whites than blacks.
Well, you got to stop speeding
when it come to Ohio.
Yeah, the state troopers are gonna pull you over when you got 10.
No, we ain't talking about the state trooper. We talking about just people in general.
Okay.
Because my wife done moved up there with her, and she works at one of the local stores around there. She's had more problems out of her white co-workers than she has out of black co-workers.
What do you mean?
Say like they call a store meeting. At the time that she got hired, she was the only black employee. They had a meeting going on. Then when they about finished with the meeting, somebody go get her and say, oh, we got a store meeting going on. You can come on in now.
Typical.
What kind of bull is that?
That's
and
typical.
what store is this?
Well, I ain't gonna call out the store here. She's still working there. I ain't finna stir up nothing. But that's normal stuff up there. It's like you have to literally go out your way to make these people speak to you. I was in one of the local grocery stores up there, and I'm trying to find out. I was looking for some pork steaks, and I'm trying to find where they have it at. And the people just looking at me, but won't speak. So I had to raise my tone a little bit, like I'm being aggressive, to get them to answer me. And I'm like, shouldn't have to do that. Little old lady come walking up to you, can barely hear her whispering. You run right over there and grab what the hell she asked you for. It's like, and then you got to look at it. You live in Ohio, so you know Middletown is predominantly white.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Middletown, Ohio. My daughter lived right there closer towards the university. It's just recently black people just started moving over there in that area.
I live in Cincinnati, so no, it's not.
Yes, it is. Well, Cincinnati is mostly black, though.
Yeah,
I'd have ventured down there.
So no, I know a lot of people in Middletown, brother. So they there. You just coming
But
down.
hey, what you need to do, man? You need to hook up with me and actually tell me where the black folks at in that town.
Hey,
where I live at.
Hey, we right here. We got yards that look like this. Here we go.
Yeah,
right
I know.
Here. Yeah,
I know, because we finna move out of the apartments.
Whole yard in Ohio.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
we finna move out of that apartment to get a house.
Middletown population by race 79.76 white, 11.36, 35 black.
Wait a minute.
By the numbers.
Hold on. Tell him again. Tell him again the ratio.
In Middletown, Ohio, it's 79.76 white, 11.35 black.
Now I rock with you.
I'm going to the front yard right now. You see black people cutting their grass.
Hold on.
You in Cincinnati, though.
Guys, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Les, I rock with you. But no offense. No, and please forgive me, man, because I don't want to offend you, bro.
You ain't gonna offend me, man. I'm too old to be offended.
That's right. I rock with you, big dog. I rock with you, big dog.
It sounds like you want Whitey to like you.
No, not really.
Okay. That's what it sounds like.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
You gotta look at it. My personality when I'm in public, I'm just naturally friendly. I don't like having to raise my voice or be aggressive when I'm trying to get your attention to do something. So when I raise my voice to people, sometimes they be thinking I'm being aggressive, but I'm really not.
Exactly.
I'm just trying to get my point across to get something done.
Yes, sir.
And nobody owns decent behavior. Anyone can be decent like 99.9% of their lives. I mean, you're gonna trip over something. You got in a car wreck, yeah, you're gonna trip. Your house is on fire, yeah, you're gonna trip. But most people are decent.
Les, let me ask you this though: if you're saying that it's the whites there are acting like that, have you ever considered respectfully moving to like Jamaica or St. Kitts or even like Liberia, where it's just nothing but people who look like you?
My thing is this here. Only thing I consider is I was born and raised in USA. I'm gonna die in the USA. I might go visit some of them other countries. I might go visit now, but ain't no sense of me leaving. I've been dealing with this foolishness too long.
So are you
I know how to navigate around it.
So are you saying that so the issue with whites is not really that bad then?
No. This is my thing with the issue with white people.
Okay.
With black people, most black people need to stop making excuses and learn how to play the game. Like I tell my kids, you got to pay attention. You got to pay attention. You are playing a game that is rigged.
That's right.
Who rigged it?
You actually got white people will teach you how to cheat the system. You got to pay attention when they are showing it to you.
Wait a minute. What system are you talking about?
Just to be successful in life. You'd be surprised. Say like, okay, look, one company I used to work for, all it took was me working there 6 months, and the guys was paying attention to how I make my money. And before I knew it, I had at least 3 of them walk up to me and was showing me the little system they had set in place for the little side businesses they had, and showing me that if I wanted to try it, I could actually set it up and do it myself. It ain't gonna be that many of them gonna show it to you, but you're gonna always have that little 1 or 2 that's gonna show you how to beat the system.
So are you saying that your goal in life is to get validation from the white man?
Could you please name that? Could you please name them so we could get that race trader up out of here?
I don't seek validation for nobody. What I'm saying is, with most black people, the ones who don't make something out of their life, they always got a damn excuse. But if you really pay attention to how things are set up, most white people are not racist. And certain ones will show you how to cheat the system to better yourself. But the problem is some black people are so full of hate and malice towards white people, they don't pay attention when that helping hand comes.
The question I have for you is what exactly are they cheating in the system? What is the system and what
the system is set up basically. If you pay attention to how the system is set up, I'll give you an example. 2006, I think that was the first year the Nissan Armada came out. I went to the dealership with $10,000 cash in my hand. I had almost close to a 700 credit score. Don't you know they refused to sell it to me?
What was the reason?
Never did give me the right reason, but check this out.
Did you have
first time I went there, I came there with 5,000. The manager told me if I come back with 10, he'll sell it to me. Now, mind you, that's when the Nissan Armada first came out. Down in Louisiana where I live, majority of the people who drove those trucks were white people. I come there back with $10,000 cash. The manager called me at my house, told me, dude, if you go back up there, you're going to get pissed off. I don't no longer work there. And I kept asking him why, but he wouldn't say. I went back up there anyway. They tried to stick me in a Nissan Altima. Most people who drive Nissan Altimas are black. I told dude, if I want to come here with $10,000 cash, what the hell I want a Nissan Altima for?
Les, I'm okay. Les, give me.
Hold on, let me finish.
Go ahead.
That last day I was there. White couple came in there, barely had $2,000 in their pocket, and the white lady I kept hearing her say, "I hope we get this vehicle." Boom, they sold it to her. the exact kind that I was looking for. And I'm just sitting up there looking at them like, I can't believe this. Are you serious?
Okay, so wait, okay. The black people purchase all types of vehicles. From
when you were down, let me explain something to you, man. When you were down south, so
Les, give me a second. Give me a second. Now, I'm only 38, but I've seen blacks in everything from Nissans to Rolls Royces. I'm trying to figure out, how does your story
you seen that? But I'm saying you seen that up north.
Whoa, sir. I've seen that in the South. Clearly, I have eyes, and I can clearly see people in the South with nice vehicles that are black. I'm trying to figure out here, Les, how does your story apply to the millions of blacks who have purchased like old school black people, Cadillacs, Lincoln, Continentals? I'm trying to figure out, how does your story apply in this system here? Because I know what I see with my eyes. I see more niggas in high-end cars than whites a lot of times. I'm trying to follow you. I'm rocking with you. I'm just trying to follow you on this one.
Hold on, let me explain to you, man. In certain cities you go to, when the demographic is close to 50-50, yeah, you're going to see that. Where I live at, it's predominantly white. And the way the system works down there with us, if you're not paying cash outright to buy it outright and have to finance it, and you have to go through one of these companies that's run by white people, they're only going to sell you certain vehicles down there. They're only going to sell you certain vehicles.
Less. What city is this again?
I live in Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge, Louisiana?
Are you telling me that black people in Baton Rouge don't own Jaguars, Maseratis?
What I'm telling you is, when you see black people that own those cars, they have bought them outright.
So
there is no finance. The only way you would get that finance as a black person in Baton Rouge.
Les, I know you're from Baton Rouge, but are you telling me that the black people down there who have high-end, a high-end Mercedes can cost $120? Are you telling me that they bought that vehicle $120 cash out the door?
Either pay for it out. Hold on, let me explain now. Either you paid for it cash out the door, or your credit score had to be at least 750 or better. The standards for black folks when it comes to certain automobiles, your credit score had to be higher than your counterparts.
Do you have data to substantiate this claim?
I don't need data, because I've seen it for myself. I've had people actually explain to me that's what happened to them when they go to dealerships. It's only if you go to like a mom and pop dealership that they don't focus on stuff like that. If you go to one of the bigger dealerships with the bigger name brands, they're going to classify you in a certain category depending on your credit score when it comes to dealing with folks down there in that area where I live in. Now, I don't know. It's been a while since I actually dealt with a dealership, because I reached a point I started just going through an auction. But for the most part, back then, when
what dealership was this again in Louisiana?
This was a Nissan dealership.
What was the
one
name
of the biggest? Royal Nissan.
So
it's one of the biggest one.
If I were to call them, they would tell me that, hey, if you're black, you better have a 750.
Oh no, you know good well they're not going to admit that in public. You might well don't even think they're going to admit that in public. They're not going to admit it, bro.
How many vehicles have you ever had repoed in your life?
None.
So you've had no vehicles repoed. Okay. Have you ever filed for bankruptcy?
Nope.
I mean, I'll take your word for it, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that I've seen. I'm just trying to figure out, when you say beat the system, I'm like, what system?
When I'm saying beat the system is when it comes to working class. I don't know how it is up north, because I'm just not experiencing it up north. But down south, they expect you to be on like certain levels, like plant jobs. See, right where I live at, the thing at the time, back when I was coming up through school, get on at the plant, work at the plant. You work there all your life. Make sure you get your retirement. And here it is, you retire from the plant with your benefits. The thing that I've watched my uncles and them all experience is, as they're working there, they're trying to move up the ranks. But at the same time, it's harder for them to move up the ranks than it is for their counterparts. Their counterparts are getting helping hands. But what I'm saying about cheating the system is, every now and then when your counterpart is moving up the ladder, he's throwing a dog a bone to help him get up the ladder just as well.
But
when it comes to, and what I mean by cheat the system, he's feeding you information that you might not know. So just like you're trying to get this promotion, but it's a loophole in the system that you don't know about. He might bring it to your attention. Hey, man, you might need to do blah, blah, such and such. And then wait and see what happens.
Do you know who Aliko Dangote is?
No.
Aliko Dangote is a Nigerian billionaire. He's an oil. It's a conglomerate, right? He owns a conglomerate. He's the, I think at this point he's the wealthiest, or either number two, or the wealthiest African. And he's a billionaire. He's one of the wealthiest human beings on the planet. He has a company called Dangote. Would you be considered, if I were to email you, would you consider working for him?
It all depends on the position, and I have to understand exactly what I'm getting myself into.
You would have to move to Nigeria.
Nope.
I mean,
nope.
But don't you think that would be beating the system by working for a black company in a black nation?
No. My thing is this: why would I want to leave where I was born and raised from to worry about beating a system when I need to worry about dealing with my own? As of right now, where I'm sitting at right now, I'm doing fine. I pretty much work for myself. See what I'm saying? I work for myself. Like I told you earlier, I make over $250,000 a year. I'm doing just fine where I'm at. I got not one, but 3 houses I'm paying for. Got over 10 cars, which I finally decided to put in my kids' name because the insurance was killing my ass.
How did you get 10 cars?
I deal with the auction. I buy cars out the auction. See, that's another little trick I found out from them guys. Why go to the dealership, buy a new car, where you could go through the auction, buy a used car, fix it up, and save that money? So say like, what it was, a 2017 Silverado. Might got a little front end damage, but it's valued over 80 grand. I only paid 15 for it in the auction. I took it to the shop, pumped another 10 into it. Now I got an $80,000 vehicle. I only paid 25 for it. And all my vehicles, I have the titles for it. Well, until I decided to go ahead and start giving it to my kids.
Okay, so besides the incident at the dealership, what other things in terms of the system have you beat?
Yeah, it's not nothing really major. It's just little subtle stuff. Back when I was working as a company guy, just little subtle things they would tell me on certain things I would be doing at the job that'll help me get a raise and stuff like that. You know, it's not no one big overall trick that you gonna just pull off in one move and bam, there you is sitting on top of the pile. It's just little subtle stuff. If you cross the right guy, he'll actually give you a helping hand. That's like, let's say like you working at the plant. I know plenty of those guys, man. They actually got side hustles with their own little small independent businesses on the side. And believe it or not, it was some of the white guys that gave them the information to get it off the ground, because most of the guys that normally work at that plant only got a high school education.
What kind of plant? What kind of plant?
The biggest one they got down there is Exxon.
So Exxon is energy.
That's the biggest one down there.
That's energy, right?
That's gas, oil, Liberty, everything.
Energy, yeah. And what kind of position were you looking for?
I wasn't looking for no position in Exxon. I wasn't going in there.
But you were talking about people getting promoted to what?
Say like shift leader or supervisor, stuff like that. In order for them to make it up in the management, they had to have college degrees. But I'm talking about just your average working Joe who only got a high school diploma.
I'm listening, bro. I'm listening.
Hey, I gotta go, man.
Thank you so much, bro.
Appreciate you having me up. Chat. Appreciate the chat. Hey, man, y'all be easy. Salute to Les, straight out the boot. I know about that boot, baby. What you know about some Cooper Road, Shreveport? You know what I'm saying? But hey, yeah, that's me. But Crown Reeves, good to meet you, bro. Hey,
yes, sir. Salute.
And I always appreciate you, man. Always appreciate you. And let me tell you, if your hair wasn't so nappy, I'd pat you on top of the head, but I don't want to cut my hand. Let me get at y'all later.
Good luck to you, bro.
All right, later.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Les. You got the floor, bro.
I got a question for you, man. Old boy from Cincinnati. It's off topic here. When is the state fair up there?
What is the who?
The state fair.
The state fair in Cincinnati is the Hamilton Fairground State Fair.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because I wanted to take my family over there, and I never could figure out when it is.
No, but everybody goes to Ohio State Fair. We just went last weekend. It ended on Monday.
Man.
I mean, it ended on Sunday on the 6th, yeah.
So this is the second year I've missed it. Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, Ohio big dog, baby. You got to understand that. CT know that.
Hey, I got to get used to the area, man. That's all it is. I got to get used to the area.
Yeah, it's good living down here, man. And it ain't no the white man blaming nothing over here. I got a super message, man. I came from nothing, man, to really put myself in a position here in Ohio, an opposite place where I don't live. I'm originally from Dayton, Ohio. So, I booted my way here, man. I created a lot for myself, man. I am I can just say an ex person in the street, and I did a great deal, man. I turned myself around here in Ohio, where it's known for you to fail here. You're supposed to be in prison here in Ohio, I really turned myself around, man. I had to move away from Ohio to go to Chattanooga, Tennessee, so I know about the South and Florida. I lived in Jacksonville, Florida, and I created a son there, man. And it's a place where I really spoke as a person. When my mother said, "Oh, I pray for boys," so she got 4 boys, but I'm the oldest, so I really prayed for a son. And I'm a Baptist son that came from a spiritual grandma who told me that you only are who you are, and don't blame nobody for what you are and your failure. So I did a really long time in a place here in Ohio. They really want you here. And I created myself and came out of that. And I have a 13-year-old son to this day. I cut the umbilical cord. I am a real father. I got my own house here in Ohio, and it's the greatest place here on earth, man. I'm telling you. And you have to apply yourself. Ain't nobody took nothing from me. Ain't nobody did nothing. You are the person that creates your own foundation. I'm sitting in my backyard right now, listening to my neighbor cut his grass. I got a privacy fence. We don't live like this. I'm supposed to be suffering in prison. But I'm going to tell you, bro, listen, you just got to be on the right track. Keep doing what you're doing. It ain't about who you work for, the white man and all that. Because when I'm telling you something about me, the white man helped me a whole long way to coming through where I am to this day. And I appreciate it, man. And I ain't hating on nobody, whether you're black, white, Hispanic, whatever. But I'm going to tell y'all one thing. CT sit up here listening to all these, what you call this, moon crickets?
Yeah, moon crickets. Yeah.
Hey, because listen, his family ain't come from where we come from.
No, they're moon crickets too. No, trust me.
Nah, he don't know the struggle, man. He don't know that real struggle.
Yes, I do, bro. I'm telling, I know the struggle, bro.
Oh, not you. I'm talking about CT. No, I'm talking about CT. He don't know that real struggle, man.
Les, you were born in America. You didn't struggle. You didn't struggle.
Oh,
You didn't struggle, man. Les, you were born in America. You didn't, Les. You were born in America. You didn't struggle.
Hold on, where you were born at, man?
I was born in America. I was born here. You didn't struggle, bro.
I'm talking about America. I'm talking about American standard. You're trying to compare us to world standard. No, they got people got way worse than we do. I'm saying American standards.
100 times worse. So if the struggle in America is a choice, you know that it's a choice. It's a choice. It's a choice. I saw a video the other day. This judge had to tell this lady to stop having kids because the lady was up there crying. She had 10 kids. The judge said, "Bitch, stop having kids." She didn't call her a bitch, but she said, "Stop having kids. You ain't struggling. Stop fucking."
Let me explain something, you man.
You're not struggling.
I say from
you didn't struggle, bro.
From the 90s on up, it's a choice. I was born in 75.
You didn't struggle.
75. Black people didn't really have
that was a choice.
Those real great opportunities like they do now.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't, man.
A lot of companies.
I'll put it like this. Bring up the other guys and ask them the same question.
In 75, a lot of companies did not have offshore businesses. A lot of factories were still in America, sir.
Yes, I understand that. But I'm saying,
even in 75, a lot of blacks spent their money on
that was the ones up north. Sir. The ones down south didn't have all them privileges, man.
Sir, even down south, sir, you had privileges, man. Come on, man. Let's stop, man. It's 2023, man. We got to stop making excuses, man. Now, if Madam C.J. Walker if she could become a millionaire in the late 1800s, my God, in the 70s, the 1970s, blacks should never have had an excuse. I'm telling you, man, you gotta break the cycle, man. You're one of you're the wealthiest Africans on the planet, and then you didn't struggle, bro. You didn't. You got access to free education in the 70s, access to free food, access to free libraries. You didn't struggle, man. It's all a mindset, man. Look, man, I've heard the same struggle story. You go into somebody's house who's struggling. They have a $2,000 TV. They got Jordans. You didn't struggle, man.
Dude, what you were referring to is the late 80s, early 90s. Oh
my God.
I am talking about a child of the 70s and early 80s.
The 70s.
Dude, we didn't even have cable TV back then.
Sir,
come on now.
Luxury.
Come on now.
You don't even need to have a TV. You know what you need to have?
They didn't have Jordans back then. Have you?
Sir,
we had plenty of those. We had plenty of those.
Listen, a TV doesn't mean anything, man. You don't need a TV. You don't need it. Go ahead. I'm listening.
I'm saying, if you can remember the only 3 channels we had back then, I came up on a piece of property where here it is. You had 3 generations living out of 2 homes on that one property.
Sir, why?
Come on now.
Sir, that's a choice.
Compare. How that's a choice?
Sir,
I was born into the situation where my grandparents worked as hard as they could to get what they got, which was a lot, because they got about a good 5-6 acres.
But, sir, there are people who don't even have. Sir, there are people around the globe literally living on the streets. I'm telling you, man.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
6 football fields of land for yourself.
We're not talking about the world. We're talking about America. I'm not going to no other country to set up roots.
You were struggling in Louisiana with 6 acres of land. That's 6 football fields.
Back in the 70s, man. The 70s.
Back in the 70s, your family had 6 acres of land. Do you know?
Yeah,
6 acres?
It's still in the family.
So you know, an acre obviously is like the equivalent of a football field, right? You know that. You mean to tell me 6 acres of land is struggling?
Yeah, we ain't got nothing else on it. And that's all you work for, is just that one house in them acres.
So you couldn't have gone to the store, got some apples, got some oranges, and made a orchid.
Hold on, man. Have you ever seen? Hold on. Have you ever seen? What's to describe how most black people back then lived? Because back then their mentality was, Once they got their land and their houses, that was their goal. That was it. That was it for them. They was happy with that.
I'm not trying to pick on you, bro.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
Sir, hold on.
Yeah, yeah.
You mean to tell me you guys couldn't have, like, not just you, 6 acres of land. You get you some apples, you get you some oranges. You take the seeds out of that, you plant an apple tree, an orange tree. I mean, I know it takes time. You mean to tell me you guys couldn't have got into the farming industry by, hey, man, we got some oranges, we're going to sell it to the...
And I'm trying to tell you what that kind of mentality they had back then. So, most black people that I do back then when I was young like that, when I finally got older to understand, because, see, I was thinking like you thinking, why we ain't got no garden? Why they don't see no pigs or nothing like that? You know, why I ain't doing no more farming? Then once when I got older, I understood what they was talking about. Back then, they were just happy with the land and the house and maintaining it. Some people just didn't want nothing else. Once they got that, they were satisfied. Expectations wasn't that high for some blacks back in those days, man.
So why blame the system? Why not just blame your family? Respect.
Don't have to blame my family.
Respect.
Because you got to understand. One thing I can say about my grandparents, I can appreciate watching them put in hard work. I can appreciate that. Because one thing I can say about that old man, yeah, he was mean, yeah, he was grumpy, but he worked his ass off.
Did he beat you with a switch?
Hell no.
Oh.
I never cut up that bad to be beat with a switch.
Oh, you must have been a good kid. I know, like, down south grandparents, you know, I tell you, like,
trust me. I done seen plenty of them get their ass whooping. That's why I kept myself in line.
A lot of my friends growing up, their grandparents were from the south. And we were like 5 and 6 acting a fool. Their grandparents come in that room, get the beating all of us. If you were in the way, they'd beat you. Anyway.
No, this the worst beating you can get.
Yeah.
Is when you get yourself in trouble. Yeah. They're sitting there quiet, ain't saying nothing.
Yeah.
Then they tell you, go outside and give me a switch.
Well, a lot of their grandparents would just go out there and get the switch and come in and just start beating everybody in sight. It beat me. I'm just a friend there. Yeah.
The worst psychological thing you can do to a child back then is make him go get his own weapon of torture to put on his ass. Yeah. Go get me a switch. And if you went out there and got something you know damn well wasn't gonna work on your ass, then he'll go out there and get something. And if he go get it, you were really in trouble.
But let me ask you a question real quick. Let me ask you a question. So when your grandparents left you this land,
they didn't leave it to me. Okay, they didn't leave it to me. No, this is what happened to the land. After my grandparents died,
yeah,
basically everybody had to move on. They moved away. The only one that was still there was my auntie, and so she bought it from everybody else. It's still in the family, but my auntie bought it. She bought everybody out because it became family property, but didn't nobody else want to be bothered with it.
And you mean to tell me all this land she didn't think to put? I mean, again, I'm not a farmer, but she didn't buy any pigs. She didn't buy any food.
It's not no farmland right now. You got one nice size house on there, and you got a secondary. I wouldn't say like a house, but it's set up like a house, but it's more like a bigger, huge garage where they host events for the family, like family get-togethers. Other than that, that's it. See, you gotta understand, but everybody ain't got that farmer's mentality. Go grab a tractor and start plowing and planting stuff all over the place. Everybody wasn't like that. 3 acres and a mule. Long they got the acres, they wasn't worried about the damn mule. That's all they cared about back in them days. Get my house, get my land, and maintain what I got. Now it's up to my kids what they do with it after I'm gone.
But what I'm trying to figure out is that I think you're a good guy, and I don't want to come off like I don't want to ever sound like I'm disrespecting somebody, but it's
what you're trying to do right now is what I understand. You're trying to put a modern spin on old school.
But see,
you can't do that with old school because the situation was totally different back then. You have more options nowadays than they had back then.
But is
That's
it
what
really,
you're missing the point.
but is it really modern? Most people nowadays don't know trading or don't have any trade, don't know how to farm. I feel like back then that's when people knew how to do all that stuff. I don't know how to farm at all. It's just that if I had 6 acres of land, I think that I would say, damn, I got all this land. What am I going to do with it? Let me get some pigs. Let me get some fruit. Let me plant something. It's Louisiana. I'm pretty sure it's good farmland.
What year you was born, man?
I was born in 84, but what I'm saying is that I feel like when you say it's the system, I feel like it's not a system. It's really just lack of initiative, because that's a lot of land, bro. 6 acres is 6 football fields. That's huge.
But you're thinking, but what I'm saying is you're thinking of it in modern eyes. Back then, they didn't think about that like that. Some people were just happy to have it.
But what would they do with it? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what exactly did they do with all this land?
Now, you don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. See, like what you said, some people have done that. That's what they did. The big industry down there was sugarcane. Some people did that.
Now we're talking. Yeah.
Some people did that. But then you also have people that didn't do that. And some of the ones who didn't do it, that had way more land than us, they would rent it out to the guy that is doing it just to get a cut of the pie. That's all they did. But you're trying to put a modern spin on some of the old school stuff, and back then, those people just thought different than we did.
I guess I'm confused then. I'm just trying to figure out, when you say a system, I'm trying to figure out what is the system. And
there is no set system. There is no set system.
Okay.
It all depends on what industry you get in and what kind of system it's going to be.
But why didn't your family get into the farming industry?
They didn't want to farm. They didn't want to farm.
So they voluntarily put themselves into the system.
No. My grandfather was a truck driver. His brother was a truck driver. Back when the trucking industry first took off. That's all he ever was a truck driver. Never wanted to be a farmer. He bought his land in Baton Rouge. No, not Baton Rouge. Zachary, Louisiana. His brother bought his stuff in New Orleans. But they always been truck drivers. In my generation, I'm the only truck driver. The next generation, I only think I got maybe 2 cousins, younger cousins. They drive trucks. Everybody don't want to be a farmer.
But why not work for yourself? Why work for the white man's trucking industry?
I work for myself.
You say that you own. I know you say you work for yourself, but you said but I'm pretty sure your grandfather didn't work.
Nah, he worked. He worked as a company driver.
So why work?
Be honest with you. To be honest with you, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't understand that part back when he was coming up. Because when I was dealing with him, I think I was like 8 or 9 when he died. I knew what he did for a living. I understood that. But I didn't know back then whether they had owner operators or not. But when I came into the trucking industry was the mid-90s. And they had owner operators, the owner operating system then. I stayed a company driver for 5 years before I even thought about it, because I wanted to learn my craft before I step out there like that, because I knew all the expenses was going to be on my head. And what I mean by a system, it all depends on what career path you choose. Each career path you choose has a system to it. Say like what you're doing right now with YouTube. It's a certain system, it's a certain format, certain pattern you got to follow to be successful, right? Right or wrong?
No, it is. It is.
And somewhere along the line, depending on how big you get, you're going to get that helping hand that's going to teach you or help you boost your platform even higher. That's what I mean by cheat the system.
Okay. I would assume, yeah. I'm listening.
Oh, I'm through.
Okay. Crown Reese, Savage, go ahead. I just chilling, man, you know.
Got to point out those white guys. We got to get them up out of here. Got to get these traitors out.
Man, ain't nothing wrong with throwing a dog a bone every now and then, man. I'm sure in your lifetime you can cross somebody who's trying to do the right thing, struggling a little bit, and just need a little help. And you actually stuck your neck out there, or at least made a half effort to help him.
Oh yeah, like I pretend like I'm reaching out to help them, and then I push them down, and then I say white supremacy and roll out.
Yeah, I don't even believe that, my damn.
I would do it to my own brother.
Bob with the $2 super chat says, "When's the last?" Oh my God, shut up, Bob. Let me see here. Crown Reese, anything you got to say, man? I think I'm gonna get up out of here in a minute. Go ahead.
I just think, brother Les, I just think that because I'm a little older than you are, so I think that what you are saying that is, as being a person as at your age, I think a lot of people speak bullshit about what white people. I'm sorry for cussing CT, but I just think they speak a lot of bull crap when it comes to the black and white situation. I think it's a deterrent. Actually, when they speak about these neighborhoods and all that, when they speak about a black neighborhood or the black community, I only think about a whole bunch of black people that's in the projects. So even as, coming up as, young man as I am today here in Ohio, man, we live good, man. If you create something for yourself, you'll be very successful. And if you're caught up in the system, I think something's wrong with you. I think that you need to maybe get a counselor, or something, as that means, if you really think that this greatest country on earth is really holding you back from something is really wrong. And I like to say salute to you, Savage. I like, your situation, how you doing it, because sometimes I feel like how you do when it comes to the blacks. Because, a lot of us is being in the system that they in the way. So, CT, if you need some recruitment, man, be on your side to get these blacks out the way. I'm on your side, bro.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just listen, man. I'm just a Negro whisperer, man. I like less. It's just that I feel like all that system stuff. I don't know, man.
It's ACT is bull crap, man. From the situation the situation I'm come through, man. I'm telling you, I can just sit here and just, this is me, man.
Yeah.
I can walk up to the hill, man. Just let you know it's successful.
Yeah.
I got my own thing, man. Ain't no white man hold me back from doing nothing.
Not at all.
At all. The whole I keep on walking. This is my whole. I got an acre and a half, and I got this private. We got black people, white people, Chinese people, and everybody talking about the system and all of this. They telling a lie. And I'm standing in my backyard, and if they saying that something is going on wrong, they lying, man. Ain't no white man hold me back. If he is, I'm gonna shoot his ass in my backyard.
Oh my God.
Or no black man. If he come over here getting shot. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, ain't nobody doing nothing, man. It's about who you are, man, and it's about what you do as a person, and I mean for your family. I got a full family in there that depends on me. And they can't. If I walk in there and say that white man to hold me back, and I can't go into Mrs. Yard, and we ain't doing that over here, man. And you got to big up CT. It's Ohio in the building, man. I come and support you all the time.
Thank you so much, man.
Yes, sir. Salute to you, man.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Congress.
Yes, sir.
Savage, I'm about to get the hell up out of here, man. Any last words, bro?
Oh yeah, I just love coming up here and trolling. I actually got timed out earlier in the
Oh,
chat.
really? Okay.
Yeah, but I was showing my camera off to my 5 acres that I got of land that I farm and do stuff on. But yeah, it's unfortunate those white dudes acted like idiots and it all of a sudden became about race. But
yeah,
I hope that people just keep the same energy when other things happen in the news, and they don't make excuses for it, because those white dudes are idiots. Like,
yeah,
they're idiots. Like, arrest them, beat them up, great. But like the next time I see an interview where some woman says, "Well, he didn't have to shoot him, and he was robbing a gas station, and it was her son that got killed," I just don't want to hear people make excuses about it.
Yeah,
that's it. But yeah, you always gotta help people. You have a good night, man.
Thank you so much, bro. Guys, thank you so much. This has been a wild live stream as usual. Thank you so much, guys, for hitting the panel. I'm glad that it was a lot of order on the panel today. Guys, if you call in the next time, let's try not to be in the car. Let's try to be squared center. Let's try not to drive. Try not to smoke. Treat this like you would do Fox or something like that. Salute to you, Savage, for the super chat. Rashu, Jonathan Barronville, Roto Skater Texas Girl for becoming a member. DT, I know you were having trouble trying to get on, man, but thank you so much. Stanley, thank you so much for the super chats. Big Ant, thank you so much for the super chat. Steven, thank you so much for the super chat as well. Oh, Steven says A5CT, Ahmaud Arbery wasn't reported properly. Okay, I must have missed that one. Salute though, bro. 6. Perry, thank you so much for the super chat. Service King, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Well, the Lapeef Network appreciates that. Elemental Scenarios, thank you so much for the super chat. Sherelle, thank you so much for becoming a member. Bob was coming through with the super chats. Thank you so much, Bob. Chill Wizil with the super chat. Thank you so much, bro. Bob was coming through with a lot of super chats. Thank you so much, man. Guys, I'm out of here. I will be back next Tuesday. Guys, I'm the chaotic truth. I say my truth. I can be insulting. I could be racist. I could be problematic. I could be entertaining. But that's the beauty of freedom of speech. I'm the Negro Whisperer, and I will always tell the truth about niggas and other groups of people as well. And I got to say this, those white people got what they deserved this time. They got what they deserved. But I still don't like the fact that white woman was hit with that chair. She was minding her own business. Boom! Yeah, that was wrong. But other than that, though, let me see. Thank you so much, Rise Girl. Tato says, CT, you the man. Thank you so much. And on that note, guys, I got to get the hell up out of here, man. Salute to you all. Positivity is definitely coming your way.